In a certain kingdom, there lived a beautiful princess named Arisha. From the moment she was born, she was abandoned by the emperor. Arisha's days passed peacefully, until a piece of terrible news arrived: the emperor had died in battle. This caused the counts in the palace to worry greatly and argue amongst themselves about who would control the country. Ignoring everyone's arguments, Arisha unhesitatingly ascended the throne. Even so, the people did not believe that a 9-year-old girl could run the country. Perhaps they had no idea that she was the legendary White Witch who had been reborn as Arisha. Can she become a great ruler, and is her father truly dead? And will her love life be as smooth and easy as she imagines? Let us follow this exciting story with Lisa Manhwa. Outside the palace, the rain poured down. Inside the room, Arisha sat there. She crossed her arms, looking ahead uncomfortably. The door opened. "Your Highness." Isabella entered, announcing, "It is time for dessert." She was Isabella Breddy, Arisha's nanny. Arisha sighed, "That is enough, Isabella. There is a shortage of food because of the war. Dessert is too much of a luxury." Isabella was startled. "Your Highness." Isabella continued to praise, "You are the emperor's only daughter. Even though you are only 9 years old, you already have the bearing of royalty." She looked flustered. "I am sure His Majesty will be very proud when he returns from the battlefield." Just then, Arisha laughed. How could that be? She thought to herself, even though I have royal blood, the only thing I have is the fancy name Arisha de Lepitzer. Moreover, that man called father. Suddenly, Arisha remembered, he went to the battlefield when I was 6 years old, and the war has not ended after 3 years. Seeing her in thought, Isabella comforted, "Your Highness, do not worry." She placed the cake on the table. "His Majesty will definitely bring victory home." With a determined look, she said, "If anything happens, I will protect you to the end." Arisha nodded. "Thank you." But she had her own thoughts. If Manna still exists, I would have ended everything, whether war or anything else. She continued to remember, there is a legend from ancient times passed down in the empire, the White Witch, who only appears on snowy nights and can grant wishes to mankind. A pure face appeared. That person is me. In her memory, thanks to the legend that if you pray earnestly on the night of the full moon, the White Witch will grant your wish. At that time, she looked at them, so many people entrusted their hopes and prayed to me. Her face became calm. The White Witch also realized, my wish, in short, is that I am very strong. Time passed, but, for some reason, when I opened my eyes again. When she opened her eyes again, I had lost all my power and was reborn as the daughter of a tyrant emperor, who lost his wife at birth, with the name Arisha. She realized the emperor was furious, perhaps because he thought the queen's death was my fault. He quietly turned and left, so the emperor abandoned a child like me at the princess palace. Arisha gradually grew up. Thanks to that, for the past 9 years, I have been confined here and have never seen the emperor's face. But she always felt lonely. Suddenly she remembered, and Isabella is the one who raised me, the one whom even my own blood relatives abandoned. Isabella always had a gentle smile. She is my only nanny, the one who loves me the most in this palace. Suddenly she appeared. It is raining so heavily. Isabella carefully put a blanket around Arisha. Your Highness must be careful not to catch a cold in this weather. She suddenly felt bitter. Arisha abruptly looked outside. It was still raining heavily, accompanied by continuous thunder and lightning. Arisha seemed to realize something. A shout startled the two of them. Oh my God, that scared me. Arisha was confused. What was that just now? She suddenly turned her head to look inside the room. Isabella hurried to pull the curtains closed. Your Highness, when do you think the war will end? She quickly guessed. Let us see, soon. Just then, a subordinate hurriedly ran in from outside. The door opened, attracting both of their attention. The subordinate worriedly called out, "PR, Princess, Your Highness." Isabella stepped forward. You are being rude, daring to barge into the princess's palace. He hurriedly shouted, the emperor. With a serious face, he has died in battle. Arisha seemed to realize, I am now 9 years old, and have become an orphan. Her body changed. More than anything, my suddenly lost magical power has returned. He continued to bow his head. Fortunately, we have won the war. With a helpless voice, but in the final battle, the emperor. Arisha asked, what is your name? He quickly reported, yes, Shubal Izab, Your Highness. She immediately stood up and walked away. Arisha realized, okay, Izab, you belong to the 5th Night Order, right? He nodded in agreement. Yes, that is right. Arisha's face was strange. You forgot something. Izab still did not understand what was happening. What is it? She said seriously, no matter how urgent you are, barging into the princess's room without permission. With a scary voice, what country's law is that? This situation startled him, so the princess originally had this kind of personality. Izab hurriedly knelt down. I apologize, Your Highness. Arisha continued to walk. Even if I am a confined princess, you have no right to look down on me. No one knew why she had such an attitude. In her mind, she secretly calculated, the emperor suddenly passed away, I am his only child, so naturally the heir has already been decided. Isabella hurriedly followed. Your Highness, where are you going? Arisha thought, it has come to this, already. She tried to call out, Your Highness, seeming to not care. Then I will try being an emperor once. She had arrived in the wide hallway. Inside, everyone was still waiting. One side immediately argued, we have to find new blood to become the emperor. The other side fiercely contended, if it goes according to plan, should not there be at least one person still alive? The room became noisy. That is absurd. The emperor killed all his bloodline when he ascended the throne. They were confused, so what should we do? Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. Arisha gently asked, why search so far away? Her small figure appeared in this place. Her strength was too overwhelming. She smiled and announced, I am here. Then everyone continuously discussed. Their faces became serious. Another person asked, who dares to sit in the emperor's seat? Arisha calmly sat on the chair. A bearded man suddenly discovered something. Look at that hair. He shouted, that platinum blonde hair is exactly like His Majesty. Everyone noticed, moreover, the red eyes and gaze are exactly the same. Their faces were blank. Then could it be, this is Princess Arisha? Arisha laughed, you have noticed now, it seems you are not very happy with me. Is there a problem? Just then, the Baron slammed the table hard, a daughter absolutely cannot become the emperor, absolutely not. He shouted, moreover, is not she just a princess in name only, confined to the palace her whole life? How can a princess who has never left the palace become the emperor? Arisha's attitude was extremely calm. Who are you? Which family do you belong to? The Baron was startled to hear this. What? Arisha repeated, I am asking you what your name is. Everyone continuously discussed, isn't she only 9 years old? She is only that old and she already has so much charisma. He introduced himself, I am Marquis de Mer Parang. Arisha sighed reproachfully, Marquis, is that all you can think of? I did not expect the level of the empire's leaders to only stop at this level. This statement stunned everyone. It is like His Majesty is behind her. She smiled and spoke, just because I am a confined princess, does that mean I do not have the blood of royalty? So, you think I will become a puppet emperor? Parang hurriedly explained upon hearing this, no, that is not it. In his mind, he secretly thought, to be overwhelmed by a 9-year-old child like this, everyone is useless. A man stepped forward and introduced himself, Arnold Herdev, from the Duke Herdev family, greets the princess. He continued to speak, Your Highness, we are actually only worried about one thing, and that is Your Highness's ability. Arisha listened silently. The position of emperor carries a lot of burdens, and ability is essential, so it is too absurd to put the princess, who is yet to prove her ability, on the throne. Herdev's voice echoed, moreover, currently not only 1 or 2 areas have been severely damaged by the war, so we need a capable person to handle this problem. She could not sit still any longer. So, you mean the qualities of an emperor, right? He nodded in agreement, yes, can you prove it? Arisha smiled, nothing is difficult. She snapped her fingers. Herdev's body floated in the air. He still found it hard to believe. Wait, what is going on? Arisha continued to announce, you will witness it firsthand and let everyone know. Then he completely disappeared from this place. Everyone was surprised and discussed. Instantaneous teleportation magic can happen in an instant like that. How is it possible? I have never heard or seen it in my life. Using such advanced magic without a magic circle, has there ever been such a talented mage in history? They chatted lively. Although he is not a mage, His Majesty also reached the position of Sword Saint at that age. I did not expect them to be so similar. This made them also have to admit, indeed, they are talented people. Isabella looked towards the throne, Your Highness. The scene changed to a village on the border of the empire. Arisha and Herdev appeared in this place. She secretly thought, it has been a long time since I used magic again, so I am a little worried, but it is okay. I thought I would lose mana after being reborn, so how did it come back? He announced, Your Highness, could this be a village on the border? She nodded to confirm, that is right, I intentionally came as close to the border as possible. The damage is really severe. Herdev felt confused, so what are you planning to do here? Arisha stepped towards the ruins in this place. She calmly examined, let us see. Then she gently blew out a gust of wind. Everyone received warmth. From now on, according to my pointing, the injured will be completely healed. Arisha continued to observe, and the ruined houses will be restored to their original state. This place will gain formation, the shortage of food will become abundant, to the point where tens of thousands of people can eat their fill and still have leftovers. Everyone looked towards her, everything will become full. The scene just now caught their attention. Herdev felt surprised, unbelievable. A smile appeared on her face. Seeing Arisha disappear made the villagers confused. What is it? Is it a god? She knew clearly, those things are my magic, Arisha's. The scene shifted to the familiar meeting room. The group of Viscounts was startled to see this. You are back, Your Highness, where did you go? Arisha smiled and announced, I have finished repairing the area near the border. They asked in confusion, yes, the war just ended yesterday, and now you have finished repairing it. Another baron reminded, tell us quickly, is that true? Her dev nodded in agreement, it is true, Her Highness repaired everything in an instant. He announced to everyone, Her Highness only waved her hand, and the collapsed houses were restored to their original state, and the food was overflowing. Arisha smiled and turned away, why make such a fuss about such a trivial matter? Isabella on one side was still very flustered. Her face became serious. She suddenly spoke, I have no intention of showing you that much and then forcing you to acknowledge me. Then she left, so please look forward to it in the future. In a voice that was somewhat certain, I will show you much more. Arisha glanced at the maid. Isabella seems very surprised, which is understandable, but her face was still very thoughtful. Time turned back to 9 years ago. Isabella looked at the little girl, the princess should have been born in endless happiness. She felt sorry for her, but the death of the queen made her father cold towards her. Outside, the people were still protesting, and the whole empire resented her. Isabella asked herself, what did this little life do wrong in the end? She gently comforted, I hope you won't be lonely and think that you will live alone. I swear to dedicate my whole life to becoming your family. In her mind, she secretly thought, I have been by Her Highness's side for the past 9 years, so I think I am the one who understands Her Highness the most. Her expression just now. Isabella felt sad, it is a face I have never seen before. I am so confused that I do not know if this is the princess I know. Is Her Highness deliberately hiding her power? If Her Highness is not an ordinary person, then I. Just then, Arisha took her hand. Her face bloomed with a gentle smile. She smiled and chatted, Isabella, are you very surprised, this thing? Isabella also smiled very quickly, Your Highness. Arisha was confused to see this. She looked outside, the weather is so nice. This statement surprised Arisha. Isabella secretly thought, that is right, no matter who Her Highness is. She did not care about these things, then I will also be by Her Highness's side until I am alive. Thank you, Isabella. The scene shifted to the large meeting room. After that day, everyone bowed their heads before me. Everything was prepared, and the princess's palace, which was originally desolate, was quickly renovated. Arisha held a magic book in her hand. She was very focused on reading. The teacher was enthusiastically explaining, not only that, I also started to participate in royal classes. Arisha was very diligent, because I had to start all the classes that I had not learned before at the same time, I had to absorb all the knowledge. Her face was sad, if it were a normal child, they probably would not be able to bear it. She was still determined, but for me, this is not too difficult. A knock on the door caught Arisha's attention, come in. Sadelt slowly stepped inside. His face was very calm. He was appointed as the emperor's assistant at the age of 17, and for 7 years, he has been by his side as the emperor's right-hand man. Arisha secretly thought, even though he had to serve an emperor who was famous for being strict and picky, he was still able to endure until now without being beheaded. Sadelt immediately bowed, I greet you, Your Highness. She understood his intention, okay, Sadelt. He continued to report, as you instructed, I guarantee that the emperor's death will not be leaked to the outside. Arisha calculated in her mind, in this situation where things are still unstable, revealing that the emperor is dead will not be beneficial. She nodded, okay. It is best to avoid troublesome matters. This coldness startled Sadelt. The funeral will be postponed until it is impossible. Arisha asked, has Debian arrived yet? He reported, yes, Your Highness, the scholar is already in the reception room. She was also surprised, so early, tell him to come in. A cheerful voice rang out, I send my greetings to you, Your Highness, he was Debian Brook, a mage from the magic tower but of noble origin. This is Arisha's magic teacher. Arisha was curious, why did you come so punctually? Debian sighed and said, how sad, why would you say that? He sat down, I always dedicate myself to your lessons, so from today on. A large piece of paper was placed on the table. This is a magic equation that even scholars and mages from the magic tower have been unable to solve for many years. Arisha's face suddenly became blank. Then she glanced at him, this. She slowly picked up this piece of paper, it seems you did not think about teaching me. Arisha seemed to guess something, but only wanted to receive benefits, right? Debian explained upon hearing this, I would not dare to teach Her Highness, so please answer it quickly. Seeing her burn this piece of paper, he was desperate, no. But he quickly became happy, fortunately, I understand Her Highness's personality, so I prepared a copy early on. Debian continued to speak, you can tell by looking at it how serious I am about this lesson, right? Arisha sighed, bring it here quickly. After some time, she quickly wrote out the answer. This caught his attention, but the emperor is also very good in this field. He continued to praise, that is right, because he is one of the few best swordsmen in the world. Arisha was surprised, such a person died in the war. Debian seriously explained, that is why the news of His Majesty's death caused everyone to riot. Just then, she asked a question. I heard that the emperor of the enemy country used black magic. The unexpected situation startled him. Debian still continued to recount, according to my source, in the battle between His Majesty and the emperor of the enemy country. Arisha listened attentively. A terrifying power suddenly headed towards His Majesty. Things gradually became worse, and a large explosion occurred there. She was surprised, occurred there. Then Debian's face was extremely mysterious. I heard that nothing was left at the place where His Majesty was standing, nothing at all. He continued to tell, the search team also set out, but they still could not find anything, so everyone assumed that he had died. Arisha secretly thought, even if he is a swordsman, he is still a human being. She quickly realized, if he suffered from black magic that corroded both his soul and body. She continued to comment, the probability of survival is almost zero. After some time, Isabella reminded, good night, Your Highness. Arisha nodded, yes, Isabella, you too. But very quickly, she woke up. Arisha noticed the file placed on the table. She did not hesitate to use magic to control it. Her face was extremely calm. I feel a little sorry for Isabella, but if I want to become the emperor, I have to do something. Arisha carefully read this information, the case of mass disappearance of children. She felt surprised, this case is a little suspicious. It clearly stated the information, the case of mass disappearance of children. Currently, 6 children are missing in Village 00 near the palace. The number of criminals targeting children is increasing. Here is a list of the missing people: Carl Thomas, Zeke Stillwell, Nella Carvin. She raised her head to look outside. It is so late already. A smile of surprise bloomed on her face. Taking a walk with the image of a child at this hour is a bit strange, but this is also a suitable time to kidnap a child. Very quickly after that, the spatial door opened. The scene shifted to the peaceful countryside. A strange blue light flashed. Arisha's figure appeared. She looked at the dark location before her. The moonlight had also risen high to light the way. Arisha decided, I have to use that method. Her hand slowly extended into the air. After the golden light spread, she calculated, this should be enough. A strange group of people caught her attention, found them. Arisha continued to put this energy deep inside, if my premonition is correct. She realized that the poor children had all been locked up. Her eyes widened. A refreshing laugh bloomed on her face, found it. The spatial door opened again. A warm golden light appeared in the dark space. The children noticed Arisha. One child even wondered, an angel. Arisha quickly signaled these kids. She smiled and announced, be quiet, I will save you. She continued to assess the situation here. Arisha continued to look around the space here. She quickly calculated, clearly there were 6 people in the report. It seems that more have been caught. Her small hand touched the cold iron bar. The door was immediately opened. She felt confused, are they planning to catch children to be slaves? Movement from a distance caught her attention. The kidnappers were confused, what is that noise, why is the door open? They were angry, how did you get in here? Arisha did not seem to be afraid and snapped her fingers. All of these people were tied up, release us, what is this? Arisha sighed, it is so noisy. She turned to leave, everyone, come out, we have to go home. Seeing the kids scared caught her attention, everyone, what is wrong, they are like stray cats. Another kid spoke up, I do not know the way. Arisha immediately focused her thoughts. She did not hesitate to snap her fingers again. Everyone was teleported outside. She quickly explained, if you follow this arrow, everyone can go home, okay. The children happily said goodbye to Arisha, be careful. In her mind, she secretly thought, actually, this forest is not very deep, why could not the people in the village find the children? Time very quickly returned to the meeting room. Everyone worriedly asked, is it true that the princess solved the case of mass disappearance of children? Everyone's faces became worried, now the people who have been imprisoned are the perpetrators of that kidnapping, right, yes, we are currently interviewing them to see who is behind it. They did not dare to believe in Arisha. Marquis, why are you so happy? Of course I am happy, what else? The princess solved a very big problem. A reproachful voice rang out, could it be that you are still eyeing the throne? Her dev suddenly stood up, since the outbreak of the war, the country has become chaotic, right? He sighed and recounted, but the princess personally solved everything, how great she is. The Viscount nodded upon hearing this, I know, has it come to this, is there any need for the princess to prove her ability anymore? The others also became silent. Her dev continued to speak, now, the Empire has a new son. The scene shifted again to the dark dungeon. The human traffickers had all been tied up. Arisha coldly asked, okay, kidnappers, tell the truth quickly, are you related to other illegal slave trades? The man in white quickly glanced in another direction, I do not know what you are talking about. Arisha's face became even more scary, I am giving you one last chance, say everything straight out, I will find out anyway. This made them become silent. Finally, he decided to speak. We can't reveal anything. If we dare to reveal it, we will face something more terrible than death. His eyes became scary. You do not know how scary that woman is. After speaking, the man in white gushed out red syrup, catching her attention. What is that? She immediately took a few steps back. Everything was too sudden and surprised her. He died. Very quickly, she smiled excitedly. Things are getting more interesting. The dawn had gradually broken. Arisha slowly walked down the street. She secretly thought, this time, instead of taking the form of a child. There was a change in her footsteps. Following that, she seemed to have transformed into another person. Arisha had her own plan. I will use this appearance to make it easier to infiltrate. She walked down the street comfortably. Suddenly, she noticed something. A house caught her attention, the big casino at the end of the street. Is it over there? Arisha remembered, according to the kidnapper's memories that I obtained, the underground auction house under the casino is where illegal slave transactions are taking place. What is the reason they are avoiding the royal family's eyes? She accidentally bumped into someone. If I catch the woman behind it, I will know. This person immediately turned around. I am sorry. Arisha did not seem to care much. Suddenly, she realized something. This is. Her face became worried. Black magic. She secretly remembered in her mind. Moreover, there is also that person's magic mixed inside. Arisha sighed and reminded, it is not my business anyway. She turned and walked. I will go over there first. This place was the entrance to the casino. Two gatekeepers announced, we will check the magic tools. Wow. Arisha suddenly looked down on them. You are still using that ridiculous method. She secretly thought, they won't be able to detect my magic. The gatekeeper announced, you can go in. Inside, everyone was still playing enthusiastically. A voice rang out, catching Arisha's attention. As long as we have this, we can participate in the auction, right? The man laughed. Of course, I worked very hard to find this. She saw the scene, a golden ticket. Following that, a ticket also appeared in her hand. Arisha handed the ticket over. I want to ask you to lead the way. He nodded, okay. Following that, he seriously observed this ticket. Arisha reminded, are you planning to wait for the auction to end before leading the way? The server hurriedly shook his head. That is not it. He walked towards the front. I will lead the way for you now. The server showed Arisha the way. Please come in. She entered a dark room. The server continued to announce, we are here, so I wish you a good time. The space here was extremely large. The auction location is right under the casino. Arisha smiled slightly in surprise. She felt interested. It will be fun from now on. Everyone was already sitting on the chairs waiting. She slowly walked towards this place. In her mind, she secretly thought, before the auction takes place, I will find out if there is anything. Arisha, being invisible, came across a staff member carrying something. She seemed to have understood, these are things that cannot be bought unless it is a duke's family. Arisha continued to move closer to observe. There are royal items too. A voice rang out, attracting attention. Sorry, sir, Baron. The red-haired woman spoke up. The people preparing the children have already been arrested by the royal family. The Baron reproached, not like you at all, using such inferior things. She smiled and explained, after all, the war has ended, so it seems that the Empire has added manpower. Also, today my younger brother has prepared something very interesting. So please feel free. Listening to the conversation just now surprised Arisha. Red hair, is she the one behind everything? The red-haired woman pulled out a vial of medicine. The Baron felt excited. No, what does your younger brother do after all? How can he bring such precious things once a month? She announced, I can't say that. He nodded in agreement. I know, it is enough as long as I have this precious thing. Arisha had also returned to her normal form. She picked up this vial of medicine to examine it. Her eyes immediately paid attention. This is. She remembered in her mind, a drug that only black mages can make, Kashinbor. Arisha clearly understood this type of drug. This item is very rare in humans. Originally, black magic is a power that gnaws at life and soul. She also had to feel surprised, so according to the will of the gods, it has been completely forbidden to humans, but black mages cannot easily create Kashinbor unless they are a true master. A voice rang out, the auction is expected to start in a few minutes. Arisha continued to think, unless a supreme black mage is born by luck, that is another matter. The presenter reminded, all participants please take your seats. Her face became uncomfortable. You are putting on a bigger show than I thought. Everyone had gathered together. Arisha was of course also present in this place. The woman from before quickly stepped out. We would like to send our thanks and greetings to all the distinguished guests. She introduced herself. I am the organizer of the auction, Kira. Yes, you have been waiting for a long time, right? Her voice rang out. The first auction item is about to begin. This is a ruby sculpture blessed by God. Arisha suddenly frowned. Isn't that a treasure of the Loret Empire? She seemed to have realized, this is the heart of the 12th bell, a treasure of the Loret Empire. In her heart, she was a little surprised. Even though it is only a small empire, it is also a legitimate country. Taking a treasure of an empire and auctioning it off, that is really insane. Karasuri raised her hand high towards the front. Now the auction will begin. The crowd immediately argued, 2,000 gold, 2,500 gold. Arisha stood still in the back, 3,000 gold. This time she decided, let us start. Suddenly, a power outage caught everyone's attention. What is going on? What is wrong? Karasuri quickly realized the abnormality. Wait, it seems that a small problem has occurred. She reminded everyone, we will quickly resolve it, please wait a moment. They immediately paid attention. What is going on? Who is that? Arisha continued to hold this item up. No matter how weak that empire is, it is still an empire. Her voice was a little scary. Stealing the treasure of an empire, you are so brave. Karasuri was startled upon hearing this. You. She hurriedly asked, who are you? Arisha put this item away. Who am I? She continued to announce, I am someone from the royal palace who has come to arrest the illegal auctioneer. The surrounding people became scared. Someone from the royal palace, we have to escape. They hurriedly ran away. I do not want to be dragged away. Of course Arisha did not let them go. You were very happy when you came in. It is not easy to get out. She used her magic to hold them back. Arisha moved closer to ask, you dare to auction illegally in the empire? Karasuri became thoughtful and silent. The Baron was extremely angry and ran over. I can tell that you are still young. He was still planning to cause trouble. Are you planning to impersonate the royal palace to ruin the auction? Following that, he snatched the piece of paper in Arisha's hand. His face became angry, bringing fake goods and arrogantly interfering. Arisha was surprised. Fake goods, the Baron spoke up. Do you think I do not know? The emperor is already dead. These words immediately froze her. Very quickly, she reacted. I did not expect there to be someone who speaks so casually without knowing fear like you. Her hand slowly reached out to take off her hat. Currently, no one in the royal palace can stamp it. Her true appearance appeared. Even if he is the Baron of an obscure family, he probably can't not know that only people belonging to the royal family have platinum blonde hair. The Baron completely became scared. Platinum blonde hair. He immediately fell down. Arisha laughed in surprise. What a pity. She continued to chat. There is still one person left in the royal palace who can stamp it. Everything was already in Arisha's hands. The scene shifted to the familiar castle. Arisha's figure appeared. Isabella's worried voice rang out, Your Highness. She ran over to hug her. Where did you go again? Arisha suddenly shook her head. It is nothing, it is just. She secretly thought, I just infiltrated an illegal auction and arrested all of them. Isabella continued to chat. Your Highness, what about me? A trembling voice rang out. I always feel uneasy these days. This made Arisha uncomfortable. What? Why? What is wrong? Did anyone dare to bother you? She shook her head and sighed. A lord whom I have served for 9 years, going to a dangerous place without anyone escorting her. At this moment, she realized, so it is because of my matter. Isabella continued to speak. At least you have to let me know where you went. Arisha nodded. I know. She was a little embarrassed. I will definitely tell you in the future. She became happy. You have to promise. Suddenly, Isabella remembered, but the assistant has come to find Your Highness. It seems like he wants to talk about something. Arisha was surprised. Sedelt. As soon as he saw her, Sedelt noticed, Your Highness, you are back. She stepped forward. You were looking for me. He nodded to confirm. Currently everyone is waiting for Your Highness in the meeting room. Arisha calmly sat down on the chair. Me, why? He continued to recount. It seems like they have something they want to say to Your Highness. She seemed to have guessed. Is it because of my coronation? That is right. I have shown my ability a lot recently. She suddenly asked a question. Sedelt, what about you? Her voice was somewhat serious. Will you follow me? In Arisha's mind, she secretly thought, until now, Sedelt has always followed my orders without saying a word. She realized, but I do not know if that is proof of his loyalty or not. Arisha seemed to understand. After all, he is the emperor's man, and the emperor personally chose him to be by his side. She continued to turn away. I can tell if you are telling the truth or lying. So tell the truth. In her heart, she secretly decided, I need to monitor him more. Sedelt knelt on one knee to the ground. My only mission is to maintain peace for the empire. His voice was full of calm, so I will follow and serve the son of the empire. But his face was very resolute. Arisha laughed. As expected, you did not disappoint me. She nodded in response. Okay, that is enough. Then she ordered, anyway, there is one thing I have to do. He was confused. Please give the order. Arisha continued to tell. It seems that there is a servant who is receiving money and leaking internal matters in the royal palace. Sedelt was a little surprised. That is my negligence. She stepped towards the front. No, Sedelt does not need to apologize in this matter. Her face bloomed with a bright smile. I have already caught the Baron and locked him in the prison cell. So you just need to make him say who received the money. He nodded in agreement, I understand. Arisha stepped outside, then now I have to go to the place where everyone has been waiting for me. The scene shifted to the large castle. Everyone was still enthusiastically arguing. Suddenly, everyone paid attention in one direction. Arisha slowly walked towards this place. They immediately bowed, we are very honored to meet the princess. Her face was very calm. She immediately sat down on the chair, what do you want to say? Finally, Herdev spoke up, the high officials of the royal family. He seriously bowed, hoping that a new sun will rise, dispelling the darkness that is enveloping the empire. Please become a brilliant sun, illuminating and protecting this empire. Everyone said in unison, please become a brilliant sun, illuminating and protecting this empire. Arisha became silent and thoughtful. She called out, Minister of Finance. He was startled, yes, Your Highness. She made a decision without hesitation, prepare the coronation ceremony. After some time, Isabella brushed Arisha's hair. Suddenly, she noticed her face. A smile of embarrassment bloomed on her face, Your Highness, are you very tired? In Arisha's mind, she secretly thought, when I was imprisoned by the emperor, and everyone turned their backs on me. She seemed to have realized, then she was the only one who protected me. She immediately called out, Isabella. Although confused, she still waited, yes, Your Highness. Arisha quickly made a decision, I will become the emperor. She secretly remembered, this place is no different from a giant prison. Her hand took her hand, and Isabella is the only one who takes care of me. Isabella gently chatted, I always believe that Your Highness's decision is right. Her smile was still as warm as before, so please follow the path that you want to go. This made Arisha moved, she is my only family. She smiled brightly, thank you, Isabella. Isabella's appearance suddenly became embarrassed, isn't that the obvious thing to do? If anyone opposes Your Highness's wishes, then I will be the first to jump out and punch that person. This scene made Arisha laugh very happily. Time had shifted to the morning of the next day. The voice of the subordinate rang out, Your Highness, everything has been prepared. She quickly walked towards the front. Wearing the emperor's clothes, I will go out now. Isabella smiled and praised, Your Highness, you look great. This made Arisha complacent, of course, who am I? She also carefully tied a bow for her. Just then, Arisha called out, Isabella. She was surprised and paid attention, yes, Your Highness, is there anything that is inconvenient? But she gently announced, from now on, I will make you even happier. This made her laugh, being taken care of by Your Highness is what has already made me very happy. Arisha treasured the moments when she was by Isabella's side. The servant continued to announce, Your Highness, everything has been prepared. Arisha immediately stepped away, I will go out now. She quickly advanced towards the throne, after 9 years of being immersed in the dark, I am finally able to step into the light. Her face was calm, we are very honored to meet the princess. But then it turned serious. The people present in this place all sincerely bowed. Arisha calmly stepped up the stairs, after today, I will be called emperor instead of princess. She knelt on one knee to the crown, it is today. In her heart, she secretly thought, I have finally become the new son of this empire. Then the priest's voice rang out, today, the first priest of God will convey his will. He held the crown out, the new son of the empire, the emperor's symbol. Arisha seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. A large explosion occurred in this place. Everyone worriedly ran away from here. But Arisha had created a protective layer to keep herself and the priest safe. She seemed to have understood, the shock just now, not everyone can create it. Just then, the footsteps of the man appeared. A somewhat scary voice rang out, while I was away. He continued to ask the question, I am very curious to know who does not know fear and dares to my position. Arisha calmly turned her head back. Robertus was also surprised and shocked, so it is this face. The other counts were confused, no. They hurriedly knelt down, Your Majesty, Emperor Your Majesty. The priest quickly placed his hand on his chest, these people are serious, what about the new son? Arisha uncomfortably slowly stood up, Father. But a smile still appeared on her face, I am very sorry, this is the first time I have met my father so I do not know his face. Robertus was still planning to say something more, you. Arisha had bowed and saluted, I am very happy to meet you, father, I am Princess Arisha de Lepitzer, I send my greetings to my father. Time seemed to stand still in this place. He brushed past and reminded, clean this place up. Arisha suddenly became silent. Then she sighed, such a terrible temper, oh my god. The crown immediately fell to the ground. It rolled down to Arisha's feet. She again appeared calm, did I just say what I was thinking? Robertus was startled to hear this and turned his head back, you dare. The tip of the sword was at her neck, resisting the emperor's orders. A scary voice rang out, and leaving the princess palace, and now coveting my position, she continued to speak, the empire is very chaotic, so as a princess, I can't sit still. He became even more uncomfortable, are you so stupid that you do not know what it is to fear death? Arisha laughed in surprise, father is also really funny. Her hand slowly touched the tip of the sword. If what father said is true. She seemed to have guessed, then this lazy sword would have already cut through my neck. Everyone was still scared before her words. Father looks really tired after a long battle. This time Arisha continued to ask the question, what do you think about leaving that position and resting? Robertus felt even more absurd. It seems that you really want this sword to cut through your neck. The tip of the sword was immediately brought out. Arisha continued to salute. If that is what father means, then there is no other way. I will end it here today and come back again tomorrow, your majesty. In her mind, she secretly thought, lying, little kid, who wants to come back. He uncomfortably reminded, quickly get out of my sight. Time had shifted to the evening. Arisha secretly remembered, clearly, my strength was scattered when standing before the emperor. At that time, Robertus continuously criticized, you dare to resist the emperor's orders, and leave the princess palace, and now coveting my position, she coldly asked the question. What do you think about leaving that position and resting? But there was a change in her strength. This made her confused, what is this after all? Isabella gently approached and sat down, your highness. She was extremely surprised, are you alright? Arisha looked up, what do you mean, alright? Isabella's expression was a little sad, you must be feeling very down, after all, you are family. Seeing her like that made Arisha take notice. She immediately smiled to comfort her, I am fine, Isabella. After 9 years of this, things are not going to change overnight. This reassured Isabella. She quickly suggested, your highness, shall I tell you an interesting story? Arisha was surprised, an interesting story, she nodded to confirm, yes. Then she asked, when I was little, I heard this story. Do you know about the White Witch in the legends? Arisha's expression gradually became uncomfortable, what is it? Isabella recounted what she knew, it is said the White Witch lives on the moon, so if we pray earnestly on a full moon night, she will help our wishes come true. Arisha's face became strangely excited, so your highness, do not worry. Arisha quickly blushed, what are you talking about? Isabella kept praying, every full moon, I will earnestly pray to the White Witch, She listened from the side, please help her highness to be able to do anything she wants. Suddenly she remembered the queen's words, please, listen to my prayer. At that time, she prayed very sincerely, grant me, one person, who is just like him. This startled Arisha awake. She immediately sat up, I think I was dreaming something, but I can't remember. Her expression was annoyed, darn it. Isabella approached, your highness. She was still lost in thought, half remembering, half forgetting. Isabella repeated, your highness. Isabella set down the food, what are you thinking about, you need to eat. She nodded in agreement, I need to eat. Suddenly, Isabella was confused, your highness, what is wrong, did you have a nightmare last night? At this moment, Arisha realized, that is right, there is no need to think about these things. She called out, Isabella. As usual, Isabella smiled, what do you need? Arisha suggested, let us go out. She secretly thought, I need to treat Isabella to something delicious. The scene shifted to a familiar town. The figures of Arisha and Isabella appeared in this place. Isabella was extremely surprised, your highness, this is amazing, I heard that using teleportation magic can cause seasickness, but it does not seem to be the case, does it? She smiled and explained, that is only for people who are new to magic. Isabella was a little flustered, but what should I do, I did not bring any money. I did not think we would be going out so suddenly. But her face became very smug. She then pulled out a bag of money, don't worry, I have prepared everything. Isabella suddenly felt confused, is this also your highness's power, or where did it come from? Arisha laughed, it is nothing much. She quickly recounted, just in case something like last time happened, I took it from the royal vault. Arisha thought to herself about the royal vault, the effort I put in deserves to be fully rewarded. She gently reached out her hand, Isabella, you must have had a hard time living in poverty for 9 years in the royal palace, right? Isabella's face became excited, what do you want today, I will indulge you. This made Isabella feel extremely excited. She took Arisha's hand, yes, let us go, your highness. The scene shifted to a clothing store. The staff quickly bowed, welcome, esteemed guests. They smiled and greeted, we are Gloria's clothing store. Arisha immediately pulled out a strange badge. This scene froze the two of them. They hurriedly ran inside, please come to the VIP lounge. Isabella suddenly felt confused, your highness, what did you give to the staff? Arisha continued to announce, the royal crest is attached to my father's armor. She was shocked and surprised, you brought it here too. She thought to herself, I wonder what will happen when he finds out. Let us see, it will probably be like this. The staff also brought out various items. First, new outfits for the two of them. Then, Arisha ordered, the bill, send it to the royal palace. She did not forget to instruct, and these goods, deliver them to the princess's palace. On the other side, Sedelt continued to recount, so, to conclude, Robertus's expression was very unpleasant, a portion of the gold in the royal vault has disappeared. He quickly remembered, the royal crest on my armor has also vanished into thin air. Looking at the bills in his hand made him speechless, and another extravagant bill was sent to the royal palace. Sedelt nodded helplessly in agreement. Yes, that is right. He thought to himself, there are at least 20 layers of barriers placed on the vault, yet that child can enter without a scratch and take the gold. He seemed to understand something on the side. His expression changed slightly. Sedelt quickly announced, I am going out. At this moment, a subordinate entered. I have something to report, Your Majesty. He continued to recount, the princess wants to have tea with you. Robertus coldly said, I refuse. Isabella was extremely surprised, then Her Highness will be very sad. Sedelt secretly thought, doesn't she know the personality of the princess she is serving? This situation made him sigh as well. But the next second, his expression completely changed. Robertus had completely disappeared from this place, Your Majesty. The scene shifted to another place in the forest. Robertus immediately went to examine this place. A very large space came into view. Arisha had also appeared in this place. She smiled and asked, the weather is beautiful today, is not it? Time seemed to stop, surprising Robertus. Arisha calmly enjoyed her tea. She smiled and announced, since you refused to have tea, I prepared this picnic. He silently thought for a few seconds. Then Robertus slowly sat down. Anger was expressed on his face, what are you playing at? Seeing this, she sighed, I guess because you are the emperor, you are not comfortable sitting on the ground. Then she picked up a cloth and used magic again. The space here changed once more, how about this? Robertus suddenly asked, why have not you left yet? Arisha smiled in surprise, what do you mean? He continued to talk, you have the ability to do so, and you must know that staying here won't change anything. She did not seem to care much, I have nowhere else to go. This is my home. His voice was a little scary, you do not think I will kill you? Arisha laughed in surprise, my father does not have the ability to joke at all. She slowly probed, do you really think you have the ability to say that? Robertus's expression became even more frightening, you are not staying here to save your life, and not because you want affection from your father. Arisha continued to enjoy the tea in her hand. Disdain was clearly revealed in her eyes, I am tired of living as if I am dead, tired of living in the same place every day. Robertus reminded, keep living as if you are dead like the past 9 years. She did not seem to care, but I do not like it. She continued to announce, I did not know the empire had so many interesting things. Now that I know, I do not want to go back to that time. His eyes became cold, what an eyesore. This made Arisha even more interested, something that makes you an eyesore. She slowly reached out her hand, I wish I could just throw it away. Finally, Robertus completely disappeared from this place. The space became silent. Arisha's eyes immediately became thoughtful. She looked at her hand, an eyesore. She thought to herself, it is very clear. If I get close to the emperor, I can't control my mana. Arisha sighed and complained, you should have killed me back then. The scene shifted to a familiar meeting. The count hurriedly reported, Your Majesty, for the past 3 years, we have not held a debutante ball in the empire. His voice was a little hurried, we can't delay any longer, because some people have passed 16 but still have not debuted in high society. Sedelt glanced at Robertus in surprise, a debutante ball. He thought to himself, it is a very important event in the empire. In that place, women will be introduced into high society. Usually when they turn 16, young ladies will have a debutante ball. His expression was a little surprised, but for the past 3 years, the emperor's absence and the war have made it impossible for the empire to hold this event. The count was still speaking, and through this debutante ball, we must let the nobility know about the existence of the princess. Sedelt was very confused, the war has not ended for long, and they dare to go against His Majesty's wishes. At the same time, Robertus silently thought for a few seconds. Then he slowly spoke, the princess's debutante ball. His calm voice surprised everyone, just proceed with it. Robertus's eyes became strangely cold. Outside the palace, the sunshine was warm. Arisha and Isabella leisurely enjoyed afternoon tea. She was still eating cake, a debutante ball. She smiled and reported, yes, Your Highness, it seems that it will be held in 2 weeks at the royal palace. This disappointed Arisha, do I have to participate? She immediately explained, this party also signifies victory, so you must attend. Suddenly, the two of them turned their heads to look in one direction. Isabella immediately whispered, also, it seems that His Majesty has allowed the empire to know about Your Highness's existence. She laughed, really, she thought to herself, how could it be? Then Isabella quickly stood up, then I must participate. Her voice was full of determination, but is not His Majesty being a little too much? Suddenly Arisha noticed something. She continued to speak, there are too many things to prepare, and yet they announced the debutante ball so close to the date. She was very hesitant in her mind, what should I prepare first, the banquet, or the dress? Isabella realized something, Your Highness has never learned to dance, has she? Arisha was surprised, dancing. She sighed, what is the point, isn't it just like this? Isabella secretly decided, I will teach you everything. Time passed, the debutante ball of Princess Arisha D14, the schedule was very tight, only within 2 weeks. Isabella constantly took care of Arisha. She carefully chose clothes, starting with the preparation of jewelry and dresses. Then she took on the task of teaching Arisha, all the way to lessons on basic party etiquette. She had to immerse herself in different periods of time along with daily dance lessons. This made her frustrated, I am so tired, is the emperor deliberately arranging this? The teacher smiled and announced, Your Highness, there is not much time left, so you must focus. Then she went to see Countess Chanel, Alicia's dance teacher. The teacher smiled and taught, Actually, I was very worried because there was so little time, but indeed Your Highness is better than I thought. Isabella praised. Your Highness, there is nothing you can't do. Arisha shook her head, You are too kind. She suddenly asked, But Your Highness, have you decided who your partner will be? She was surprised, partner, she nodded and continued to recount, yes, usually, a nobleman's partner will be their father or their relatives. Arisha's expression immediately became thoughtful, my partner. She quickly made a decision, of course, it is His Majesty the Emperor. Time shifted to the evening, Arisha thought to herself, I said that. She lay down on the bed, but there is no way the Emperor would agree. She felt a little frustrated, this relationship is not something that can be thought of. Arisha gradually felt sleepy. She sighed and complained, really, what is the point of learning if there is no one to dance with? She even said to herself, it is a waste of time. That warm voice sounded, please give me a child, White Witch, a child just like him. Praying sounds appeared, White Witch, I really want to meet my child. Arisha felt tired, really, someone is praying to the White Witch again. She kept listening to these words, I hope he not only gives his love to me, but can also give his love to that child. I want to build a happy family. Until the morning of the next day, the child, him, and me, all of us will be happy. Please let that child receive love. This made Arisha decide, I will fulfill that wish for you, because I am the omnipotent White Witch. It was still a beautiful day. Sunlight shone inside the room. Arisha opened her eyes after a long sleep. She sighed and complained, again, why can't I remember anything, this has never happened before. Then Arisha got out of bed. She walked towards the window to welcome the sunlight. Her expression was very thoughtful. No one knew what she was thinking. She sighed and hugged her face, what is it? It feels like I just dozed off for a short time, and my face is all swollen. At this moment, a basin of water fell heavily on the ground. Isabella called out anxiously, Your Highness. Arisha turned her head in surprise to look at her, Isabella. She rushed over and hugged her tightly, Your Highness. Isabella kept crying like a child. Arisha felt very confused, what is wrong, did something happen while I was sleeping? She continued to recount, Your Highness, do you know that you have been sleeping for 10 days? She was still in disbelief, what? Her expression gradually became dazed, 10 days, me, I slept for that long, no, wait. That time passed in this place. Isabella breathed a sigh of relief, I thought you had a terminal illness. Arisha was very thoughtful, anyway, it is lucky that this happened before the debutante ball. She continued to speak, the debutante ball is not as important as the princess's health. Isabella asked anxiously, Are you really okay? Arisha immediately sighed. She smiled and announced, Of course, that is why I am eating normally like this now. At this moment, Debian's voice rang out, Your Highness. He hurriedly ran very quickly to this place. Seeing this, Arisha was confused, Debian, why are you running like that? After that time, the two of them sat together. Debian looked at her happily. Arisha asked confusedly, What is wrong, why do not you say anything? He sighed and recounted, Your Highness, how can I talk to you when you suddenly fainted during this time? She laughed, really? Arisha put down her teacup, so you came here just to see if I was awake? Debian shook his head and said, Not really. His voice was a little strange, Your Highness. But he still decided to ask, Don't you want to go to the magic tower once? Arisha replied very calmly, Don't want to. Debian felt regretful, Okay, you answered so quickly. She continued to say her guess, You must be planning to bother me, telling me to remove the magic formation or something. Right, I do not want to. His face became serious, Your Highness, are not you curious? He smiled and explained, about the people who are researching magic for this empire. Continuous words rang out, the people. Arisha glanced at Debian, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are the debutante ball, so I am very busy. He suddenly explained, in this matter, Your Highness does not need to prepare anything. Debian's hand was placed on the table, you just need to go there to relax. He came closer, it would be even better if you looked at the magic formation. This time, Arisha agreed without hesitation, okay, let us go. The two of them gently held hands. The space here gradually changed. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had arrived at the magic tower of the empire. Seeing Arisha appear surprised everyone. The guy could not believe his eyes, oh my god. Another person immediately turned his head. Could it be? They found it hard to believe. This is Princess Your Highness. They quickly discussed. Your Highness, it is an honor, you came all the way here. You just used teleportation magic, did not you? Arisha watched them talk to Debian, Lord Debian. Everyone seemed very excited. You even brought the princess here. You are really great. He smiled and explained, I did not bring her, Your Highness is simply here for a walk today. Debian was very harmonious with everyone in this place. Arisha became very thoughtful. Suddenly the guy happily chatted, so today the princess. They looked at her with expectant eyes. We'll solve the magic formation, right? Debian reminded, I told you no, you guys. He turned his head to announce, now I will lead the way for Your Highness. Debian chatted happily while walking, please excuse them, Your Highness, they just bury their heads in research every day, so they are not very clear-headed. Arisha laughed, you guys are all too similar. He was shocked and surprised, how can you tell so easily? Her coldness made him a little frustrated. Debian continued to announce, if you go up, you will see the most worthwhile place to see in the magic tower. The space here surprised Arisha, what is so much? He nodded in agreement, right. Debian smiled and recounted, all of these are teleportation scrolls used to move to other places. She thought to herself, teleportation is a very difficult type of magic to use. She looked up ahead, so you need to transfer the entire magic formation into the scroll for preservation, which requires a very high level of skill. Her expression became surprised, there are so many teleportation scrolls. Arisha seemed to understand, so Debian must be proud, she pointed forward, but what is this, it looks very suspicious. Debian quickly explained, this is a scroll connected to the dragon's lair, its range of power is very wide, so they need to preserve it like this so that nothing happens. She felt curious, have you ever used it? He sighed and recounted, it is said that those who set foot in the dragon's lair will not survive to return, so I dare not risk stepping in. Arisha continued to announce, but is not it sleeping and petrified for a long time? He was still stunned, yes. She hurriedly turned her head, nothing, then is not it too useless, why do you have to preserve it to this extent? At this moment, Raven suddenly chatted, that, because the person who made it, can use it. Debian said, Raven, that is him, the person who created this scroll, this guy is called Raven Dray, a mage from the magic tower. Arisha's expression was very calm, can be used where? Raven calmly explained, I will use it in the research that I am conducting. Suddenly Debian noticed something. He immediately asked, what is wrong with your cloak? He sighed and recounted, what is on it? I must have fallen just now and it got on it, it is not a big deal, it is just fruit juice. Realizing that something was wrong surprised Debian, wait a minute. He was very stunned, isn't that juice very sticky? Raven was still calm, it got stuck. This situation made him speechless, you idiot, who told you to hold it like that? Suddenly Raven sensed that something was wrong. He immediately sneezed, causing the paper to catch fire. This scene froze the two of them. The space immediately opened. The scene before them surprised everyone, this is the dragon's lair. They kept crying, I saw Mom, Mommy, save me. Voices of blame rang out, who used the teleportation scroll? Raven must have caused trouble again, where is that kid? This situation made Arisha sigh. She immediately turned around and walked away. Suddenly the red-haired guy noticed her attention. He immediately asked, where are you going, Your Highness? Arisha smiled and announced to them, we have to go back, follow me. Arisha looked towards the people of the tower and ordered, follow me. I will help you survive and leave this place. Hearing those words Debian after a knock a bump on Raven's head revealed the expression of seeing hope. The other two were also so happy that they shed tears, Your Highness will take us back. Arisha led them step by step to the top of the tower. Suddenly she stopped. Then, strangely, she jumped directly over the stairs further away. After jumping, Arisha let out a tired sigh. She turned around and instructed Debian's group, there are many traps here, so follow my footsteps step by step. Arisha's eyes showed a somber contemplation, before I was reborn, I came here a few times. To get out of this place, you need to overcome the trials set by the dragon. If I am still alive, I also want to try negotiating. Debian suddenly happily approached her and boasted, Your Highness, I am fast, right? She praised him a little, you are faster than I thought. Seeing Arisha walking so skillfully, Debian was very curious, but, am I mistaken, or are you too familiar with this place? She only answered vaguely, let me see. He kept chattering, you are not panicked at all, as if you have been here before. At this moment, her ears seemed to hear something. Arisha stopped again. Debian kept talking without knowing that her eyes were gradually changing, I know that nothing can confuse Your Highness. She immediately grabbed his collar. Then she pulled him hard, helping him dodge an attack in fear, oh my god. He trembled as he looked at the arrow that had just pierced through and asked, what was that just now? But seeing her still calmly walking forward, he lamented, Your Highness, if you know, you have to let me know too. She calmly replied, even if I tell you, you will react too late. Arisha looked at the dragon statue in front of her and realized, this is the final trial of the dragon's lair. The others were a little scared. What is that? It looks so scary. She stepped forward and spoke, everyone, come here. She stared at it and contemplated, still the same. A line of text was engraved in front of the dragon's chest, conquer the fear of dragons. Suddenly, violent shocks occurred all around. Debian became panicked when he saw the ground shaking. Is this place collapsing? Her eyes showed sharp observation. It is not that this place is about to collapse. But this is the sound of the statue. It is preparing to breathe dragon's breath. So the statue was accumulating energy in its oral cavity. Seeing the power it was accumulating, Arisha immediately thought of a way. We have to receive this blow directly and endure it to be able to return. She looked at everyone panicking. What should we do now? And understood, indeed, you can't withstand the dragon's breath. Unexpectedly, the other two were hugging each other and crying, while Raven yawned with boredom. Then she went to the front of the dragon and decided, it seems it is only me. Her face was full of determination as she endured it. But as soon as the dragon statue fired its attack, she was carried away by Debian. Arisha was very surprised to be held tightly by him. Thus, she dodged the attack of the dragon statue. She looked at him in a daze and asked, what are you doing? But Debian quickly interrupted, Your Highness, what are you doing? Why did not you dodge? Arisha was even more dazed. What? He quickly said loudly, even if you are Your Highness, how can you withstand the dragon's breath? Then Debian immediately checked her carefully and hurriedly asked, Are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? Seeing that she was not injured, he asked, Why did you do that? My heart almost fell out, you know that. Don't be so reckless again. I definitely can't live because I am too worried about you. You have to take care of your health. Arisha thought helplessly, but we have to receive that blow to be able to return. Why are you so angry? After thinking, she tightly clutched her skirt. Finally, they returned to the royal palace bathed in sunlight. Arisha called out with a dusty face, Debian. She seemed to have lost her vitality and was carried by Debian. Can you put me down? I am really fine. He said with some worry, Put you down. Isabella ran over when she saw her and asked, Your Highness, where have you been? She looked like she was about to cry. Are you injured? She smiled wryly and pretended that nothing had happened. Nothing happened. Debian is just overreacting. Right, Debian? He saw her gentle smile and immediately echoed, Yes, that is right. Your Highness is fine. It is just that I protected Your Highness too much. Arisha kicked him in the side with her heel. She whispered into Debian's ear with a scary face, Don't mention the word, dragon. He tearfully obeyed, Right, so I carried Your Highness from the magic tower here. Finally, Isabella believed them and sighed, Oh my, let me bring a towel to wipe you. Looking at the two of them, she hurriedly ran away, and Debian had put her down. He also carefully patted the dust off her shoes with his hand. Arisha looked at Debian thoughtfully. Then she called, Debian. He immediately looked up and replied, Yes, Your Highness. Arisha looked at him and made a suggestion, Do you want to attend the debutante ball with me? These words directly caused Debian to be stunned. After processing the information, he showed a smile. Debian's radiant face reached out to accept, It would be an honor for me, Your Highness. Do you want to dance a song? Arisha heard these words and showed a bright smile. However, Debian unexpectedly withdrew his hand and asked, But, Your Highness. Is this okay? She was a little confused after hearing it. What? He revealed a hesitant and fearful expression. After all, this is your first time attending a debutante ball. This is Your Highness's first debutante ball. Participating with me is a little. The scene suddenly sank. Her voice was also gloomy with disgust. So what? Do you think that if you become my partner, you will be hated by the emperor? Debian immediately retorted after hearing this. Of course not. I simply wanted to ask if it was okay for me to attend the first debutante ball with Your Highness. Hearing this made her a little confused. He recalled the malicious hands pointing at him and explained, Perhaps Your Highness does not know, but all mages in the magic tower are treated as eccentrics. No matter how high their status or how great their reputation. Then in front of them, they will praise you, but behind their backs, they will treat you like a madman. So I am very worried. Saying this, his eyes were full of sadness. I am worried that Your Highness's status may be lowered because of me. Arisha became even gloomier after hearing those words. Her eyes were filled with extreme bitterness. This concern is so strange that I have never received it from the person called my father. She took Debian's hands and spoke firmly, Debian, my title is the exiled princess, so do not worry about what others say. You are the person I chose. The warm light seemed to shine on the two of them. Hearing these words made Debian show a smile full of happiness. But he continued to say, But Your Highness. Making her impatient, what again? He scratched his head while walking and said, I am not very good at dancing. Is that okay? It should be okay, she quickly replied, You just need to follow me to the party. Under the sunny frame, her heart gradually opened up. This is the second person to step into my world. On the day of the debutante ball, the maids carefully groomed her. At this time, the eyes of the maids were shining brightly as they praised, "Your Highness, you look super pretty today." Arisha indifferently said, "Really?" They immediately gathered around to confirm, "Yes, just like a doll." Outside, the carriage was prepared. Isabella and Debian were already waiting. It seemed that something had caught Isabella's attention. She looked at it with extreme emotion. "Your Highness," Arisha's platinum blonde hair was tied up neatly and beautifully. Isabella looked at her wearing a doll-like pink dress and praised her endlessly, "You are so pretty." Debian also quickly put his hand on his chest and politely praised, "Your Highness, you look great." These words made Arisha a little shy, her cheeks flushed red. Then she looked at the carriage and asked in surprise, "Where did you get the royal carriage? I do not think my father would allow it." Isabella proudly said, "I put in a lot of effort. Teleportation is really convenient, but I hope your Highness meets more people." Debian quickly reached out his hand and politely said, "Then let us go." She quickly placed her hand on Debian's hand and stepped into the carriage. She also turned back and showed a bright smile, "Thank you, Isabella, then I am leaving." At the place where the royal palace's debutante ball was held, Arisha linked arms with Debian and went to that place together. The servants saw her and immediately bowed and announced, "It is an honor to meet the princess, you just need to go up to the second floor." Seeing her and Debian slowly stepping up the stairs made the nobles whisper and discuss, "It seems that she has been imprisoned in the princess's palace for 9 years, right?" They kept whispering behind their backs, "She is the emperor's only child, but perhaps the emperor still has not forgotten the death of Empress Cecilia, after all, the heir." When she went to the second floor, she saw a familiar figure again. Arisha quickly greeted, "Greetings, Emperor Your Majesty." Hearing the call, Robertus turned his face to look. He then saw Arisha's emotionless eyes looking at him. However, her figure reflected a familiar figure buried in his heart. It was the happy image of Robertus and Cecilia walking in the flower garden. Arisha continued to speak mockingly, "I thought you would not participate in the debutante ball. Because you did not announce anything in advance." She walked to his side just like that. Just like that, the door was gradually opened before the two of them. The announcer quickly introduced as soon as they came out, "The son of the empire, Emperor Robertus de Lepitzer, and Princess Arisha de Lepitzer are entering." Arisha stood looking down and said a little mockingly, "I almost, the only princess of this empire, became a laughing stock, because I participated in the debutante ball but had no partner." Then she turned her eyes towards Debian and pitifully said, "But it is fortunate that this scholar agreed to be my partner, right?" But when she turned back, she saw that Robertus had walked away without caring about what she said, making Arisha's mood sink. Debian saw Arisha's gloomy expression and became worried. He smiled wryly and approached her to ease the tension, "I did not expect to meet the emperor so quickly, it made me sweat cold." Then he reached out his hand and happily suggested, "Do you want to dance a song?" Hearing this, Arisha smiled and placed her hand on his hand and agreed, "Okay, let us go." Just like that, the two of them went down together and started dancing. She looked up and teased him, "Can you dance as well as you did during practice?" Debian replied with a tense expression, "Yes, I can." Their hands were preparing to hold each other and dance. The elegant posture was also ready, and a smile appeared on their lips. Suddenly, the chandelier above suddenly shook violently. Earthquakes began to appear around, causing everyone to panic. Arisha turned her head towards the sound in confusion, "What is it?" The knights quickly held swords and pushed the door open, "There is an attack, evacuate quickly." A group of people wearing cloaks were jumping in from outside the glass door, making the nobles who saw it fear and run away. Arisha ran towards them and said, "Debian, evacuate everyone." He quickly received the order, "Yes, Your Highness, please be careful." He stood at the door and pointed out the exit to everyone. And Arisha quickly covered her nose and looked around. She saw a young lady sitting scared in a corner. Arisha ran over and reached out her hand and called out loudly, "What are you doing here, young lady, get up quickly." Seeing that she was suddenly pulled up, the girl stuttered, "Your Highness." Seeing her trembling like that, she quickly reassured, "Calm down, if you do not want to die here." After hearing this, the girl suppressed her tears and listened obediently, "Yes, Your Highness." Just like that, the two girls fled together. Suddenly she saw a person wearing a black cloak, over there. Arisha quickly reached out her hand to use magic to attack. However, nothing happened, making her confused, why is that? At this time, Debian saw something and his face was extremely panicked. "Your Highness," it turned out that the assassin was pointing a knife at her. Remembering a few minutes ago, the royal knight Shubal Izab was fearfully looking at what was in front of him. In front of him were knights fighting against the assassins, and the guests were running around in disarray. He quickly held his sword and ran inside worriedly, where are His Majesty and the princess after all? Unexpectedly, he saw an assassin pointing a knife at Arisha, "Your Highness." He quickly jumped to her. Blood began to pour out and stick to her face, but it did not change her expression. After killing that person, he ran closer to her and asked, "Princess Your Highness, are you okay?" But Shubal's face became chilly. Seeing her still unperturbed and carefully observing the surroundings, even if people died and blood splattered in front of her, she was not shaken, not at all like a 4-year-old child. Suddenly, her bloodshot eyes sharpened. It turned out that she had recognized a figure hiding in the distance. Behind the pillar there is one and the other side there is another one. Why can't I use my power at this time? Orisha looked up at Shubal and called, Lord Izab. He replied in shock, yes, Princess Your Highness. She made a request, give me the sword. These words made Shubal even more shocked, yes, my sword. She quickly took the sword and dragged it on the ground, magic is not stable. Orisha dragged the sword and angrily cursed, this is really annoying, I was not like this in my past life, if I can't use magic this time. Then she held the sword tightly with both hands, don't doubt. It will be okay, believe in yourself. She finally raised her hand, her eyes shining with determination. Then she stabbed hard into the ground. The aftershock was so strong that snowflakes of ice and snow spread all around. The spreading ice fog froze the assassins. The ice grew wider and wider to the places where the people were standing behind. Their bodies gradually froze because of this. Shubal was very surprised when he saw this scene as if he could not believe his eyes. After finishing, Orisha breathed a sigh of relief, there is no problem, right? Then she lifted the sword slowly. Orisha gritted her teeth and swung the sword again. After a while, Orisha tied the 2 assassins tightly to the pillar, and then calmly walked away. She wiped the blood off her face and glanced around, and Debian. Unexpectedly, after using magic to protect the others, Debian had fainted on the ground. This made her eyes surprised. Seeing him lying on the ground made her panic and call out, Debian. Under the sunlight shining through the window frame, Orisha had brought Debian back to the room and put him on the sofa. She looked at him thoughtfully, even the emperor disappeared. Yet you are still here to save everyone. Debian was so tired that he was panting non-stop. Seeing him like this, she reached out her hand, and a golden light appeared. Immediately, that light was transmitted into Debian's body. His complexion was so much better. Seeing this made her breathe a sigh of relief. She sat heavily on the ground at this time supporting her forehead and asked herself, the royal palace is in chaos, what is the emperor doing? Hearing a knock on the door, Orisha spoke to come in. Sidelt rushed in with a pale face and called, Your Highness. Hearing these 2 words made Orisha's complexion cold. At a room where the sun was shining, Orisha was standing looking at Robertus who was lying unconscious on the bed. Seeing that he seemed to have a hard time waking up made her ponder, I can feel dark magic, he was hit by a blow, in the final battle, he was hit by a blow of dark magic and survived. But it seems his health has completely deteriorated. She asked, when will he wake up? That, after hearing this, the physician said with some difficulty, perhaps we need to monitor him more. But seeing her deadly eyes made him flinch. His whole body got goosebumps and trembled as he replied, anyway, His Majesty's body is too tired because of the prolonged war. Her bloodshot eyes stared at him with a smug expression, you mean you do not know exactly when he will wake up, right? After hearing this, the physician immediately knelt down and received the order, I will try my best. Sidelt at this time leaned down and whispered to her, Your Highness. Madame Kira has escaped from prison, she said in surprise, what? He continued to say, it seems she escaped during the chaos caused by the intruder. Sidelt bowed and asked Orisha, I know that now is not the appropriate time to talk about this, but if His Majesty is absent for a while, then Your Highness will have to handle the urgent matters. However, she only received her cold words, I do not like it. Making both him and the physician stunned, yes. She chuckled and explained, if after my father wakes up, he gets angry because he thinks I crave his position, what should I do? Then she said in a false manner, I am so scared. However, she stopped when she saw the dark circles on Sidelt's eyes. During the 3 years the emperor was on the battlefield, you handled all the work. Making Orisha soften and sigh and agree, have you found the starting point of the explosion? Hearing these words made a light shine in his eyes. He began to tell clearly the events that had taken place, yes, the starting point of the explosion and the attack, is the prison under the royal palace. Hearing this, she understood the reason, so those strange people are also related to Madame Kira. He remembered her face and affirmed, I also think so and I am investigating more. Hearing this, Orisha began to support her chin and think about everything, overcoming the protective barriers of the royal palace, and infiltrating in the middle of the party without causing any noise. After thinking, she showed a wicked smile, it seems there is a mouse in the royal palace. Then she issued a clear order to them, you must find out, the missing prisoners and Madame Kira. The next day at the palace full of sunlight, Orisha held a piece of paper in her hand and lay on the sofa and decisively said, I intend to find Kira's traces around the casino. However, when observing the map in her hand, she hesitated a little, but she is too sophisticated, she spread the traces everywhere, making me unable to distinguish what is real. Orisha's eyebrows furrowed, her eyes full of annoyance. She could not think of anything, so she released it, then supported her hand on her forehead and sighed, I am so tired. The map just fell on the table, her thoughts also continued to drift. I do not know what kind of person Madame Kira is. The more she thought, the more tired and confused she became, but clearly this case is not just one or two people acting, I also have to understand this matter. It would be quite troublesome if the Emperor woke up and had nothing to do, but it is still not because of that. After thinking, she sat up. Then she looked at her hands that were emitting golden mana, but it is my mana. Looking at the flowing mana made her fall into contemplation. Finally, she went to Robertus's bedroom to check. I have to check what the reason is. The door was opened, and light crept into the gloomy room. The servant saw Arisha and was surprised. Oh my! Princess, she immediately raised her hand to signal them to be quiet. Then she went to Robertus's bedside. She raised her hand that was emitting golden mana. But unexpectedly, it quickly disappeared gradually. When I am next to the Emperor, I can't control my mana. I can't even use magic. This made her stare at him. She even poked Robertus with her hand. Seeing her like that made the maids move to tears. Your Highness is really great, meaning you hope your Highness wakes up soon, right, even though you were imprisoned in the palace by your father. Father is still father. But they did not know that Arisha was crossing her arms to find her father's weakness. Indeed, finding the Emperor's weakness is very difficult. What is the relationship between my mana and the Emperor's? Mana after all. Robertus was still lying there with no sign of waking up. But unexpectedly, his eyebrows furrowed. This made Arisha surprised. She quickly turned her feet to prepare to leave. Seeing her in a hurry made the servant surprised. Are you leaving already? Princess, just as she left, Robertus had completely woken up. He looked towards the opening door. After a while, Sedelt quickly arrived at the Emperor's room. I will report. About the explosion that occurred at the debutante ball, Robertus quickly glanced over. Sedelt held a stack of documents in his hand and reported, the princess has asked me to investigate more, and the escaped prisoners have been captured and imprisoned again. And then the deceitful and mysterious image of Kira Carey appeared, but the whereabouts of Madame Kira, the center of the case, still need to be investigated further. At this time, Robertus spoke to interrupt. There is a mouse hiding in the royal palace, right? These words made Sedelt surprised. He looked at Robertus's cold and sharp expression. Then he quickly put his hand on his chest and replied, I have reported everything. He thought to himself, indeed, father and daughter. After hearing this, he also spoke, continue to investigate according to the princess's orders. Sedelt immediately bowed and received his orders. At a house covered in dust and cobwebs, a group of people wearing black cloaks were discussing something. Suddenly, a person entered, causing them to stop. It was Kira Carey, wearing a black cloak, leisurely walking over. When they saw her, they laughed loudly. Her face revealed wickedness and ambition. The takeover of the empire is not far away. On the other side, Arisha was holding and reading a piece of paper. It was a meticulously written letter. I invite the princess to a tea party. If you have no objections, what do you think about enjoying tea with me? I will await your reply, Elizabeth Herdev. Isabella was very happy to see this. A tea party is great. Arisha pondered, Elizabeth Herdev. After hearing this, she seemed to remember. I heard that the daughter of Duke Herdev is the same age as your highness. The image of Duke Herdev and his granddaughter appeared. Hearing this, she was a little hesitant. Isabella enthusiastically encouraged her. After all, you have already debuted in high society, so building relationships would be better. Seeing her sparkling eyes made Arisha unable to resist. Really? Finally, she agreed. Tell them that I agree to attend the tea party. Making Isabella extremely happy. Yes, madam. Then Arisha looked at Isabella and spoke, and she was a little surprised, and she smiled brightly and made a suggestion. Let us go for a walk in the rose garden. Making Isabella happy as well. Yes, madam. At the garden, there was a wooden swing decorated with roses all around. Isabella walked and exclaimed, the weather is really nice today. Arisha also agreed, that is right, it is not natural that the rose garden has become the pride of the royal palace. She tightly held Arisha's hand and timidly asked, but, your highness, what if we accidentally meet his majesty? Hearing this, she turned her head and asked her, Isabella is afraid of his majesty. Isabella timidly whispered into her ear, how can I not be afraid? She laughed with interest. At most, it is just a cat that likes to glare at people, it is okay. Arisha pulled her hand and continued walking, while reassuring her, if we accidentally meet father, we just need to greet him and continue walking. Isabella. Let me tell you something interesting. Hearing this, Isabella was a little curious. Something interesting. She raised her shoe and said, do you know there is a teleportation magic circle here? Isabella was very surprised when she heard her say this. No, I have never heard of this. Arisha showed a mischievous smile again. According to me, perhaps father is the one who created it. Unexpectedly, she activated that red magic circle. Then she mischievously asked, how is it? Do you want to go? Making Isabella startled when she heard it. She shook her head non-stop and refused. What? His Majesty created it, so how can I go? No way. Seeing this, Arisha let go of her hand and said, "Then Isabella, just take a walk and go back first." Then she walked forward and showed a playful smile, "I will go see." Making Isabella a little surprised, "Yes." Seeing her walking towards the magic circle, she realized, "Your Highness." Knowing that she could not stop her, Isabella instructed, "Please be careful, Your Highness." Arisha quickly waved goodbye to her, continuing to go deep into the rose garden of the royal palace. Arisha supported her chin and walked following the signs of those magic circles. She looked at them a little confused and said, "Let me see who created it," stacked on top of each other. Suddenly, a sparkling light appeared, attracting her attention. A beautiful greenhouse surrounded by roses appeared before her eyes, over there. As soon as she stepped forward, another magic circle appeared. She excitedly cheered as soon as she saw it. Immediately, a dazzling light surrounded her. It took her to a space full of golden light. However, Arisha's expression was a little ugly at this time. Unexpectedly, Robertus was resting under a large tree. Seeing him sleeping peacefully made her confused. Why would he choose a place like this to take a nap? Arisha hid behind a tree and observed Robertus suspiciously. Even though this place is surrounded by magic, it is strange that the emperor of an empire would sleep in this place without any fear. Suddenly, her eyes became gloomy as if she was thinking about something. Seeing the petals flying around Robertus made her sigh. Seeing it like this, his face is not too cruel. Finally, Arisha went to sit next to Robertus. She reached out and took a petal stuck on his face. At this moment, Robertus's eyes suddenly opened slightly. Seeing this, she showed a naive expression and smiled wryly. "Today is a wonderful day, huh, father?" Seeing her, Robertus immediately frowned in anger. "How can you enter here?" She immediately brushed off the petal and smiled lightly. "For me, this is not too difficult." Robertus suddenly stood up and looked at her and asked, "What are you?" Hearing this, Arisha showed an innocent expression. "I do not understand what you are saying." Hearing this made him even more angry. "Don't pretend you do not know. I won't let you go back until I know the answer." The wind blew Arisha's hair. She said gloomily, "What about your majesty?" Hearing this, Arisha paused a little. "What?" She continued to speak. "I." She put her hand on her chest and replied with sharp eyes, "I am asking, what is your majesty?" This officially drove Robertus crazy. He said angrily, "I am not kidding with you now. I am saying, do you really carry the blood of the royal family or just have an outer shell?" Hearing this, Arisha immediately retorted his words, "If I only have the outer shell of the royal family, what will you do when the royal palace falls into chaos because of the attack? The person who protected the citizens of the empire was not your majesty but me. What did your majesty do at that time?" The words she said made him stunned. Her eyes were full of judgment as she spoke. "I just want to ask, does an emperor who cannot protect his citizens deserve to be called an emperor?" The more she spoke, the more angry she became and questioned Robertus. "Instead of the father who could not take care of himself, I solved everything that day. Yet now I am treated like this. If you feel wronged, please explain the reason why you fainted." Arisha's words made him unable to refute anything. Seeing him silent, her face was full of disappointment. Finally, she lifted her skirt and bowed politely. "It seems you have no intention of speaking, so I will take my leave first." Arisha activated the magic circle once again. Robertus could only stand there and watch her leave. His eyes also sank, full of thoughts. Robertus recalled the events that had happened when he saw the assassin aiming at her. He showed his malice on his face. Robertus immediately held his sword and ran down towards him. Suddenly, a stream of dark magic appeared under his feet. Immediately, Robertus's whole body became stiff, making him extremely shocked. Unexpectedly, under its effect, Robertus even vomited blood. He trembled and supported the sword. Barrier, dark magic. Seeing himself gradually weakening made him extremely angry. Damn it. His eyes looked towards Arisha that were gradually blurring. Returning to the present, Robertus was standing blankly under the tree. Finally, he closed his eyes before the things that had happened. A carriage was going to a beautiful mansion. A pair of small feet stepped out of the carriage. Arisha appeared in a pink dress with her solemn look. Another person was already waiting. "It is an honor to meet the princess." Elizabeth lifted her skirt and bowed respectfully. "I sincerely thank you for coming." She looked at her a little suspiciously. "Young lady." Then she remembered the scene of running away earlier and asked, "You were the one at the debutante ball in the royal palace, right?" After hearing this, she took Arisha's hand happily. "That is right, Your Highness." Elizabeth's eyes were full of gratitude as she said, "I want to thank Your Highness for saving me at the debutante ball." Remembering the scene of her fighting bravely with the robbers made her even more admired. "Actually, it was a little scary for Your Highness to fight with those people." Then she remembered the scene of her bravely fighting with the assassins, "But Your Highness bravely stood up for the people." She heard for a while and doubted her life. "Me, huh?" Elizabeth was now full of extreme admiration. "Your Highness must have been very scared." Seeing those pink hearts made Arisha shy. That is right." She came closer to her and asked curiously, "How did Your Highness learn magic?" She also answered honestly, I was not taught privately. Hearing this, Elizabeth was so surprised that her mouth dropped open. Yes, then how? She glanced elsewhere and explained, probably, with a sense of feeling and experience, making her even more unbelievable, is that also possible? She became even more curious and asked, so how far can your highness use magic? Hearing this, Arisha smiled. Then she used her hand to activate the magic. It seems you are very curious, let me show you. Immediately, she snapped her fingers, and golden light spread throughout the space. Covering the two of them made Elizabeth even more excited. A beautiful and clear blue beach scene appeared before their eyes. Seeing this scene, Elizabeth was excited endlessly. Am I dreaming? Arisha smiled and reached out her hand and suggested, let us go, we have come all the way here, we have to play to the fullest. She immediately agreed, yes, your highness. She also instructed, here, you can just call me young lady, do not call me your highness. Yes, your high, ah no, young lady. Just like that, the two girls changed clothes and walked on the street together. Going to the beautiful handicraft stalls. Passing by the strange and eye-catching food stalls. The two girls walked together and laughed, let us go over there. Looking at the wind chimes made Elizabeth unable to take her eyes off. Wow, so beautiful. She asked, are these handicrafts symbolizing the White Witch? The stall owner happily introduced to the two of them, you have a good eye. I have taken inspiration from the moon and made these handicrafts to honor the White Witch. So if you hang this in your room and pray, the wish can come true. Hearing this, Arisha stared intently at them. Looking at those wind chimes made her a little moved. Souvenirs about the White Witch, it feels strange. Seeing this, the seller happily asked, this young lady also seems very interested, do you like the legend of the White Witch? She answered indifferently, let us see, and Elizabeth could not help but show her liking, I like it so much, I am still praying these days, so take that one for me. She quickly took it for her, yes, thank you, madam. After receiving it, Elizabeth turned to her and showed off, young lady, look, it is very white and sparkling. I will put it on my head and hope to have a good sleep. A happy smile was clearly on her face, making Arisha a little embarrassed when she saw it. Then she smiled gently and said, White Witch, what is that? The two people once again jostled in the crowd. She walked and thought with a serious face, it is very crowded now, so I have to be careful not to be pulled away, or should I use teleportation? Suddenly, she realized that something was wrong. Looking around, she did not see Elizabeth, young lady. She looked around anxiously. Unexpectedly, she was sitting curled up in a corner in a deserted alley. She was so scared that she was crying, what should I do? If this continues, I won't be able to go home. At this time, a voice came out, making Elizabeth have to look up, that girl. Yes, me, are you talking about me? A black magician actually appeared. She raised her hands and said, that is right, beautiful girl, come here. She walked closer to her and asked naively, what is wrong? She grabbed the bag on her hip. A mirror appeared, with dark magic surrounding it, a gift for the beautiful girl. Isn't this mirror very suitable for the girl? The mirror made Elizabeth stare at it, a mirror. Her eyes gradually became empty, that is right. Seeing this, she smiled evilly, for only 2 taels of silver. Suddenly, Arisha appeared and snatched the mirror from her hand. The mirror immediately fell straight to the ground. Then she stepped on it, smashing it to pieces. The black magician was extremely angry when she saw this, what is this? Suddenly, a golden light appeared, making her stunned. And Arisha smiled and prepared to attack her, what a ridiculous trick. Early the next morning at a tea shop, sobs were echoing around. On the table were delicious snacks, but the sobs were clearer. On the chair next to her, Elizabeth was hugging her face and crying, her voice was weak, I thought I would never see my parents again. Arisha was listening and comforting her. Then, a spoon gently scooped down a piece of golden cake. She reached out and enticed, everything has ended well, young lady, calm down, come on. Arisha blushed and fed the small piece of cake, Elizabeth obediently received it. Suddenly, she was a little depressed, I really thank your highness, I am always helped by your highness, but she did not pay attention and replied casually, that is a matter of course, young lady. Suddenly Arisha was silent, not knowing what she was thinking in her heart. Immediately after, she remembered a memory, the sound of footsteps stepping on something making it shatter, echoing in the night. At that time, Arisha frowned, revealing a stern expression, I asked what that ridiculous joke was, do not let me repeat it a second time. The black magician's throat was stiff, and she said anxiously, I. Finally, unable to bear it, she turned around and ran away, I do not know anything, Arisha thought, I am sure, it was dark magic. At the same time, she also remembered the others, is it true that there are so many people who use dark magic in this empire? Arisha wondered in her heart, or did it suddenly increase? At this time, a small pink cake was brought in front of her, making Arisha a little surprised and sober. Elizabeth was shyly waiting, your high, no, young lady, eat it too, it is very delicious. Arisha happily bit it, thank you, the two were happy. Then she took the cake and enjoyed it deliciously. Arisha looked at the blue sky and silently resolved, sooner or later, I have to investigate thoroughly. In the twilight, the butler and the servants ran anxiously, young lady. They were very hurried, and their voices became urgent. Where have you been, young lady? Do you know that we have been looking for you for a long time? The butler put his hand on Elizabeth's shoulder and sighed. Luckily, nothing happened, she said fearfully and hesitated. Have you told my father? It was his turn to stammer. Ah, that. At this time, a deep voice sounded next to them. It is an honor to meet the princess. The two girls glanced over. He put his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. The two people quickly recognized and said, Duke Herdev. Arisha said happily, I just went for a walk, but it made everyone worried. Elizabeth excitedly recounted, I went to the beach with your highness, it was very beautiful. As soon as she finished speaking, Herdev was surprised to open his mouth. The beach, Arisha continued, the young lady has never been to the beach, so I took her for a bit. Seeing that his face seemed serious, she raised her hand to assure him, she was not hurt at all, so do not scold her too much. Herdev helplessly sweated all over his head. No, your highness, it is my honor. At that time, Elizabeth went next to Herdev and saluted Arisha. I was really happy today, your highness. She also returned the salute and replied, I hope to see you again next time. Then Arisha was also helped onto her carriage. Suddenly she turned around, her eyes were directed towards a place. It turned out that it was the place where Herdev and Elizabeth's hands were holding tightly. Not knowing what the two people were talking about, they laughed very happily. In that moment, Arisha suddenly hugged her chest. She also stepped on the supporting step and thought, my real family is only Isabella, so I do not need to feel so sad. Arisha hoped a little, I hope he will learn to love that child, and that child deserves to receive love from everyone. Seeing her keep silent, the knight was a little worried, Your Highness, are you okay? Arisha seemed to wake up from her thoughts. After a moment, she was able to answer, I am okay. The scene shifted to a dark room, the red-haired man lazily supported his chin, really, meaning that princess is said to be a monster when she uses magic. The knight below nodded, yes. He laughed as if he had discovered something interesting, the emperor abandoned that princess for 9 years. The red-haired man turned over the hourglass in his hand, the knight reported, I heard that she has only recently left the palace. He did not mind commenting even though he had a goose that lays golden eggs but still abandoned the princess because of personal feelings, that emperor is too stupid. This is, Kadale Reventris, emperor of the Reventris Empire. Then Kadale turned to order, you have worked hard, go out, the knight replied, yes, your majesty. As soon as the knight retreated, a head of red hair appeared again. As soon as he saw it, Kadale excitedly stood up and cheered, Cardell. He happily called, sister, this is, Kira Kari Reventris, princess of the Reventris Empire, Kadale's older sister. Kadale touched a glass of red wine with Cardell, it is lucky that you are still safe and sound, she also replied, it is also thanks to you sending the knight at the right time that I was able to escape. But it seemed that Kadale was still not satisfied, it is a pity, the emperor did not die in the war, but you still collected a little result, have you received the report yet? Kadale looked at the glass of wine and nodded, yes, the relationship between the emperor and the princess is not very good. He also said, moreover, the emperor has become weak when facing dark magic, so we can expand dark magic in the empire. Kadale still made a comment, this is good news, but the emperor is also too stupid. He looked up and said, knowing that the princess is good at magic, but because his wife died, he kept driving away his daughter. Cardell raised her glass and laughed, luckily, this does not affect us, we just need to stab deep into the gap between the emperor and the princess. Hearing this, Kadale was also very excited and waved his hand, then soon, that empire will be at the foot of Reventris. These words made her have a good time again, her smile was really sinister. Cardell's voice echoed, it has been a long time since something so fun has happened, I am looking forward to it, he continued, me too. The scene changed again, Arisha came back and lay flat on the bed and complained sadly, how boring. She looked over at the servant below and suggested, Isabella, let us go play. Isabella was holding a basket of clothes and wondered, but the princess just came back from the beach. She widened her eyes and looked over at the table full of books, you like to read books so much, today just read books and rest well, making Arisha unhappy and clicking her tongue softly. She sat up wearily and picked up a book, not forgetting to sigh. Suddenly Arisha discovered something interesting inside the book and her eyes lit up. She hurriedly called twice, Isabella, she heard it and turned back. Isabella bowed and asked, what is wrong, your highness? Arisha raised the book and said excitedly, let us go fishing. She also carefully looked at the picture, let us go catch the kraken. She immediately refused, no way, it looks disgusting just looking at it. Isabella said in fear, you said you would go catch that thing, it is too dangerous, absolutely not, making Arisha freeze and mutter, refused me. She showed a cute expression, her eyes sparkling, I will be careful. Isabella shook her head, still no, Arisha continued, but it is the kraken, she still did not agree. That is why I said no, she persuaded again. Its taste is super delicious, Isabella seriously affirmed. There are many dishes in the palace that are more delicious than kraken. As soon as she finished speaking, Arisha turned around wearily. Really not okay. Isabella crossed her arms angrily and replied, yes, what if something happens, what if you get eaten by it? Seeing this, she could only lower her head and reply, I know. Arisha walked heavily step by step and muttered, then, the golden light was ready to flash. Seeing this action, Isabella felt that something was wrong and opened her mouth. Before she could say anything, she saw her excitedly waving her hand and hiding in that light. I will go alone and be very careful and come back. Immediately Arisha disappeared in that light. I will be right back. Isabella only had time to wave her hand and call out, Your Highness. At the same time, at the Kraken Lake in the Empire, the surface of the lake was clear and calm. At this time, Arisha also appeared here. She could not help but sigh, it is really big. Arisha excitedly ran step by step forward. Suddenly her eyes became serious and she waved her hand to cast a spell. Arisha looked at the gradually changing lake surface and thought a little, where should I start, not noticing that below that there was a pair of red eyes looking at her. At this moment, a wave of water rose, making her startled and wide-eyed. Then the huge tentacles appeared. Seeing this, Arisha smiled as if satisfied. Good, it knows to show itself. She began to cast spells again, using it to support her body. Arisha looked at it from above and calculated, just need to tie its 2 legs. She smiled wickedly and said, then fishing is easy. The next second, golden chains appeared, tightly binding the kraken's huge tentacles. But it was not easily subdued, still trying to struggle underwater, making everything splash. Suddenly Arisha frowned and observed the kraken. She seemed to have discovered something. It seemed to be extremely angry, its turbid red eyes were very scary. Arisha looked at it suspiciously struggling and thought, what is wrong with it? She waved her hand again, increasing the power of the golden chain. The chain increased another circle, this time the kraken could no longer struggle. Suddenly Arisha smelled that purple light in the air, her complexion darkened. Immediately, she covered her nose and shouted, what is it? What madman dares to release poison into this big lake? Suddenly Arisha calmed down and realized, someone deliberately made the kraken go crazy. As if sensing something, she turned quickly in the direction of the tree. There was a boy there, this was Adrian. His whole body was tired, and sweat was dripping non-stop. Arisha wondered to herself curiously, where did that sound come from? Is it because of the kraken that he became like this? She slowly descended nearby, while secretly evaluating the person in front of her. Luckily, he was not poisoned, and the boy is the same. Arisha did not say much and snapped her fingers softly. She saw the kraken's huge body lifted from the lake by those chains. Then she strongly placed it on the grass and said, you keep it. Arisha bluntly said, I do not need it anymore. In her heart, she thought, I can't bring the kraken that has been infected back to Isabella. Adrian slowly supported his body to sit up. He put his hand on his chest, bowed his head, thank you for saving me. Arisha kindly instructed, don't get close to the lake anymore. She opened the door to home, not forgetting to glance back and remind him, because I do not know how many krakens are hiding out there. As soon as she finished speaking, her body also merged into that light and disappeared. Leaving Adrian stunned, muttering, okay. The scene returned to the palace, the sunset light streamed through the window frame. Bran and Isabella worriedly paced back and forth constantly. Suddenly, golden light appeared in a corner of the room. She jumped back and turned around. When she saw Arisha appear, Isabella anxiously called out, Your Highness. She quickly and accurately caught her falling. Isabella was angry again and frowned, Your Highness. Arisha flippantly replied, but this time I told you where I was going, and you also know that I am very strong so I won't be hurt. Actually kraken is nothing special. Hearing this, she helped her sit inside her arms, and whispered, no matter how strong you are, you must go with me next time, wherever you go. Isabella's beautiful blue eyes were teary, if something happens to Your Highness and I am not there. Arisha blushed and said in a low voice to comfort her, I know, wherever I go, I will go with Isabella, but where should we go next? She asked curiously, where do you want to go? At this time, a new male servant came forward and spoke, that. When the two people looked over, he continued, excuse me, Your Highness, how about Lake Rena in the Reventress Empire? Arisha looked at the man suspiciously, what servant is this? But she still asked calmly on the surface, Lake Rena. The male servant nodded respectfully, yes, Your Highness, this lake is very wide, with a very beautiful blue light, the water here is also very clear so many nobles often come there to fish. After hearing this, she frowned and stared as if thinking about something. And he still maintained the correct etiquette, silently waiting. After a while, Arisha turned back and said, okay, go to that place. At this time, the male servant nodded to listen to the order. But in a place where no one could see, he silently curled his lips. After a while, Arisha used magic to bring all three to Lake Rena. The male servant again made a surprised expression to blush, this is the first time I have seen someone use teleportation magic so easily, she replied smugly. This is just basic. Arisha's feet turned to one side. Suddenly, she said a sentence without beginning or end. Indeed, it is really interesting. This made Isabella confused. Yes, Your Highness, Arisha laughed innocently and shook her head. Nothing. Next, a fishing rod was thrown into that clear blue lake. Arisha happily exclaimed, holding the fishing rod. Fishing is really fun. Your Highness, nearby Isabella also cheered no less happily. You are so good. Suddenly the male servant clapped his hands continuously. Your Highness, that is great. She glanced over. He kept praising. There is a rumor that Your Highness is a genius. There is nothing that can make it difficult for you. Indeed, everything is true. Arisha laughed. Of course, there is nothing that can make it difficult for me. Not stopping, the male servant also assumed, it is a true honor for me to be so close to a genius like you. Coming to this, she was a little down. Thank you for thinking so. It seemed that he was only waiting for this part. Then Your Highness. The male servant eagerly suggested, can you walk on water? But Arisha's expression did not seem very interested. On the water, it is normal, just like walking on the ground. But Isabella was very surprised and shouted, really, you can walk on water? She replied shyly, it is not a big problem, just need to walk lightly. The male servant begged, let me see, I want to see. Even so, Isabella was still hesitant. Is it okay? Hearing the conversation, Arisha wondered, you want to see me walk on water so much? He answered very confidently, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the tip of her shoe had touched the water. Arisha's whole body was surrounded by golden magic, stepping step by step on the water. Reaching a distant distance, she turned back to look at the two people inside the shore. How is it? Is it great? Isabella cheered excitedly, it is great, Your Highness. The male servant silently bowed his head. Do you know about that? She did not understand what was going on, and stopped a little and looked over. Yes. In the distance, Arisha squinted her eyes to look, not understanding what was happening over there. His voice was low, the story of the entire Reventress Empire being a magic circle. At the same time, a circle appeared under her feet. Hearing this, Arisha only slightly curled the corner of her lips and smiled. Of course, I know. She remembered the suggestion earlier. Excuse me, Your Highness, Lake Rena, how about in the Empire? At that time, Arisha secretly evaluated, praise to him for daring to break into the princess's palace. It turned out that she had realized from the beginning, his voice is a little different compared to the people of the Eastern Empire, this guy, so I intend to follow his intentions to see what he intends to do. At this time, many colored magic circles continuously appeared and moved around Arisha. She covered her hand, very confused. Sleep and teleportation magic. The Emperor here is not very clear-headed. Her eyes gradually became heavy. Arisha did not forget to threaten, if I meet you again, then you are dead. Before closing her eyes, she saw Isabella anxiously rushing towards her and could not help but sigh. Oh dear, Isabella will be very surprised. After a while, inside Robertus's room, Sedelt was also working with him. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up, looking outside. The next second, the heavy door of the room was opened from the outside. Isabella called out while panting, Your Majesty. Her whole body was flustered, and reported, Princess Your Highness is in the Reventress Empire. Before falling, Isabella tried to mutter, she was kidnapped. Then she slumped down. Fortunately, she was supported by the male servant. Sedelt worriedly turned to call, Your Majesty. The hand holding the pen of Robertus had been placed on the table since when? He ordered with a straight face, summon the great ministers. At the same time, at the Reventress Empire, Kadale was hugging his face and laughing madly. By the time that male servant returned, he was still laughing with his mouth open. Kadale was happy for the success of his plan, pretending to be arrogant, but in the end, she is just a child, praised a few words and her nose has turned up. He confidently affirmed that, from the moment the princess stepped into the Reventress Empire, then she has been like a bird in a cage. Kadale turned down and asked, Have you dealt with the princess's nanny? The male servant respectfully nodded. I have brought her back to the Empire, to report that the princess is in the Reventress Empire. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked out the door as if he had discovered something. It turned out to be Cardell. Isn't it time for the princess to wake up? Let us go there. Kadale excitedly replied, I was just about to go. He supported the table and stood up. But is it true that the princess looks very similar to the emperor? Cardell pondered and replied, when I only met her, she was showing a mature look, perhaps she used magic, but that aura is exactly the same as the emperor. In her head, she clearly remembered Robertus's solemn and cold appearance. Next was the copy-pasted appearance of Arisha when she used magic to transform into an adult. Cardell was a little expectant. You make me nervous, sister, then I will go. Cardell continued, okay, I will clean up and come down. She did not forget to instruct, enjoy yourself. The scene moved to a dark prison. Arisha was tied up and sitting on a chair, and there was a magic circle that imprisoned her. Suddenly, a leather shoe-wearing foot stepped inside. And she was still in a coma, not knowing anything about this. It was Kadale. He looked down with his arms crossed and said with a disgusted voice, "Really, I really hate silver hair." It turned out that Arisha had woken up. She secretly calculated, this is magic sealing magic, then I will see the situation first. Arisha pretended as if she had just woken up, slowly opening her red eyes. He immediately approached closely. "How is it? Have you woken up, little princess?" But she was not afraid, and frowned and scolded, "Startled me, take that ugly face away a bit, and also the little princess," making Kadale angry endlessly. Then, Arisha also exaggeratedly turned her body and struggled. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Next was a loud laughter from him. Even Kadale had to praise a sentence, "Your mouth is really poisonous," while reminding her, "But that does not solve anything, princess, I have used the special magic formation of the Reventress Empire." She confidently asked back, "You think I can't do anything because of this?" Hearing this, he sighed, "I am so scared." Then he stood up and said, "If you can do anything, you would have done it long ago. Wait a little longer and I will show you something very interesting." Seemingly seeing that Arisha had no reaction, Kadale then stirred up, "Aren't you curious?" He understood the black spot in her heart very well, immediately provoking, "Will the Emperor of the Eastern Empire be so detached that he cares about his only daughter in danger?" As soon as he finished speaking, she was much more silent. Kadale kept rambling to himself, "I am so curious, what to do?" Arisha's small hands placed on her skirt contracted slightly as if trying to brace herself. He still did not stop. "If I tell the person who calls himself your father that the little princess is being held here, how will he react?" Her eyes had become much more blurred because of those words. At this time, Kadale finished her work and appeared. Immediately, Arisha wondered in her head, "What is it? Why is she here?" Kadale took out a purple ball and announced, "It is connected with the Emperor of the Eastern Empire." She was a little suspicious, that is, the sound transmission ball. Immediately, the image of Robertus and Sedelt appeared. Arisha sighed in her heart, "Oh my god." Kadale took it and brought it close to his face. "It is nice to meet you, Emperor." He also turned towards the place where Arisha was imprisoned. "Have you seen your daughter yet?" She disdainfully cursed in her heart, "This madman, is that what you mean?" Inside the ball, the image of Robertus frowning angrily was clear. "What are you plotting?" He said angrily, "Cardel Reventress," but Kadale was still not angry. "Your personality is still the same." He began to move, going behind Arisha. Suddenly he took out a small knife, held it close to her face, and fiercely announced, "Today I will kill the princess." Arisha frowned, "This guy." But in the end, she could only sigh, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kadale on this side had quickly suggested, "But if the emperor comes all the way here to save the princess, then I can postpone it for a day." His expression changed, returning to being more sinister than ever. "What to do? Can you delay the death of your daughter for one day?" The silent image of Robertus gradually appeared to have cracks. In the end, it was broken, with fragments flying everywhere. This made Arisha stunned in shock. "What, just gave up like that?" Kadale seized the opportunity to taunt, "Your father really does not love you at all, princess." He curiously asked, "Magic can't be used, your father has abandoned you, what will you do?" Arisha was gloomy, "That is right." She muttered, "I have been abandoned." These words made Kadale a little frozen. The golden light burst out strongly, the power pressed everything around. The smoke dissipated, revealing Kadale struggling to sit at the foot of the wall. Arisha said coldly, "You look so happy, this guy." Her face became gloomy, and her voice was also eerie. "Do you like to be happy?" He slowly raised his head, evaluating, more like a monster than the emperor. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the side, "Family." Hearing this, Arisha looked over. It turned out to be Cardell, is what there are at times that seem to be the closest, but in fact, are the most uncontrollable. She wondered, "What do you mean?" She said indifferently and poked at her, do you really think the emperor is your family, even though you share the same blood, but you only meet each other very rarely?" Once again, these words made Arisha waver. Kadale supported himself to sit up from the rubble. "How is it, princess?" He made a suggestion, "Do you want to give up the emperor who does not care about his daughter?" Kadale seriously continued, "And become a person of this empire." Arisha was confused, "What are you talking about?" Then a hand had reached out, "What is wrong?" Cardell continued to entice, with her hand also placed on her shoulder, "Do you still want to be loyal to the father who abandoned you?" Arisha hurriedly batted away the hand that was placed on her shoulder. But she was still not angry at all and smiled. They understood her very well, and once again made a condition, "I will bring your nanny here. Is not that your real family?" Arisha jumped when she heard these words. Kadale now made a request, "We only want one thing from the princess, which is to become a power when I need it." But she was silent, very alertly staring at him. At the same time, on the other side, they were replaying the final scene when Kadale threatened to hold a knife to Arisha's neck. "What to do? Can you delay the death of your daughter for one day?" Immediately after was the ball shattering. Everyone panicked and called out, "The ball! Robertus wondered to himself, we did not do anything on our side, why was the ball broken? He thought silently, what is your plot, Cardel Reventress? Seeing this, Sedelt next to him could not help but call, Your Majesty. A white-haired great minister frowned and suggested, we must gather the knights immediately. But the brown-haired great minister next to him hesitated, but the war has not ended for long. Another war now will cause great damage. The curly-haired great minister loudly affirmed, the princess is very strong, she will definitely solve it, this is like declaring war, it seems they are underestimating the power of our empire. Hearing this, the purple-haired great minister stood up and retorted, but the Reventress Empire is involved with dark magic, we can't be confident that we will win. But the reply was only Robertus's silence. After a while, he spoke and called, Sedelt. Sedelt put his hand on his chest and bowed his head, yes, Your Majesty. Robertus coldly ordered, gather the knights. At the same time, at the Reventress Empire, Cadale and Cardel were sitting and eating on a large and luxurious table. Cardel's eyes saw something and looked over. It turned out that Arisha had changed into another luxurious black dress and appeared. She raised her hand and made an inviting gesture, sit, princess. Her red eyes flickered slightly. When passing by, she did not forget to curse in her heart, those unlucky guys. After a while, the table was filled with delicious food, Arisha's voice rang out, so. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked, you two are sisters. Cadale proudly introduced, that is right, this is my older sister. Cardel also continued, that is right, my younger brother. Arisha secretly evaluated, their family feelings for each other are so deep. Taking this opportunity, she spoke out her doubts, so the sending of strangers to the royal palace at the debutante ball, and the opening of the illegal auction were all done by you people. Cadale answered very honestly, of course it was me, although it is not something to be proud of before the princess, I also know a little bit about dark magic. Arisha immediately took the knife on the table. She shot it straight over, but Cardel seemed to have predicted it and leaned to avoid it. Her voice was colder by a few points, are you teasing me? Compared to her calmness, Cadale had quickly turned around to look at the knife pinned in the back. He was furious, gnashing his teeth, princess. Before he could say anything, Cardel had stopped him, sit down, Cadale. She put down her plate and knife, and began to explain, please understand us, princess, on that day of the debutante ball, my younger brother had to do that to save me. Arisha witnessed that perfunctory attitude and felt very uncomfortable, you look so happy. Cardel sighed, how can I not be happy? Her mood was still calm, on the morning of that day, on the other side, Cadale's attitude had not eased at all. Cardel looked at her and was also frowning and said, it was a meeting with my trustworthy younger brother and the new person who will stand on my side. Arisha turned away and sneered, you think that if I stand on your side, everything will end. She stopped and suggested, do you need me to explain more about any part? She repeated each thing, first, then, the distribution of Kashimbor medicine. Next is, the planting of black magic users throughout the empire. Finally, and the illegal slave trade and the illegal auction. Arisha's voice echoed, how will you explain this? Cardel gently placed her hand on her chest and bowed, I apologize, I did not intend to make the empire fall into chaos. She crossed her arms and listened to her say, if the princess agrees to cooperate with our empire. Cardel's eyes seemed to glow, then I swear I will not do those things again. Hearing these words, Arisha thought, I also know a little bit, but it seems that the Reventress Empire and the Eastern Empire are really enemies of each other. She frankly asked, so what exactly do you want from me? Cadale, hearing this, knew that he had achieved his goal and curled his lips into a smile. He answered unhurriedly, I will tell you that when the plan ends. But unexpectedly, Arisha easily accepted, okay, let us do it like that. She turned around and left, I will wait and see. At the same time, Isabella felt her whole body as if she was sinking in a sea of water. How strange, I clearly reported the kidnapping to His Majesty, could it be that I am dead? She suddenly opened her blue eyes, impossible. At this time, Isabella seemed to see Arisha calling her name, Isabella, Isabella. Her eyes gently closed and muttered to herself, I can't die and leave your highness, I apologize for not being able to protect you. At this time, someone was loudly calling outside, Isabella, making Isabella startled and wake up from her dream, sweat was still dripping. It was really Arisha, she was worriedly sitting next to her, are you okay, did you have a nightmare? At this time, she could not say anything, she could only emotionally cry. Isabella sat up and hugged Arisha tightly, Your Highness. Then she let go, looking around for a while, are you okay, are you injured anywhere? She smiled brightly revealing her cute canine teeth, of course I am okay. Hearing this, Isabella breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, she looked around and wondered, but, where is this? This is. Arisha answered without hiding, the Reventress Empire, I will stay here for a while. These words made Isabella silent, her eyes widened in shock. Seeing this, she slowly touched the hand still placed on her bed. Arisha said with sparkling eyes, if you do not want to, then we can return to the Empire, Isabella. Even Isabella had to be surprised by these words. Immediately after, she grabbed her hand. "No way, Your Highness." Isabella affirmed, "If Your Highness is here, then where can I go?" Orisha gently reminded her, "But the two sides are enemies of each other." She blushed and smiled. "Yes, being with Your Highness is okay, do not worry." Suddenly Isabella said her doubts, "But I am a little worried because I do not know what Emperor Deventris is planning. It seems that the Emperor here uses dark magic." She reassured, "Don't worry." Orisha casually snapped her fingers, "Just need to kill him," making her scared and jump. Hearing this, she was very happy, and laughed again. Isabella also retracted her worried expression and smiled. At the same time, at a distant empire, Robertus was leaning back tiredly on a large chair. He recalled the meeting with the great ministers. The purple ball was broken to pieces again. The brown-haired great minister firmly opposed. "No way, Your Majesty, why gather the knights?" The brown-haired great minister next to him faintly evaluated, "Kidnapping the princess's nanny without being detected, proving that that side is not ordinary." The others anxiously shouted, "If you go, you will definitely be in danger." They constantly stopped him, and even the knights of the empire were in a precarious situation. Robertus frowned and spoke, "Then I will go to the Reventris royal palace alone." As soon as he heard this, Sidelt exclaimed in shock, "Your Majesty." The black-haired great minister supported his hand and stood up. "That is even more impossible." The brown-haired great minister next to him continued, "You have only returned to the empire for a short time and now you want to fight again." They kept rambling. Robertus's expression became more and more gloomy, making those two great ministers not dare to continue, only daring to look elsewhere. He did not say any more unnecessary words, supporting his hand to stand up and announced, "I will move tomorrow morning, you know that." Robertus looked down, thinking, "That is right, this terrible mood is all caused by that emperor's provocation." In his heart, he clearly understood, "I know that that child will not be easily subdued, but..." After a while, a black-haired female servant pushed a tea cart in. But Sidelt had taken it. "Let me do the rest." She nodded slightly. He poured tea and placed it on the table for Robertus. "Your Majesty, I have had someone bring the tea." He elegantly lifted the teacup. Sidelt announced, "Then I will go and send off the great ministers and come back." Suddenly he advised, "Please consider more, Your Majesty." Immediately after, Robertus dropped the teacup. Fresh blood spurted out of his mouth. Sidelt screamed in terror, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" He hurriedly said, "I must call the doctor." Then a bloody hand of his grabbed Sidelt's hand. Robertus at this time was full of fresh blood, his eyes were dazed and he could not say a word. The next morning at the Reventris Empire, the sky was clear, and the sunshine was gentle. On the large dining table, there were still those three people, Cadale, Cardell, and Orisha. Someone was still exclaiming, "The aroma is really charming." Her face after the glass of wine was very uncomfortable, frowning and complaining, "Why must I see your face from early in the morning?" Cadale announced sinisterly, "Because I have prepared everything." Orisha wondered, "Prepared?" He explained, "I mean prepared for borrowing your power. I told you to stand on our side, I mean today." At this time, Cardell spoke, "The princess's role." She stretched her hand towards Orisha, "Is the most important in this matter." She said irritably, "Don't beat around the bush anymore, quickly say it clearly." Cadale was not angry, slowly putting his hand inside his pocket to search. Then he took out a small bottle. Inside there was a purple compound. "You must know this, right?" Orisha nodded, "Cachanbor." Cadale said with satisfaction, "That is right, it was originally like a drug, but sometimes it can also become a deadly poison." He paused for a moment and announced, "And I will give this to the emperor to drink." As soon as he finished speaking, Orisha was immediately shocked. She thought to herself, a person who has been in contact with a large amount of dark magic. And, when drinking this, it will seriously affect the internal organs and can lead to death. This is the power that gnaws at the human soul. It was originally illegal. So if you contact it too much, both the soul and the body will be damaged. Orisha hesitated. The emperor has escaped death from dark magic, so if he drinks that, then perhaps. Therefore, she asked, "But is the emperor stupid enough to drink that into his mouth?" But Cadale confidently affirmed, "How could he be? It is all thanks to the spy planted in the royal palace." Cardell interjected, "Now it is probably time to say it, Cardell." She explained, "In the emperor's room, there is a teleportation magic formation that we have painstakingly prepared, but..." At the same time, Cardell also reminded, "Thanks to the power of the emperor constantly repelling dark magic, he will wake up soon, we do not have much time." Cadale made a request, "You only need to do one thing for me, bring the emperor here with teleportation magic." Without stopping, he also cruelly said, "Then finish him off, that is it." Immediately, Orisha exclaimed, "You mean I have to commit such a parricide crime?" Cadale still patiently enticed, "After all, he is just a father who deserves to be resented, he did not give you any love." He kept maliciously taunting, "Isn't he nothing to the princess?" But she remained silent. At this time a familiar female voice rang out, "No way." A blue skirt entered the dining room. Isabella hurriedly stopped her. Your Highness, you must not do that, the two people confusedly called Isabella. Cardell unhappily reminded, I am talking to the princess. She did not care, only tried to yell at Arisha, no matter how much you hate him, that is your father, if you harm the person who gave birth to you and ascend the throne, you definitely won't feel comfortable. She saw this and said, you must follow the path that your master has chosen. But Isabella very opinionatedly shook her head, no, I must stop it no matter what. She was not afraid, and said sternly, don't dream of using your highness's power for this. Arisha's small hands curled tightly beside her pink skirt. Isabella, first you step back. Isabella did not agree, your highness, no way. She made a condition, I will not step back until you say that you will not participate in this. But Cardell was not as patient, he had begun to bite his lip angrily. Seeing this, Cardell hurriedly shouted to stop him, wait, Cardell. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared next to Isabella and warned, you are really insolent, you are just the princess's nanny. That overbearing aura made her afraid, and she could not say a word for a moment. The next action happened unexpectedly, even Cardell did not expect it and opened his mouth. Arisha widened her eyes and watched the blonde hair flash across her face. Next, Isabella fell to the ground, one side of her cheek had been slapped red and numb. Of course, that slap came from Cardell, at this time she was still stunned. Arisha turned around, her voice dropped, you dare to hit Isabella. But he was still calm, it is just that she is too insolent. As soon as he finished speaking, her golden magic had erupted, perhaps I have been behaving too normally so you also think that I am just a 9-year-old child, right? Arisha did not hold back and exploded in anger, dare to touch Isabella and you are dead. The golden magic kept shining brightly, the power made the two Cardell and Cardell sisters terrified and used their hands to cover themselves. Arisha was like a devil, her whole body emitted a terrifying power, and summoned a large ball in her hand. Then 2 rings appeared on the necks of the 2 sisters, the oppressive feeling became bigger and bigger, making them unable to breathe. Cardell waved his hand and used dark magic. But Cardell seemed unable to wait any longer, even spitting out black blood, he shouted anxiously, sister. Immediately after, an explosion rang out, smoke and dust filled the air, not seeing the things around clearly. Cardell terrifiedly hugged his neck, tears fell, impossible. Finally before he fell, he struggled to mutter, to end like this, but they both fell down. After solving the matter, Arisha's foot turned slightly. She gently walked to sit next to Isabella. Arisha reached out and touched her slapped face. She just whispered, I am sorry for putting you in danger, let us go back, Isabella. Time had passed a long time, the sunset light shone on a distant empire. On the big bed, Robertus was lying there wearily, cold sweat kept pouring out. At this time, he was able to wake up, hugging his aching head and cursing, that bastard Cardell Reventress, he planted a spy in the royal palace. But when his foot just touched the ground, he had inadvertently activated the formation underneath. Very quickly, Robertus realized that something was wrong and frowned. Before he could do anything, his body was transferred by the formation, immediately disappearing from this place. A second later, Robertus was lying on the cold ground, his hands were still tied, and there was a sharp sword next to him. He struggled to support his body, this is not the prison under the royal palace, not noticing that a skirt appeared next to him. When Robertus looked up, he met Arisha's eyes. He seemed unable to believe it and exclaimed, Arisha. She thought for a few seconds before speaking to question, do you know that if I was a normal child? Arisha affirmed, then I would have become a cold corpse, right? Robertus could only be sad in his eyes. He felt helpless and closed his eyes, without explaining, do you know that what you are doing is treason? She was quite surprised by these words, her face froze for a moment, if you intend to abandon me, even more than a stranger. Arisha looked at the sword on the ground and shouted, then when I was still a child, you should have strangled me to death. In her heart, the happy image of her father and mother appeared, and also thought, I can understand the sadness and hatred when losing the person I love, but that is not my fault. Returning to reality, Robertus was still silent and did not say a word. Arisha clenched her hands and urged, please say something, your majesty, with a little expectation in her heart, please. He was silent again, as if rearranging everything inside his head. Robertus bluntly admitted, I never wanted to have a child, her eyes widened in terror. Arisha placed her trembling hand on her chest. She recalled that she had thought, anyway, I have never craved love, I do not even expect a little bit. The taunting words of Cardell again echoed, really, have you really never craved love? Coming to this, Arisha could not restrain herself and waved her hand to strangle Robertus's neck. Her strength was strong, making him a little difficult to breathe and painfully clench his teeth. Arisha's face darkened and she secretly admitted, that is right, perhaps I also had a little hope. Then she looked over at her father's whole body full of cold sweat, but that is all. She bent down to pick up the sword from the ground. Arisha bluntly pointed the sword at Robertus. Her voice returned to being calm, I have heard the answer. He looked at the sharp tip of the sword and faintly evaluated, like this is not bad either. A glittering teardrop fell next to Orisha's small feet. Robertus exclaimed in shock, Arisai. She swung the sword, tears fell non-stop, then, please disappear from my eyes, your majesty. Suddenly the scene in front of Orisha changed, the light hit her eyes making her a little dazed. At this time a young man hurriedly urged, go quickly, the wedding is starting. Seeing this, Orisha looked curiously, this is. Reaching a distance, many people were standing here, everyone was happily cheering. A black-haired girl happily carried a flower basket and spread them everywhere. Above was Robertus and Cecilia, the voice of the ceremony speaker echoed, the son of the empire, Emperor Robertus de Lepitzer, and the light of the empire, Empress Cecilia Bronia. As soon as he finished speaking, the people below shouted in unison, Your Majesty, congratulations, may the empire be prosperous. Then the two of them happily hugged each other, giving each other a public kiss in front of their citizens. Orisha silently witnessed all of this. The scene changed again, at a luxurious palace, full of red roses that were planted everywhere. Cecilia curiously spoke, what are you going to show me? Robertus used his hand to cover her eyes, you just need to go a little further, Cecil. Cecilia still wondered and called out, Robert. At this time, she had stepped inside the magic circle that had been arranged. Immediately, golden light flashed, shining brightly in a red rose garden. At this time, Robertus released his hand, open your eyes, Cecil. Cecilia looked around, is this what you intended to show me? He nodded, that is right. Looking at the large tree that was drooping and full of flowers, he whispered, it took me quite a long time to prepare it. After a while, Robertus sat down and leaned his back against that tree. Orisha seemed to realize something and thought to herself, that tree. The two of them affectionately hugged each other. Cecilia was happily blushing, thank you, Robert. Once again, she was transferred to the window beside a room. Cecilia was sitting blankly on the bed, next to her was Robertus and a doctor was reporting, Empress, infertility, because your body has been very weak. She only lowered her head softly, it is okay. But making him very worried and bowing down, Cecil, are you okay? Cecilia smiled wearily to comfort him, Robert, it is also possible. Suddenly she said weakly, I feel sorry for you. Robertus frowned, don't say that. He took that small hand, I only need you, I do not need an heir. But on the other hand, Cecilia knelt down, crying and begging, please let me have a child, White Witch, please let me meet my child. Orisha was affected, not understanding what was happening and hugged her head, this is, what sound, her voice still echoed in her ears, I know Robert also wants a child very much. Cecilia seemed to be whispering, I hope he not only gives his love to me, but can also give his love to that child. She kept listening, she again hoped, I want to build a truly happy family. Cecilia was still kneeling, clasping her hands to beg, the child, him, and me too, everyone will be happy. As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of light descended, making Orisha a little dazed. Then she could not help but curl her lips into a dry laugh a few times. Two blue-yellow lights seemed to flash across the large moon, she evaluated dryly, it is really a terrible thing. Orisha confusedly thought back, everything is very strange, why did I demean myself and hide myself? Just so as not to go against the emperor's wishes. She remembered those opportunities, if I was determined then of course. Even when Robertus was weak, eliminating the emperor and this empire was very easy. Orisha always found it strange, although I know that there are too many strange points, but why did I calmly ignore those things? Once again, Cecilia's whispering voice rang out, White Witch, from when we were young, Robert and I did not know what family was like. She was very sincere, so I want our child to grow up in boundless love. Orisha stood on the windowsill looking down and thought, that is right, I wanted to fulfill that earnest wish. Her heart seemed to want to scream, and I also want to feel love. Orisha remembered, so I set limits for myself. Then she turned around to look at that moon, with a magic called a wish. Her memory flew back to the past, magic has returned to the day I heard the news about the emperor's situation. Orisha suspiciously speculated, but the power began to become chaotic as if not wanting to harm the emperor. She squinted because of the dazzling light, the uncomfortable feeling of not being loved. On that day, the Sun Empire was covered by a dark gray color, lightning kept flashing. Inside Robertus was sitting next to the large bed, Isabella was holding the little princess, and a doctor was on standby non-stop. He looked at Cecilia who was weak and constantly sweating cold sweat, and cautiously reported, Your Majesty, perhaps the Empress will not make it through today. Robertus almost begged, please, Cecilia, I can't live without you. The hand that was holding her hand had uncontrollably trembled, you know better than anyone, I said that I did not need a child, so please. Cecilia struggled to open her sparkling eyes that were now black and instructed, Robert, promise me, you will not deny that she is our child, please love that child. But he hurriedly let go of his hand and muttered, in the Black Forest in the Western Empire, there is a herb that can treat all kinds of diseases, she said without understanding, Robert. Robertus turned away, determined to say, I will find it for you. Seeing this, Cecilia worriedly called out loudly, Robert. At the large window, the curtains were pulled a little, to let a little light shine in. Arisha crossed her arms and stood watching Cecilia getting weaker and weaker. Her eyes gradually lost their light, and even her lips became purple. Seeing Cecilia looking at her, she was surprised. She sees me. Then she sighed and was determined. Arisha timidly asked, do you regret, because of your wish? Hearing this, she tried to widen her eyes and smiled, even though she was still panting non-stop. Cecilia replied, 10 months of holding my child in my arms was the happiest time. These words made her clench her fist. Suddenly she said that, it is okay. Cecilia smiled like an angel and indulged, if you do not want to, then you do not need to do anything. She instructed, live your life. Immediately after, the golden light again surrounded that small body. Arisha widened her eyes, my wish. She understood that, it is over. Then she disappeared from this memory. Beside Arisha's bed, Robertus was on standby. The doctor whispered to report, the princess's health has no problems. He speculated, perhaps it was because she was too shocked that the princess fainted. Until the doctor came out, Robertus still did not speak, his face was still gloomy as before. Suddenly he widened his red eyes. In his head, he remembered the moment Arisha swung her sword in tears, then, please disappear from my eyes, your majesty. Robertus looked at her calmness and muttered, clearly she was stabbed in the heart, after all, what is happening? He remembered Arisha's small image, I do not have enough courage to love that child in exchange for Cecilia. Robertus gently touched the baby's chubby face. He again held her in his arms, but this is Cecilia's child, so I can't hate her. Robertus silently hugged her tighter in his arms. He muttered, it is not that I have never set foot in the princess's palace. Robertus stood in front of the large door and contemplated, but I am afraid I will vent my resentment on her. He looked at Arisha playing with the servants below, so I can only observe from a distance. Robertus saw that she was very happy and innocent. Suddenly he was silent again, as if rummaging through memories. Robertus remembered that she bowed, 3 years after returning from the war, I met that child again. He also easily recognized, but the eyes of that child are not at all like a normal child, it is not like she is trying to act like that. At that time, Arisha again asked with a bit of mockery, I thought you would not participate in the debutante ball. Then he sharply defended, you did not give advance notice, so I said that. Robertus affirmed, those eyes do not contain any longing for love. On the other hand, he also noticed the small hands that were clenching tightly. Robertus had assumed, so I thought she did not consider me her father. Again, he remembered her desperate eyes, but I realized something too late. And at that time, Robertus faced himself, the fact that this child craved to be loved. On his head there was a dark color, making the doctor next to him also worried. Robertus asked with a murderous aura, why has not she woken up yet? The doctor tremblingly reported, it is true that I said the princess's health is very healthy, so this, can't say it is a disease, he replied, is that so? Immediately after, Robertus stood up abruptly, pulling the sword out of its sheath, making the doctor terrified and jump back again. At this time, someone's hand grabbed his hand and called out loudly, Your Majesty. It turned out to be Sedelt, you must not kill him. He was still as scary as before, spitting out 2 words, why? He pointed to the doctor and explained, you also know that he is the most reputable person in the field of medicine in the empire. The doctor seemed to want to cry. Sedelt again persuaded, if it was not for him, then others would not be able to know the princess's condition. Coming to this, Robertus had become so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He could not restrain himself and threw the sword strongly on the cold floor. Robertus turned around and asked Debian, is that dark magic? Debian hurriedly replied, this is not a symptom of dark magic. He wondered, then there is no other way. He looked at Arisha sleeping, and hesitated to confirm, for now, that is right. Hearing this, Robertus again silently looked at her. He called, Sedelt. He put his hand on his chest and replied, yes, your majesty. Robertus ordered, gather all the mages who can draw teleportation magic circles. Sedelt exclaimed in shock, yes, but why? He announced coldly, we will go to the Western Empire. He reminded, your majesty, there will be war. Without stopping, Robertus also said, I will go to the Black Forest. Not knowing how long it had been, Arisha on the bed finally opened her eyes. She hugged her head and sat up, my head, where is this? Immediately a voice rang out next to her, Your Highness. It turned out to be Debian, now that you have just woken up, what should we do? The doctor, as if saved, exclaimed, really, too lucky. Arisha frowned and ordered, explain this situation. He nodded, yes. Debian weakly recounted, His Majesty said that when he returns and your Highness still has not woken up, he will behead everyone. Hearing this, she darkened her face in confusion. What nonsense is he talking about? In her heart, she thought, he was very quick to abandon me, does he have schizophrenia? At this time, Isabella brought water and said, Your Highness, are you okay? Arisha happily replied, yeah, I am okay. Suddenly she felt curious, but the emperor, oh no, where did my father go? When Arisha just raised the water to drink, she was also announcing, He has gone to the Black Forest in the Western Empire. Hearing this, she choked on the water and called out. What? Why did he go there? Isabella shook her head. I do not know either. I only know that he went there to find herbs that can cure all kinds of diseases. Arisha was silent and thought, going there again. She looked through that window. I feel so uneasy. Time passed, the sky was as dark as ink. Robertus and Raven had just stepped out of the formation into the Black Forest. Seeing him constantly yawning, he disgustedly ordered, You just stay here to avoid hindering me. The road ahead had no light, the trees intertwined to cover the path. Robertus was still determined to go to that place. He remembered that memory, the legendary Black Forest, a place full of monsters and guarded by the forest keeper. 9 years ago, I was unable to set foot in the forest because of a mysterious power. Coming to this, Robertus stopped and looked at everything around him carefully. Huge and extremely ferocious wolves appeared. Hearing the sound, he immediately glanced over vigilantly. The next second, he had pulled out his sword from the sheath. With only 2 sword strikes, the wolves had lost the ability to live. After finishing, Robertus breathed softly. On his face there were still bloodstains from the large wolf pack. In front of him there were still some wolves going crazy, but he felt happy in his heart. Luckily, I was able to enter this time. His leather shoe-wearing feet did not stop. Constantly fighting with the wolves, the sound of fighting rang out fiercely. When Robertus stopped, it was also the last wolf that was taken down, the wolf corpses piled up behind him. His whole body was covered in blood. Not knowing whose it was, Robertus lightly wiped it off with his hand, and glanced over to discover something. He looked at the large tree in front and exclaimed, That is. Robertus was happy to see that plant. I found it. He reached out his hand, that kind of herb. But before he could do anything, he was attacked by someone. Robertus leaned to avoid it. He looked up in wonder, Is that what protects the herb? Robertus took out his sharp sword again, his eyes were very serious. He fought with that mysterious thing trying to protect the herb. The branches automatically separated from the tree, each of which was as sharp as a sword blade. He seized the opportunity. At this moment, he sprang forward. Next was a beautiful reverse somersault. A blue shield was erected, protecting Robertus. Blocking a blow, he lowered his body and landed on the ground. Suddenly Robertus's whole body felt something that shocked him. The Black Forest at this time had a light shining, an unprecedented event. He looked at that tree and calculated, This is almost the first time I have felt the breath of death since becoming a sword saint. If I touch that thing, perhaps I will die before I can save Arisha. The rain poured down. Robertus decided, I must retreat first. Immediately, he turned around and ran towards the exit. Behind him, the red branches chased quickly. In the distance, Raven was standing inside the formation waiting. He shouted loudly, Return to the royal palace, right now. As the 2 people disappeared, the red branches also arrived. At this time, in the palace in the Sun Empire, Arisha was sitting on the bed eating soup. As she was enjoying it deliciously, the blue light next to her flashed. It was Robertus and Raven who had returned. Sedelt unexpectedly shouted, Your Majesty, you have returned. Arisha held the spoon and turned around to secretly evaluate, still intact, better than those who have set foot in the Black Forest before. Before she could do anything, she saw him hurriedly turning to call her, Arisha. His eyes were filled with worry that had never been seen before. Suddenly a heavy rain poured down on this empire. The sound shook the sky, making Debian jump in shock. What is it? What is going on? Isabella was also terrified. An earthquake. Her red eyes still calmly looked at the person in front of her. Arisha bluntly asked, Your Majesty, did you touch the divine tree in the Black Forest? In her heart, she screamed, Quickly say no. Begging him, Robertus only silently looked down. Then he turned away, his eyes avoiding. He thought to himself, It is over. At this time a thunderous lightning struck down with a bang. Sedelt gritted his teeth. The servants were all scared. Arisha urged, Your Majesty, quickly evacuate everyone, and absolutely do not show yourself. Before she could finish speaking, an explosion rang out again. A part of the palace was broken to pieces. A boy with long ears appeared, his hair covering his eyes, dared to run away. He was wearing a black robe, floating in the dark sky. The golden magic from Arisha's hand gradually dispelled the darkness that the person brought. She waved her hand to resist and thought, The current situation is not good, there are too many people in the royal palace. Above, that person also spoke, Recently I have not felt your power in the moonlight anymore. A circle was protecting Robertus and Raven inside. On this side, Debian and Isabella were stunned. He wondered, But what is her appearance now? Arisha indifferently said, Reduce the murderous aura a little. She called his name, Cashin. He asked unhappily, It is really funny, do you know what he has done? Cashin recounted, he intended to stick his sword into the divine tree. In Arisha's heart, she lamented, touching it was not enough, he intended to stick his sword into it. On the surface, she could not help but shout, What? She looked at his contemplative expression and thought, Perhaps today the empire will collapse. Raven was scared out of his wits. Up there, Cashin was angry again. It is because of him that I came all the way here, so do not dream of covering up for him. Arisha sighed, I can't. Looking like that, she was of the same blood as me. These words made him explode. What, if your body has been transformed into a child, then your mind also has a problem. She blushed and covered her mouth. What are you thinking? I am just a child. I thought it would be known just by looking. You are far from it. In her heart, she decided. I must shift the attention to myself. Suddenly Cashin's purple magic burst out, his voice challenged. It has been hundreds of years, right? Do you want to try? Arisha happily smiled. You have been caught. Next, another explosion rang out. The castle was damaged again. His whole body flashed, black magic radiated continuously. Now, she was relieved, most of them have been evacuated. Arisha glanced around vigilantly. He has come so close. All around there was black magic, so much that it emitted a very disgusting smell. Her hand slightly clenched the blanket under her hand, golden magic radiated. Arisha's body gradually flew up, in her heart she wondered, so he intends to play like this. Now she was also on par with Cashin. Her hand waved, golden magic radiated everywhere beautifully. Arisha created a large ball, secretly calculating, then I will crush everything into ashes. She looked down below, it is prepared. Of course, the main target was Cashin. He was terrified because of this power, anxiously biting his teeth tightly. Next was the golden light bursting out, almost covering the sky. Looking inside the light, Arisha landed on the ground. I will spare you, so please end it here, Cashin. She unhappily asked, how dare you destroy the royal palace? Suddenly from within it, black magic swords shot out straight at Arisha. She regained her composure and waved her hand to block them. Arisha collected all the black swords. Then she flicked her hand, those swords as if listening to the order turned around. An explosion rang out, the power shot around making her have to cover her hand, smoke and dust were everywhere so she could not see the situation. After a while, the smoke dissipated, revealing Arisha standing alone in a corner. She looked around searching, where did he hide? Suddenly Cashin appeared from behind, the blade of the sword flashed across Arisha's long hair. She immediately turned around, where did he hide? How dare he cut my hair? I will not let him off if I catch him. He smugly created a magic circle, who said I will be caught. The ball in his hand was getting bigger and bigger, the black magic seemed to want to spill out. Cashin arrogantly challenged, see if you can stop me. Arisha was also not negligent, her expression became more serious, looking very determined. When she was lamenting, everything is troublesome, then a pair of feet ran swiftly. It was Robertus, he shielded Arisha in front of him. She was so surprised that she could not believe it, her eyes widened and her mouth also dropped. Arisha just looked at the large back of her father. Before she could think more, an explosion rang out, smoke and dust along with black magic shot out everywhere, no one could see the situation there. After a while, it could be seen that Robertus had collapsed hugging his own arm. Arisha anxiously shouted loudly, what are you doing? And Cashin scornfully said, what kind of person is that stupid? Emperors are just humans. Outside everyone saw this and shouted in terror, Your Majesty, your arm, quickly call the doctor. They hurriedly gave the order, first we must take His Majesty into the palace, and she was still silently observing. At this time, Cashin landed next to Arisha and clicked his tongue. He again showed a superior look, humans are really prone to exaggerating because of things that are not worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the head by Arisha, causing him to bend over. Cashin angrily shouted, why did you hit me? She did not answer, her eyes glanced at the ground. Before her, Sedelt along with Isabella were supporting Robertus who had collapsed on the ground. Time passed again, the sunset had covered the Sun Empire, Arisha was sitting vigilantly next to Robertus's bed. He was in extreme pain, constantly sweating cold sweat and panting. She looked at the magic in her hand and thought, now even when I am next to the Emperor, I can still control magic, my dream has come true. Arisha calculated, anyway, the Emperor was already weak when facing dark magic, receiving an attack from Cashin that was even stronger than Kadale, he will probably die soon. That is right, it is a miracle that he was able to endure until now. She glanced over at the old doctor on the other side and affirmed, because this is a wound left by dark magic. Arisha knew that, so there would be no doctor or mage in the magic tower who could cure him. The only person who could cure him. This she understood even more, was Cashin, the person who created that wound. The other person, and me, Arisha seemed to be hesitating. Her feet turned to leave, not continuing to stay. She pushed open the heavy door. Inside the room, Cashin had changed into other clothes, shedding that black robe. He crossed his arms and said, you have come. Without stopping, Cashin was also waving a fan in front of his face, the stench from the arm of His Majesty has flown all the way here, what should I do, seeing that disgusted look? He wondered, what is wrong, you are not treating him. Arisha showed a hesitant expression, yeah, what should I do? Hearing this, Cashin sat down on the chair, earlier you said that he had the same blood as you, how come you are so fickle? She refused. I am so tired, do not make me talk anymore. He seized this opportunity to ramble. You are already grown up and still like that, so stingy. I thought that only the body was shrunk, but it turns out that both the body and mind are like that. Arisha also sat down opposite him. It is because you have never experienced it. Do you know how angry I was when I was treated like that for 9 years? Kashin sat up. I do not know. He sipped his teacup. But you have signed a contract with the Reventress Emperor, right? Do you know how much trouble I have encountered because of him? Then in the end you sent him off too. Kashin bluntly mentioned, don't change the subject. What are you planning to do with the Emperor? He wondered, just let him be like that. Once again, Arisha did not know what to do. She bit her teeth tightly, and Kashin was still rambling. As a human, he has endured long enough. Are not you tired? Finally Arisha could not bear it and stood up shouting, oh my god. Seemingly knowing clearly, but he still deliberately asked, what is wrong, where are you going? She turned around and frowned to scold, you are really annoying. Kashin put down the teacup, it is really lucky for the Emperor. He glanced over, and said implicitly, because he has a daughter willing to save his life. The night sky had fallen, outside the Empire it was quite quiet, concealing the undercurrents that were swirling inside. Inside Robertus's room, the confidants were vigilantly guarding worriedly. Arisha opened the door and entered and ordered, I have something to say to His Majesty, so all of you please step down. The black-haired great minister frowned, yes, but His Majesty still can't open his eyes, Your Highness. Her face darkened and replied, I know. Seeing that terrifying aura, the great minister could only stand up, yes, Your Highness. Sidelt pushed the two great ministers out, and thoughtfully offered, do you want to go drink a cup of tea? Arisha sat down next to his bed. His injured arm had been bandaged, and the dark magic kept circling around. Seeing this, she could only sigh softly. Arisha used her hand to place it on Robertus's forehead, golden magic also appeared. Gradually, his still closed eyes opened. Finally Robertus was able to sit up and call, Arisha. She could not wait to ask, why did you block for me? Arisha affirmed, you must also know, magic to that extent has no effect on me. He bluntly replied, you said it had no effect, but that does not mean it does not hurt. Suddenly she burst out laughing and scolded, you are really stupid. Coming to this, Arisha was again curious, when standing before death, did you feel regret for blocking for me? After thinking for a while, Robertus replied, I regret it. Hearing this, she lightly turned away and sighed, that is right. Then he continued, it is my fault. Robertus began to whisper, I should not have locked you in the princess's palace. He hugged his face and slumped down, so please do not leave me like Cecilia, if I lose you too, then I probably won't be able to live normally. These words surprised Arisha, her hand also raised, that. But it stopped in mid-air. She replied, I will not forgive your majesty. Robertus frowned to defend, I do not intend to ask you to forgive me, I did not say that because I wanted you to understand me, it is just. Arisha coldly said, then you just continue to apologize, let that feeling of guilt follow you for life. As soon as she finished speaking, she became silent. Arisha's small hand again reached out to touch Robertus's arm that was stained with dark magic. When the golden light shined, he still could not believe it and opened his mouth. She was still focused on treating Robertus. In Arisha's heart, she understood that, the time that has passed will never return. She secretly decided, the things that have happened also cannot disappear, I cannot forgive so easily. He blankly looked at his recovering arm. Arisha confidently pointed at herself and announced, I will become the Emperor, Your Majesty. She also announced, the most precious and rare thing among the things you possess, I will seize it. Arisha's hand slightly clenched and thought, this is not the power of wishes, but my will. Hearing this, Robertus did not have a hint of anger, only staring at her. He suggested, I have something I want to show you. Robertus led the way, behind him Arisha followed closely. Walking inside, there was a piece of red cloth covering something. She wondered, is this the Emperor's private room? When the curtain was pulled away, the Emperor's crown was revealed there. On the wall were pictures of Cecilia, or the happiness of the two people. Arisha just widened her eyes and looked around. Among them there was a photo. Robertus was hugging Arisha when she was tiny. She still asked with a sharp tongue, you want to make the pity in me arise? He shook his head, you have said that you will not forgive me, so I think that I must apologize to you for life. Robertus affirmed, but the power of the crown is another matter, I will never recognize you as the heir. He announced, the position of heir will always be left empty, and anyone who is qualified can sit in this position. After finishing speaking, Arisha also lightly bowed her head and smiled, that is what I expect, I do not need help to stand in the position of heir. Robertus was satisfied, raising the crown, that is right. He was very expectant, you must take it from my head, and turn it into yours. She confidently replied, I will definitely get it, Your Majesty. Time passed silently. Today was a beautiful day. In a crowded area, a familiar voice rang out, Happy birthday to you, Your Highness. Arisha wore a cloak, thank you, Isabella. Isabella was confused, today is your birthday and you are only visiting the night market. She reminded, His Majesty said that he would prepare a grand party for you. But she was not interested. Okay, I hate troublesome things, but Isabella. Arisha pointed to a poster on the wall and asked, didn't you say you wanted to see that? Isabella blushed, that is right, the content of this play is very romantic. It seems to be a love story of two people after 1,000 years of reunion. She muttered, romantic ah. After a while, the two entered the cinema to watch a movie. The cheeks of the two girls were flushed red. Isabella could not help but be teary. It is really a beautiful story. Then the two went out to eat snacks. She happily ate a grilled skewer in her hand. The two held hands and walked around everywhere. When it got dark, the streets were lit up beautifully everywhere. Isabella pointed to a shop. Your Highness, there are some cute masks here. She confidently put it on Arisha. This is the messenger cat. She was confused. A cat? Why a cat? Isabella smiled brightly, because you are very suitable with cats. At this time, in front of Arisha there seemed to be an old memory appearing. Aren't you very suitable with cats? Next, the two were also flirting and strolling. She panicked and thought, this memory. Seeing this, Isabella worriedly exclaimed, Your Highness, are you okay? Arisha shook her head, yeah, I am okay. She took her hand and suggested, let us go home. Suddenly a series of beautiful fireworks shot into the night sky. Arisha looked up at the brilliant scene around. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she glanced behind her. The two people were still walking forward. She was still looking in a distant direction. Arisha seemed to see her body before it was shrunk. A beautiful scene appeared, flowers and grass along with the blue sky. Time passed, the scenery of the seasons also gradually changed, flowers bloomed and withered. The Sun Empire stood tall, the leaves were dyed color then quietly fell, the snow kept falling then melting, repeating over and over again. Arisha stood by the window looking out, and she also began to feel boring when she had witnessed the first snow a few times. She muttered and calculated, 9 years have passed like that. Inside the princess's room, a servant was asking for ideas. Your Highness, you will be going out with Duke Herdev's young lady today, right? Arisha replied, yeah. The servant suggested, then let me put up your hair for you. She did not complain and nodded, okay. Behind, another servant was preparing clothes. Your Highness, which dress do you want to wear? Arisha pondered then chose, the pink dress from last time. When she put it on, the servant could not help but praise, Your Highness, you are really stunning. Arisha was extremely beautiful. The servant's eyes were sparkling again. This dress is super suitable for you, to the extent that it is like a part of your body. Suddenly the servant next to her reminded, but the emperor's birthday is coming up in 1 week, right? The short-haired servant wondered, will His Majesty also throw a party this time? She shook her head, I still have not heard anything said. Arisha recalled and thought, last time when we ate together, he also did not say anything, but in fact, the two father and daughter do not talk to each other. The long-haired servant expected, if there is a party, then the royal palace will become lively after a long period of silence, right? The short-haired servant continued. His Majesty's gifts must not be just 1 or 2 items. The black-haired servant wondered, then has the princess prepared a gift for His Majesty? Coming to this, Arisha stuttered, a gift, what? The scene shifted to a tea shop. The waiter politely spoke, thank you, madam, goodbye and see you again. Now this blue-eyed friend had also grown up, as beautiful as a flower. Is that gift really okay? Your Highness, this was none other than Elizabeth Herdev. I know many jewelry stores. Arisha reassured, it is okay. At first I had thought of a brooch. She nodded happily, that is great. I hope His Majesty will like this gift. Then she worriedly asked, are you happy traveling with your fiancé? Elizabeth's eyes widened and replied, yes. She was shy and blushed, if you have time, then please come to my mansion to play. Recently he gave me flowers, so I have decorated the mansion. Hearing this, Arisha also agreed, I will come to play. Suddenly Elizabeth was a little curious, but has not Your Highness thought about getting married? This is the most beautiful age to get engaged. But she thought, it is not time yet. She could not help but advise a few words, it is not too late now, you should think about it slowly. At this time, someone ran over from afar, behind them there was someone shouting, thief. The two people jumped back and turned around. The young teenager panted and shouted, get out of the way. Seeing him getting closer and closer, Elizabeth said fearfully, he is running towards this side, where is the security team? But Arisha quickly stood in front of her to block her, making Elizabeth confused and say, Your Highness. Her red eyes were still as ever, blue magic gently appeared. Arisha softly snapped her fingers, the boy was still shouting loudly, get out of the way. He excitedly pushed the people in front of him to run away. Suddenly magic from somewhere wrapped around his feet. The boy was tied up by the force and hung in the sky. What is this? In Arisha's hand there was a small magic formation, she was still controlling it. Immediately, the stolen bag of items fell out of his body, making him panic. Then Arisha easily grabbed the bag in Elizabeth's admiring eyes. She turned to the owner of it, here you are. The girl hurriedly took it, thank you, Your Highness. Elizabeth exclaimed, it is lucky that Your Highness passed by here. she also turned to smile. Suddenly Arisha said, "Young lady, please go first," making her confused and open her mouth. "Yes, is something wrong, Your Highness?" She replied, "I intend to hand this person over to the security team." Then the boy who was tightly bound fell to the ground. In Arisha's hand, she was still turning that magic circle, her eyes were shrewd, and see if they are working well. The starry night sky fell on the beautiful Sun Empire. On the large dining table, the two father and daughter Robertus and Arisha sat opposite each other and dined. When she was cutting beef, he spoke, "I heard." Robertus's eyes still did not look up, and continued, "There was a commotion in the central area today." She calmly replied, "Yes, nothing big." After hearing this, he did not show any attitude. "When do you intend to bring a bodyguard?" Arisha disdained. "Can the knights protect me?" At this time, Robertus paused a little. "You have fired Baron Vigan, the person in charge of the security team." Arisha remembered that image. That guy's face was bruised and he kept begging, "I have committed a crime worthy of death, please forgive me." She happily sat on the chair. In her heart secretly evaluating, unexpectedly, the Baron used the money that the royal family provided to the security team for other things. Arisha did not explain much, only thought to herself, "Because I can't kill him, I can only fire him." Her expression suddenly darkened, and her voice was colder. "You do not like it, a mediocre princess like me fired other people." Robertus calmly ate steak. No. He understood that, whatever you do, there is a reason. Hearing this, Arisha also did not know what to say, only lightly pursed her lips. Ignoring this, Robertus announced, "In 6 days, a delegation from the Western Empire will come here, that is before the Emperor's birthday." He said, "So I intend to throw a party." She said a little unexpectedly, "Really?" Robertus nodded, "That is right, welcoming the delegation like that is good enough." In Arisha's heart, she happily thought, "Luckily, I bought a gift." But there was another matter. He hesitated. "I heard that in this delegation." Robertus said that, "There is also the Crown Prince coming to visit." Inside the carriage, the guard also happily followed the person in front of him. "Your Highness, you look so happy." Seeing Adrian's hands constantly rubbing together, he wondered, "What are you looking forward to?" After a while, he replied, "That person." The guard did not understand what was going on and said, "Yes, that person." The magnificent palace had gradually appeared. Finally a faint smile appeared on Adrian's lips. He looked forward and muttered, "I hope it comes a little faster." The sky above became dark, the stars and the beautiful moonlight. Arisha hugged a book and opened the door to enter the room. But when she saw the scene in front of her, she stopped a little in surprise. Seeing that the person was standing next to the bed cleaning, Arisha asked, "Isabella, what are you doing?" Hearing the sound, she quickly turned around. "You are back, Your Highness, I am cleaning." She went to the chair and sat down, still not forgetting to complain, "I said that there would be other people doing this, there are many servants now, Isabella should rest." Isabella nodded, "Yes, I know." Her beautiful blue eyes sparkled again, "But before I did not just clean Your Highness's room, I also helped you prepare when you went out." Arisha also happily looked over, holding that book in her hand. Suddenly she wondered, why does not Isabella get married, making Isabella shy and blush. "What marriage at this age?" Arisha confusedly, "What is wrong? You also want to very much." "Right, working hard to take care of me your whole life." She immediately retorted, "What working hard, Your Highness, do not say that." Then Isabella pushed it over, "Your Highness is the one at the right age to get married than me, do not you pay attention to anyone." Arisha shook her head, "No one." Seeing her intently reading something, she was curious, "But what is that?" Arisha was still seriously reviewing, "I heard that the Crown Prince will come with the delegation from the Western Empire. So I want to understand a little beforehand." Finally she found it, she cheered, "I found it, the Crown Prince of the Western Empire. The information was recorded completely, name Adrian Arland, is the son of a concubine who came from a maidservant. The hidden corner, because no one valued him in his childhood. Next, but at the age of 10, he surpassed his brothers in the Crown Prince selection exam, and righteously stepped into the position of Crown Prince." Arisha evaluated. Indeed, it is an interesting story. After reading, she also folded the book and placed it on the table. Arisha's eyes became sinister, "It is very worth looking forward to." Early the next morning, at the main castle of the Sun Empire. Above, Robertus and Arisha had sat on the large chair. Below the great ministers were also lined up neatly. The guard announced, "The delegation from the Western Empire has arrived." The heavy door was gradually opened, little light from outside came in. The dignified blue-haired prince stepped inside. From afar, Arisha observed Adrian and thought, dark blue hair and silver eyes. Then remembering the information she just had, she secretly evaluated, there is nothing similar to the Western Emperor. Before she could do anything, she saw Adrian coming over, smiling and staring at Arisha. This action made her quite surprised, her eyebrows slightly raised. Robertus's red eyes also narrowed. Below, he began to bow, "The Crown Prince of the Western Empire, Adrian Arland, sends greetings to the son of the Empire." He politely replied, "Welcome, it seems everyone has had a hard time on the way here." Adrian turned to those items. "I have brought some gifts from the Western Empire to give to your majesty. I hope you will happily receive them." Robertus nodded, "Thank you, I have prepared rooms for the delegation to rest, we will talk more at the party." He also saluted, "Thank you for your concern." Suddenly Adrian looked up, "But, your majesty." He blushed and announced, "I have a suggestion, I want to send to the Eastern Empire Lepitzer from the Western Empire Arland." As soon as the words were finished, he asked sternly, "A suggestion?" Adrian turned to look at the beautiful Arisha. Each word was spoken, "I hope that the star of the Eastern Empire," he continued, "can enroll in the Academy of the Western Empire." After a while, at the meeting with the great ministers, Arisha refused decisively, "I do not want to, why do I have to go there?" But the brown-haired great minister retorted, "Your Highness, this is a good opportunity for the two countries to communicate." The black-haired great minister nodded and continued, "That is right, we have not had any communication in the past 20 years. The young great minister also tried to persuade, moreover, the Academy of the Western Empire has a very high level, you can learn a lot of things. Arisha was not polite, her attitude was disdainful, "Don't make me laugh, I do not need those things," making that great minister only be able to shed tears. Suddenly someone interjected, then. Herdev suggested, "Please consider it as a challenge, until now, your diplomatic ability has not been shown." He coldly reminded her, "In the past, only other empires flattered us, and there were no proper exchanges." Herdev stood up abruptly, placing his hand on his chest, "Please consider this as part of proving your ability, just like 9 years ago, when I asked you to prove it." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room was covered by a silence, as if waiting for an answer. Arisha cunningly snapped her fingers and replied, "I do not want to." Next, golden magic flashed, she had transferred elsewhere. Herdev and the other great ministers were angry, only opening their mouths without being able to say a word. At this time, Roberta spoke, "Then until the delegation returns." He announced, "If the princess changes her mind, then I will reply." In the evening at the welcome party for the Western delegation, Arisha beautifully stood in a corner. In her hand she held a glass of wine, enjoying it little by little. Suddenly someone called, "Your Highness." Arisha quickly turned around. A count came to offer, "Can you dance a song with me?" She laughed and politely refused, "Young master, thank you for inviting me, but today I have a sprain, so I can't dance." He scratched his head in disappointment, "Then there is nothing I can do." Arisha covered her mouth and replied, "Thank you for your concern." Next, the count bowed and left, she also pulled her skirt and bowed. Immediately Debian behind her darkened his face, "Your Highness." He burst out, "What sprain?" Arisha flippantly said, "Then you also deliberately refused by making up a reason." These words made Debian angry, "The problem is that you keep refusing, how long are you going to bring a nameless outsider like me as a partner?" She comforted, "Don't worry, you are still young." Then she quickly ran away, he could only helplessly yell behind her, "Your Highness." Seeing that she was far enough away, Arisha stopped and exhaled, "I do not want to hear you nagging anymore." At this time a pair of shiny leather shoes appeared in her sight, "Greetings to the star of the Eastern Empire." It turned out to be Adrian, he made a bowing gesture, "You are having fun." Arisha paused a little, and was a little surprised, so she nodded for a moment. Next, she unceremoniously walked straight past him, "Excuse me." Adrian hurriedly turned around to chase, "Princess." He seemed to hesitate and spoke, "You." Arisha also turned around. Adrian earnestly asked, "Don't you remember me?" She again stared at him, very confused. In Arisha's head, she remembered Adrian's background, Adrian Arland, an unfortunate prince, the child of a maidservant, a person who does not resemble the emperor at all. A stupid person, the shame of the royal family. At the same time, this was also, that unfortunate emperor, who was bullied by his half-brothers, strongly stepped into the list of candidates for the position of crown prince. Despite the opposition of countless people. Moreover, the condition to pass this exam was to bring back something that clearly showed the qualities of the emperor, even to save his mother who was abandoned as if imprisoned in a cold annex. He still swore that he would definitely step into the position of emperor. Time returned, but 9 years ago at Kraken Lake. It turned out that Adrian was that teenager, he sat next to the tree panting. Adrian pursed his lips tightly, his whole body trembled and thought, everything is ruined. He looked at the kraken that was angrily hiding underwater and thought, because of that octopus, I can't do anything, if I am not careful, I will be hit by that huge tentacle and die. Adrian's eyes seemed to freeze, the Crown Prince style exam, where the candidate must bring back something that clearly shows the qualities of the emperor. He knew clearly, if I can't bring anything back, I will become a joke for those who opposed including me in the list of candidates. While Adrian was in despair, but I really do not know what to do. A person like me, then a golden chain appeared, making him jump in shock and stand up. It turned out that it was when Arisha used magic to tie the kraken. She smiled very smugly, revealing her cute canine teeth. Adrian stared blankly at this scene. Next, Arisha threw the kraken's entire large body onto the ground and said, "You keep it." Finally, she did not forget to instruct, "Don't get close to the lake anymore, because I do not know how many krakens are hiding out there." As soon as she finished speaking, she also disappeared behind that multicolored light, leaving him alone in a daze. Adrian kept widening his eyes to look in the direction that Arisha left. Remembering everything, he seemed very emotional and called out, "Princess." Adrian hesitated, "You?" Then he looked at her with sincere eyes and asked, "Don't you remember me?" And Arisha looked at him in confusion and puzzled. And Adrian did not urge, just waited like that. After a while, she spoke, "We." But she was interrupted by the guard, "So this is where you are, Crown Prince," making him angry to death. Seeing clearly the person next to him, he surprisingly said, "Baron Branch." He had bowed his head. Once again, Baron Branch saluted, "Greetings to the Star of the Eastern Empire, I am Baron Branch, coming from the delegation in the Western Empire." Arisha nodded, "It is nice to meet you, Baron." Then he turned to announce, "Your Highness, the others are looking for you." Adrian looked up, "Is that so?" He bowed to her, "Then I will meet you later, Princess." Arisha also politely replied, "I wish you have a good time." She looked at the departing back, at the same time Baron Branch was also observing Arisha. Suddenly he wondered, but why does not the Star of the Empire give a gift to the Emperor? Her hand that was taking the wine froze. Arisha replied, "I had given it directly before the party started." In fact, she had forgotten. Baron Branch laughed wryly a few times, "Is that so? What a pity." He was still rambling, "I am very curious, what kind of wonderful gift will the Star of the Eastern Empire give?" She was still indifferent, "A gift, wonderful, have you heard of it?" Suddenly Baron Branch's eyes sparkled and praised Adrian, "The Crown Prince is very good in the field of swordsmanship, so he gave a wolf that he personally hunted as a birthday gift to the Emperor." Arisha helplessly replied with one word. In her heart, she secretly despised, "Only that and he is still showing off." He sighed a little, "Of course." Baron Branch seemed to be reminding her, "The princess is a woman, so that would be very difficult." Coming to this, Arisha had understood his purpose. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and laughed lightly. Then she laughed out loud and evaluated, "There is no gift more wonderful than a wolf fur, right?" Baron Branch also agreed, "That is right." Before he could be happy for long, he heard Arisha announce, "I must also go catch one." Making him stunned, "Yes." She snapped her fingers, "Excuse me." Immediately after she disappeared, Baron Branch shouted in terror, "What?" He looked around searching, his mouth muttered, "Disappeared." At this time Adrian had also turned back and asked, "Baron, has the princess returned?" Baron Branch's face was pale, "The princess suddenly disappeared in front of me with teleportation." He confusedly exclaimed, "What?" At this time another tremor occurred, the two people immediately glanced over. It was Arisha returning with the corpse of a large wolf. The guests jumped in shock, some people fearfully covered their faces with fans. "What is it? What is going on?" They wondered, "A wolf, why is a monster here?" She did not care and looked straight at Baron Branch and asked, "What do you think, Baron?" Arisha's voice dropped, "If you intend to give a wolf, then it must be at least this size, right?" Now Adrian had understood everything, and he was scared to tremble. On the other side, she was smiling like an angel and secretly thought, "A fight that came looking for me, why avoid it, dare to challenge me?" After a while Adrian bowed, "I apologize on behalf of the Baron for what happened just now, Princess." Arisha sighed and replied, "It is okay, this is not the Crown Prince's fault." He still hesitated, "Princess, you do not want to go to the Western Empire?" She nodded, "Yes." Adrian's voice was a little weak, "It is really a pity, I really want the princess to come to the Western Empire." Hearing this, Arisha looked up and asked, "Why?" Above, the large moon was shining down below the forest. He bowed his head, as if arranging his words. When he looked up, his face was blushed and he whispered, "I have secretly loved you, for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, she was surprised and opened her mouth. Arisha wondered, "We just met?" Adrian retorted, "We met 9 years ago." She again confusedly exclaimed, 9 years ago." He was still not angry and replied, "It is okay if you do not remember, I remember it is enough." Once again Arisha was made stunned. The end of the party, the sky was also full of stars, a childish tone rang out, "Where are you going?" She replied, "The Western Empire's Academy." "You go too?" It was Cashin. "What, why do I have to go there?" Arisha understood, "You like places like the Academy, with also if there is no me, then you will start to complain that you are bored." Coming to this, he could only silently become annoyed. Unable to refute because it was too right. Cashin was curious, "But why must you go? What will the Emperor do if you say you won't go?" She turned back and looked down below, "It is just that I have a doubt." He also looked over, "A doubt?" Arisha's red eyes sharpened and stared. She emphasized each word, "The Crown Prince of the Western Empire." Below the guards were chasing Adrian, "Please forgive me, Crown Prince." Arisha whispered, "I am very curious." Cashin also saw him and frowned more. Why be curious? She recounted, he said that he loved me at first sight. Hearing this, he could not help but stick out his tongue. After that he was hit on the head. This is the result after talking back. After finishing the visit to the Sun Empire, Adrian and the guards went home. Sedelt saluted. I wish you a safe journey. He said shyly, His Majesty is very sorry that he could not personally send you off due to urgent national affairs. He smiled and replied, It is okay. It is impossible for me to blame you for the work. In the Empire. Arisha clearly understood and curled her lips thinking, what urgent national affairs, he is probably sitting in the office checking documents. Suddenly Adrian stepped closer to call, Princess. Arisha covered her mouth, Crown Prince, please be careful on your way, wondering, am I too fake? Suddenly he raised his hand to hold her fingers. Then lifted it to be level with him. Arisha was still stunned. Next was a gentle kiss placed on the back of her hand from Adrian. He waited and spoke, until the day we meet again. While Arisha was dumbfounded, Adrian was still gently saying, I wish the princess. He continued, please always be safe. Inside Robertus's room, he was sitting seriously looking at the documents. Robertus looked at that paper for a long time as if pondering. On the paper was a letter of invitation to enroll in the Western Empire's academy, but it had been folded to be wrinkled. His red eyes sharpened. Suddenly blue magic appeared with a beautiful skirt. The person with this privilege was none other than Arisha. Immediately Robertus had taken out a pen and was diligently writing, Is something wrong? She bluntly said, Because you did not say a word when the delegation left, so I came here first. He nodded and said, I have received the report about the delegation from the Western Empire from Sedelt. Robertus affirmed, so I think there is nothing that needs to be reported separately. Hearing this, Arisha thought, it seems that he had already concluded that I would not go to the academy. Suddenly she announced, I will go to the academy in the Western Empire. He had stopped writing since when, on the paper there were a few scribbled strokes, if it is because of the words of that great minister, then you do not need to do this. Robertus explained, although it has been a long time since we have had exchanges with the Western Empire, but there is still no problem. Arisha shook her head, it is not for that reason. She replied that, I have chosen myself that I will go. Hearing this, he was silent again. Then he smiled lightly, so that is it. Robertus asked back, do you regret this decision? Arisha again affirmed, no. She urged, so you just need to stamp the documents you are looking at. It turned out that Arisha was still observing his actions. She laughed mockingly, before I start to lose interest in the Western Empire. Even so Robertus was still worried, among the reasons that make you want to go to the academy, is there the Crown Prince? Hearing this, Arisha confusedly exclaimed. Yes. He shook his head, nothing. After a few more days, the day of departure to the Western Empire had also come, a group of people gathered in front of the palace gate. Arisha happily announced, then I am leaving. She had transformed her appearance to be suitable for Arisha's age. Raven with disheveled hair and dark circles under his eyes lamented, without the princess, then I must lead the research team myself. The logistics cried, Princess. Do not go, what will we do without you? She comforted, don't exaggerate so much, anyway, I am only going for 1 year. Suddenly someone called, Your Highness. It turned out to be Debian, please be careful. Arisha supported her hand and ordered, You are doing very well, I will check the research documents when I come back. He laughed, You really are something, Your Highness. Seeing this, she was also satisfied and smiled. Arisha turned to call, Isabella. She took her hand, I will write letters often, no, write every day. Isabella instructed, Your Highness, you must take care of your health, do not skip meals. Arisha nodded, I have said it, do not worry. She also did not forget to remind, Isabella also do not skip meals because I am not here, you must eat and sleep well, do not feel sad because you are lonely. When Arisha was still wanting to say more, furthermore, then Cashin had frowned, you talk so much. Next, he snapped his fingers, and a black magic formation appeared. In front of everyone, she disappeared. Isabella was stunned. She worriedly called, Your Highness, but the scene had shifted to the Western Empire. Arisha's angry shout echoed, This idiot. She shouted, I was talking about important things with Isabella. The loud voice attracted the attention of the people around. Arisha ruffled Cashin's head, Who told you to teleport? She was furious, My hair, it hurts so much. The servant saw this and whispered a reminder, Your Highness, there are many people looking. She finally let go, I will spare you because of those maids. Cashin kneeled on the ground and lamented. Teleportation is faster, you are exaggerating. Suddenly someone called, Lord Cashin. He looked up. The maid reminded, Please stop, you still have to enroll, please take this bag. Cashin wondered, Only me, what about her? Arisha replied smugly, I have completed the enrollment procedures from the royal family of the Western Empire. Immediately she received a resentful look, she shouted, What are you looking at? Cashin resignedly dusted off his hands and feet and stood up. He carried the bag muttering, "What bad luck." While Cashin was annoyed, she was smiling sinisterly. At this time, someone appeared next to her, "Princess." A bald man ran over, "Greetings to you." He panted and bowed, "As Monsieur, I am ordered to guide the Star of the Eastern Empire." Orisha nodded, "So that is it, nice to meet you." Monsieur hurriedly explained, "I was waiting at the port, but when I heard that you had come to the academy, I hurriedly ran here. I am sorry for being late." She politely replied, "It is okay." In her heart, she cursed, "It is because that Cashin freely used teleportation." Hearing this, he suggested, "Then let us go, I will guide you." Another person appeared behind, "Monsieur." Orisha wondered, "What are you doing here?" Monsieur excitedly asked, "Princess, what are you doing here?" She replied pretentiously, "The new students are about to enroll, so the student council has a lot of work to do." Her eyes glanced over, but next was to look over at Orisha. "Who is that?" He turned to introduce, "Excuse me, Princess, this is the daughter of the Duke Valeria family, the only Duke family in the Empire." She nodded, "So that is it, Duchess, this is the only princess from the Eastern Empire." Erica spoke with a superior tone, "So my junior." Then she pretended to be friendly and asked, "Is that the princess?" Orisha frowned and thought, "What is this?" On the other side, Erica had continued, "It is a little late to greet you now." She saluted, "I am honored to meet the Star of the Eastern Empire." Then she introduced herself, "I am Erica Valeria, Duchess Valeria from the Western Empire." But Orisha only crossed her arms and replied, "It is nice to meet you, Duchess." But Erica was not angry and asked, "I heard that you will enroll midway this time, then it is a great honor for me to meet a princess like this." She nodded, "Thank you for welcoming me." The Duchess grasps information quickly. She did not hide and replied, "Because I heard that the Crown Prince directly went to the Eastern Empire to invite the princess." Erica did not forget to show off, "I also study in my 3rd year and am in the same class as His Highness the Crown Prince." Suddenly her eyes sharpened, as if declaring ownership, "It can be said that in this academy, I am the person who is closest to him." Orisha pretended to be fake. "So that is it." Confused in her heart, "I did not ask." Quickly Erica returned to her usual state, "If the princess encounters any difficulties at the academy, then just come find me." She shot a generous look and said, "As long as you need help, I am very willing." The undercurrent between the two of them was constantly swirling. Time passed. A few days later, today was the day of enrollment for the Western Empire. Inside the room there were many people, above there was also someone sitting. Orisha unceremoniously covered her mouth and yawned loudly. She sighed and thought, "I am so sleepy, when will this end?" On the podium, the teacher again announced, "Then next, I will award the certificate to the most outstanding student." While Orisha was eating snacks deliciously, he was still continuing, "Is the valedictorian." And the name that was called was, Cashin. Making her surprised. When she saw him glowingly stepping up, Orisha opened her mouth. The female students were immediately captivated. "Who is that handsome, oh my god." Everyone praised non-stop, "He is the valedictorian and also has that face." The teacher kept praising, "This student has achieved the most outstanding results in the history of the Academy's magic entrance exam, so I will award this certificate to him." Cashin smiled and accepted it, thinking, "It is not bad." Seeing this scene, Orisha could only sigh. On the podium, the teacher shouted loudly again, "Finally, I would like to announce to you new students." He announced, "Please check the room assignment board posted outside the hall, and then go to your dormitory." At the same time, he also included, "Note that you are not allowed to change roommates during your 3 years at the academy." She also went to check. The teacher emphasized, "Unless there is a special reason." On the board, Orisha saw, Orisha de Lepitzer, Isabel Rona. After a while, Cashin and she carried their luggage to the dormitory. Orisha turned to him, "You look so happy." Cashin obviously replied, "If you want to build a good relationship with people, then you must have it." Then he showed a pitiful look, "You only have me as a friend, so of course you can't know those things." She pondered and replied, "A friend, there really is not." These words made him stunned and pointed to himself, "Then what am I?" Orisha hesitated, "You are." Then she answered without hesitation, "An enemy." Suddenly, there was an arrow piercing through Cashin's body. Leather Shoes gradually walked to the front of the room door. She looked up, "So it is here." Orisha slowly opened the door. "Who is my roommate? It seems that it is also a bit similar to the name Isabella." At this time, a blonde girl inside was cleaning the room. Hearing the sound, she immediately turned around. When she clearly saw the person who had come, those brown eyes were a little wide. Then she quickly bowed, "Greetings princess, I am your roommate, Isabel Rona." Orisha put her hand down to Isabel's level. She smiled friendly and replied, "I hope you will take care of me, Isabel." She blushed shyly, "I hope you will take care of me." Orisha observed and pointed to the opposite side, "Then I will use the bed on this side, okay." Isabel was still blushing, "Please use it freely, princess." She went to her place and placed her suitcase on the table. Then she turned to observe her roommate. Suddenly Arisha spoke and called, Isabel. She jumped and exclaimed, Yes, Your Highness. She sat on the bed and asked, What department is Isabel in? Isabel replied, I am in the swordsmanship department. Arisha looked at her roundly and nodded, also suitable. Suddenly Isabel was depressed, really suitable. She said sadly, People keep saying that I am not suitable for swordsmanship. She secretly speculated, is it because of her appearance? But Arisha evaluated and comforted, No, Isabel, you are very suitable to become a swordsman. She encouraged, Be confident. Making Isabel surprised and widen her eyes. She hesitated, Thank you, princess. Arisha calmly said, I am just saying what I think. After a while, Isabel spoke again, Your Highness. She looked up. She shyly suggested, If there are no problems, then you can just call me Beth to be more intimate. Arisha happily nodded, Okay, Beth. These words made Isabel very moved, and she kept rambling, Your Highness, do you want to have dinner with me? I will show you the way. Night had fallen, the starry night sky appeared. Inside the dining room it was already crowded with people sitting. Someone exclaimed, The new students this time are cute. A burly blonde guy grimly said, It is really worth looking forward to. Those two guys were teasing two other female students. The black-haired female student bit her lip tightly and thought, I heard that the crown prince is very handsome, so I came all the way down to the dining room to see. In her heart, she was also very angry, who knew I would bump into these guys who were already ugly and still coming to harass me. Suddenly a guy put his hand on the shoulder of the black-haired female student, What is wrong, little puppies? He flirtatiously suggested, Do you want to have dessert with us later? We will take you to a place that only we know. She exploded and slammed the glass of water hard on the table, I am leaving. But the new gangster still bothered her, It is very fun to go with me. The black-haired female student closed her eyes and strongly threw the glass of water. In her heart she decided, I can't bear it anymore, he is too ugly. Making him angrily shout, Damn it, what is wrong? She fearfully widened her eyes, her whole body trembled. The wet-faced gangster shouted, You want to die? The black-haired female student stammered, No, senior, it is not like that. He had raised his hand to scold, This one is really insolent. She used her hands to cover her, secretly thinking, I am finished. But the hand of the gangster was grabbed by someone. He unexpectedly turned around and exclaimed, What is it? The next second, his whole body was pulled away by a force. Next, Arisha slammed the gangster down on the floor. To the extent that the floor shattered, everyone turned to look at this place to gossip. The blonde gangster worried, Hey, are you okay? She turned to say, It is okay. The black-haired female student was moved and blushed. Arisha announced, brushing her hair, He has fainted. Outside, the sky had gradually darkened, so the meeting ended here. Adrian sorted out some documents, everyone has worked hard. As soon as he finished speaking, someone called him, President. Erica gently came to report, I have sorted out the documents about the welcome party for the new students that you requested. Adrian stood up politely and said, You have worked hard. He showed a friendly smile, Thank you for staying with me, Duchess. Erica gently and humbly replied, Where there is a president, there must also be a vice president, this is a matter of course. Adrian politely said that, It is already late, let us end the work here. The girlish heart of her rejoiced, Yes, or should I invite him to have dinner together? Then Erica affectionately called, Your Highness. She used a sweet voice to invite, If you have time, please have dinner with me, Your Highness. He did not answer. Erica began to feel anxious, what is he looking at? At this time, Arisha was happily chatting. Erica happened to see her. Adrian now noticed her. He hurriedly turned around, blushing and apologizing, I am sorry, Duchess. Erica still showed friendliness, No, it is nothing. But her hand was trembling. Is that so? Adrian said goodbye first, Then I am leaving, I have urgent matters. She nodded, Yes. The sound of footsteps gradually disappeared from, leaving only Erica alone there. Her face darkened, her mood was extremely bad, the princess of the Eastern Empire, indeed, she does not look pleasing to the eye at all. On the other side, the brilliant lights illuminated the road, Thank you very much, Your Highness. She bowed and introduced, I am Daisy Insurance, the daughter of Count Insurance. Daisy slowly expressed her gratitude, If it was not for Your Highness helping, then I do not know what I would be facing now. Arisha smiled politely, she did not care about those things, It is nothing, I just chased away the people who were making noise in the dining room. But Daisy leaned closer to her face and said again, No. She began to recount, If it was not for Your Highness, this cake is really delicious, try it. Daisy's eyes sparkled strangely, at the moment you appeared, I realized that. The halo shone straight on Arisha, making her a little embarrassed, I was so stupid to only look for handsome guys. Her hair flew around that sparkle, her silver hair was so dazzling. Arisha gently brushed her hair to the side of her ear. Daisy noticed every detail on her face, with the cold but affectionate pink eyes. Even her strength too, and also the courage to shield others. In Daisy's eyes, she was an idol, Your Highness is too great. Daisy used both hands to hold, expressing, "This is the first time, my heart that only knows how to love handsome guys." Daisy slightly pulled Arisha closer to her, has surged to this extent. But at this time a coughing sound was made, making Daisy surprised. She bowed her head repeatedly and apologized, "I am sorry, Your Highness, I will stop getting excited." Arisha smiled softly, making Daisy melt once again, "No, it is okay." With the filter through Daisy's eyes, "On the contrary, I am very happy to be praised." Her heart kept beating thumpingly, "If you need anything, then please let me know, I will help you in every way." Arisha replied, "Thank you, Daisy." Daisy lifted her skirt to greet her and hurriedly ran away, "Then I will go first." She crossed her arms, smiling and looking into the distance. Suddenly someone called her from behind, "Princess." It turned out to be Adrian. She politely replied, "Long time no see, Crown Prince." He said a little shyly, "Yes, so many things have happened during this time so I could not come find you." She did not care much about this, "It is okay, it is normal." After a moment, Adrian found it hard to speak. He smiled gently and said that, "Please speak comfortably like last time." At this time, Arisha saw that there was an indescribable awkwardness, "Meaning you want me to speak without honorifics after receiving your confession?" She crossed her arms and seriously said, "You want to talk without honorifics one-sidedly?" Adrian blushed, smiled and said, "If that is what the princess wants, then I agree to everything." Then Arisha nodded, "Okay, let us do that." Then the two switched to another topic, "Does the princess know that the welcome party for the new students will be held in 3 days? I just heard it in the dining room." Adrian did not want to be long-winded, "Then I do not need to say a lot of words, right?" Hearing this, she did not understand very much, "What?" He opened his mouth and put her into the story, on that day. It turned out that he wanted to ask her, "Can you give me the chance to dance with you?" Before long, the ball also arrived, the welcome party for the new students. The melodious sound of the piano was truly European. The distinguished guests had also come to chat. Isabel walked around the party, as if wanting to find someone. She came forward and asked Daisy, "Miss Daisy, have you seen the princess anywhere?" Daisy slowly replied, "I am also looking, but I still have not seen her." Isabel walked around and asked herself, "Where did the princess go?" At this time a man stood in the middle of a wide corridor. A hand placed a red book on the table. He slowly sat at the desk. Rowan smiled softly and leisurely read the book. Right at that time, there was a voice at the back, "It must be difficult." A white hair softly flashed across his face. Arisha stood at the side without saying a word. She gently patted Rowan's shoulder, "It must be difficult." His mood froze for a moment, "Since when? I did not even notice." Arisha's voice sadly expressed, "Don't you find anything strange? It is not that bad." Rowan turned to another place, with avoidance. Unexpectedly this person would read a book that even quite good mages find it hard to understand. Then she praised, "You are quite smart." Rowan excitedly stood up and retorted, "No, that is not it." His hand clenched tightly and trembled, "Absolutely not." Then he shyly ran out of the room, "It is not like that." She intended to call Rowan back, but in the end, it was still too late. Arisha lightly laughed, feeling that Rowan was doing something a little silly. She looked at Rowan's back running hurriedly, "That kid." Arisha smiled gently, looking closely, "He is quite cute." In another luxurious room full of books. Arisha sat swinging her feet and counting the time, "When will the party end?" Then she thought back to the things that had just happened with Adrian. "Sorry, I am not participating in the party." Yes, why? Very troublesome, she had refused the Crown Prince's suggestion because she did not want to participate in the party. She sighed, boring. While sitting alone bored, she heard the voice of someone calling, "Your Highness, are you here?" She panted happily when she had finally found her. "Beth, I finally found you." She stood up and gently asked, "Why are you here instead of enjoying the party?" She replied in a hurry, "Your Highness suddenly disappeared so I went to find you." She pulled Arisha's hand and pleaded, "Your Highness, please quickly go in and enjoy the party." When the entire party rang out with the sound of clinking glasses, "Everyone is waiting for Your Highness." Talented men and beautiful women were dancing Latin dances. The young ladies and princesses gathered around anxiously asking, "Princess, where have you been? I really want to meet you once to greet you." Arisha held the glass of wine and smiled wryly, "It is a true honor, finally I still came here." But at this time, she was stunned, "If I meet the Crown Prince, then what should I do? Oh my god." She had taken a ridiculous reason to refuse. "I had refused to dance with him because I did not participate in the party, but if he knows I am here." And so there was a polite greeting, "Greetings to you, Princess." Erica in a beautiful dress came over. She was happy to reply, "We meet again, Duchess." She showed friendliness, "I am also a student of this academy." They greeted each other with social words of acquaintance. "Let me introduce you to the young ladies present here. It is a true honor to meet the star of the Eastern Empire. It is a great honor." She introduced Arisha to each person next to her. "This is Miss Frances. It seems that Miss is also majoring in magic like the princess." "Yes, that is right." Her voice was full of implication, then please help the princess when she encounters difficulties. Attached with fake friendliness, princess, if you need help. But she did not pay attention to Arisha's words, then you can ask Miss Francis at any time. Didn't care. She noticed Rowan, who had just been shy with her. Is that the kid from just now? Isabel came close to her and gently reminded her, Your Highness. This time Erica had to darken her face unhappily. Excuse me, what did you say? Isabel whispered again. She said that Miss is also majoring in the same department as the princess, so you can ask for help at any time, that is it. Arisha smiled and replied, Thank you for worrying about me. She was still smiling openly, hiding her ugly face. That is a matter of course, so from now on, Miss Francis, but... Arisha interrupted, her eyes had indifference. I am not sure if there is anything I need her to help with, so it probably won't be helpful. Hearing this, she was a little daunted. Yes. The sound of the piano was still melodious in the ball. The couple's talented men and beautiful women held hands and followed the music. Before anything could be done, it was time to dance, right? It must be. Young ladies, please go meet your partners. Erica looked around searching for someone. Where is the crown prince? She had seen the person she needed to find, so he is here. Adrian politely sent greetings, Your Highness Crown Prince. Erica approached, intending to make an invitation to dance. Your Highness, can you? Before she could finish speaking, she had heard, Princess. Adrian reached out his hand, sincerely asking Arisha, Can you dance with me a song? Although she did not like it very much, because of diplomatic relations, she could not refuse here. So she took Adrian's hand and accepted the invitation. Okay. The chandelier shone brightly in the magnificent room. The two of them danced the best rumba steps. Arisha looked at him without any emotions. Hey, I remember that I said clearly that I refused to dance with you. Adrian only simply said that, yes, but because the princess is participating in this party. Then he continued, so I took the courage one more time. Did I make the princess uncomfortable? She turned her face away to avoid. No, not really. While dancing, she noticed. Erica was so angry that her shoulders were trembling. Arisha glanced over and knew, I can feel the disgust. Isabel stood on the side watching that scene and was moved. Your Highness. Rowan also had to stop his footsteps, too beautiful. He intended to do something. Glancing to the side, he saw Arisha hand in hand dancing. In an instant, he was captivated by Arisha's beauty. When she was hand in hand dancing with Adrian, Princess. His broad shoulders were full of majesty, the Eastern Empire. Night had fallen, the moon was high. I really can't understand. Francis took a sip of tea resentfully. Why did the crown prince invite the princess of the Eastern Empire, instead of the duchess, to dance the first dance? The others also felt like that. That is right, the person who danced the first dance with the crown prince should be the duchess. Erica calmly drank tea without moving. Where did she suddenly appear from and steal him away? She showed to be kind. Everyone please calm down. Erica showed a fake kind smile. The crown prince also had no other choice. Moreover, the other party is the princess of the Eastern Empire, so I understand. Hearing that sentence, everyone felt admiration. As expected, the duchess is really kind. In this situation she is still able to keep her smile. Francis did not intend to let go of that matter, but anyway, we must find a way, right? Then someone echoed, of course. Francis continued her words, it is best to stomp out that sprout from the beginning so she can't nurture those nonsense thoughts anymore. Or should we make her be ashamed in front of the crowd? Then another young lady laughed softly, that. Suddenly someone called, Miss Sten. A red teacup reflected Erica's shadow. Perhaps Miss has not been here for long, so she does not understand everything. Francis glanced to the side. The way that Miss suggested does not fit our standards. Erica lifted the teacup and only said, we can't throw away dignity and pride just because of these small things. Hearing this, Francis felt very ashamed. I am sorry. It is just that I can't accept this. Then she continued to say, but. Erica green tea affirmed one part, just like Miss said, we must stomp out that sprout. Murderous aura surrounded her teacup, so she can't dream of my position. Early the next morning at the school of the nobility. Arisha yawned short and long, bored. She quite liked the feeling like this now, it is too peaceful. Arisha lazily looked back at the things she had done. Arisha in screening humanity, imprisoned, almost became emperor, fought with the emperor, kidnapped. A chapter compiled by Arisha according to her own wishes. Nothing happening is the truth of life. At this time, she heard a strange sound. What is that? Arisha looked straight and recognized it. Rowan was tinkering at the base of the tree. She felt that he was a little familiar, that person. Then the school bell rang. Rowan leisurely and elegantly sat next to the tree to read a book. He carefully turned each page. At this time a leaf fell on the book page. He vaguely looked up. Hello. Arisha slightly lowered her body, making Rowan a little startled. She showed a friendly and open smile. Rowan shrunk back and stammered. Clearly there was no one here just now. She naturally smiled and said, magical. The scenery is clear, the sunlight shines on the wall. It seems that last time your highness also appeared without leaving a trace like this. He blushed a little and asked her, how did you do it? Arisha crossed her arms and thought, I thought this person was only shy, who knew he would be so curious. Then she noticed the book on his lap. It seems that this person is more studious than I thought. She hummed and said, let me see. Arisha showed a gentle smile. Arisha softly asked when Rowan was still stunned, are you curious? She leaned into his body to start a conversation, then tell me the book you are reading, then I will tell you, this. He slowly spoke about it, this book talks about the White Witch. Arisha found it interesting and asked more, is this a legend you like? Rowan looked around and seriously replied, no, I do not really like it very much either. Then he blushed a little, and smiled and said, because I find this legend interesting, I read it often. Arisha's hair flew in the wind, is that so? She remembered a small theory, then let me tell you an interesting story. The pages of the book had stopped turning, the beginning of that legend. A fact that was not expected, not in any book. The story is allowed to begin. Everything started with a little girl believing the words of a gentleman passing by and praying under the full moon. That child gradually grew into a beautiful child. The praying voice of that child, hoping that her father would recover from his illness, had awakened the eyes of the witch, who had been sleeping for hundreds of years. Rowan carefully listened to each word. Of course, that child's wish had also come true. He looked at Arisha very carefully. She again felt uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Rowan was a little startled. Just. Rowan sincerely expressed, Your Highness's face does not look like you are telling a legend. These words of his were really serious. Arisha looked at him without blinking. She spoke innocently, I was not originally someone who shows emotions on my face, yes. While in contemplation, she turned back to question, but, do you know who I am already? His face was a little embarrassed, yes, that. Rowan stood up, placed his hand on his shoulder, and sent his greetings. Sorry for sending my greetings late, I am Rowan Orfel, a first-year political science student. Arisha crossed her arms and seriously introduced, you probably know already, I am Arisha de Lepitzer, a second-year magic student. Suddenly he turned to another place, what is wrong? Rowan suddenly changed his expression. His premonition felt not good, it seems that something just fell down. The sound of footsteps had just arrived. The two left their seats, searching around. Rowan immediately saw something. Arisha also realized the sound, what is it? Rowan gently lifted a small bird in his hand, a bird just fell down. She looked at it, nodding, that is right, it is. Arisha felt a little puzzled, but why is it so wet? Rowan was also the same, I do not know either. Then the two simultaneously looked up. The sky above was clear blue with a gentle breeze, it is not raining, there is also nowhere for water to flow down. Arisha put her hand on her chin and thought, first I must help the bird fly again. Rowan cherished the bird in his hand and said, then I will take it back to the dormitory and dry its feathers. Arisha softly said, making him change his expression, no. She put her hand out, casting a spell on the bird, no need. A golden halo wrapped around the small bird. The bird gradually became dry. In just an instant, the bird had woken up. It had recovered its health and flew up high, it is okay now. Its wings brushed through the foliage. Rowan softly looked at that leaf falling on her head. He softly called gently, Princess. Rowan slightly pressed his face to Arisha, eye to eye, wait a minute. His hand picked the leaf out of her head. Rowan blushed and held the leaf out in front of him, there is a leaf on your head. The two people stood motionlessly looking at each other like that. In a clear and breezy day, a man and a woman faced each other. This situation made him shy and blush, that. Rowan was a meter away from her, I am sorry. Arisha could not do anything, no, it is okay. He glanced away a little and said, because I paid attention to the leaf falling on the princess's head, so I unconsciously. Arisha still did not have a slight fluctuation, that matter is not a big deal, why are you so embarrassed? He held out his hand to one side and said, then now let us go back, okay. The two walked together in the refreshing forest. She gently patted Rowan. Then she patted his head to cast a spell. Rowan unconsciously turned back following the reflex. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Princess, are you okay? She replied, I am okay, there is no problem. She turned her hand over for him to see, this is just water. At this time, someone came and shouted, I am sorry. That young man hurriedly apologized, I did not know there were people here, so I was practicing magic. Arisha could also understand, it turned out that the magic was deflected, so it flew here. The two of them chatted together, you must have been shocked, I am really sorry. There, water magic will be more effective if you control the mana gently, yes. Arisha gave a little guidance, not by doing this. She controlled the magic skillfully, but by doing this is correct. Arisha naturally instructed, if you focus on the mana flow, then you will do well, but next time you must be careful not to hit other people. That young man was very grateful, I am really grateful. Rowan turned his head to praise. Princess, you really are very skilled at using magic. Orisha said with an obvious tone, any mage can do this much. Rowan, after hearing, immediately flinched. Yes, no, it is not like that. Around there was only the voice of the two people. How freely can the princess control magic? Let me see, are you curious? Orisha did not reveal any emotions. Are you curious? Rowan nodded to answer, yes. Sure enough, every time this person is curious, his eyes will change. Orisha had understood Rowan's intention. Okay. She held out her hand, smiled and said, then I will perform for you to see. Orisha invited, come here. Rowan shyly took her hand. Very well. She curled her plump lips. Rowan at this time suddenly missed a beat. Stars twinkled in the night of the universe. The sound of footsteps quietly walked on the stone floor. The two had arrived at a bustling town. Orisha acted surprised. So the streets of the Western Empire look like this, ah. She slightly glanced a little. Rowan was not okay at all. Are you okay? Yes, the first time using teleportation. He slowly regained his spirit. Now I have calmed down. Rowan stood in the middle of the crowded street. Rowan felt really confused. How did you do it after all? Clearly there was no magic formation. She confidently said that, I use magic very well, I am talented by birth. His face was a little blushed again. This can't possibly be due to talent alone. Then his eyes brightened with admiration. At the academy, no, in this empire, only the princess can use such extraordinary magic. It is not to that extent. Then she also sincerely expressed, but, Rowan, actually there is a problem. Rowan curiously asked, a problem? Orisha looked at him with many intentions. You. Then she looked around the street. Do you know where this is? Orisha looked at him with many intentions. Do you know where this is? Rowan felt a little confused. Did she move to a place that I do not know? Orisha's eyes were a little avoiding. Yeah, I do not have time to stroll in this empire. At most it is just visiting a little. Rowan blankly said, so that is it. His eyes looked at the street. The street looked very ancient and beautiful. Perhaps this place is the area of the people around the academy. Over there is the academy. Is that so? Then let us just comfortably visit. Orisha stepped forward to see. He was thinking behind her. He called out, Princess. Rowan then suggested, it is best if we go back, and she felt anxious, so fast. Orisha quickly argued, we have not gone sightseeing yet. If we miss this opportunity, then we can't know when the next time we go out will be. Rowan thought that. But it is almost lunchtime. If we are found out that we went out without permission, then we will be punished. She crossed her arms, her expression became serious. But even if we go back now, we can't go back on time. Going into the main gate will be found out. Rowan pointed out a not bad idea. The princess can use teleportation magic. But Orisha did not agree. No way. Orisha sighed and smiled. How can I use teleportation magic continuously? I can't do it. Rowan finally understood. So that is it. I am sorry, I thought too shallowly. He thought for another moment. Then, what should we do? Rowan could not think of a better method. There is no way. We must sneak into the academy without being discovered. Orisha still did not understand very well. Rowan took her hand. I am sorry for being rude. In an instant, Orisha was a little dazed. Rowan sternly walked. The two people carried different feelings and accompanied each other. When they arrived in front of the school gate, sure enough, the main gate was blocked. Rowan carefully looked behind. He rarely moves. Orisha said, I told you. His voice had a little disappointment. If only I knew the time he changed shifts. Orisha thought for a few minutes. She secretly looked out the gate again. Orisha used her magic. Passing through into the school without the guard noticing. The magic passed through to the management office. To the place that contained the information documents. The paper was clearly posted on the wall. The next shift change time, 30 minutes later. The shift change time is 30 minutes later. That is so long. At that time, she saw her acquaintance. Oh, Cashin. Orisha looked and felt disgusted. Look at that fake smile. But there was no way. She had to call him. Hey. A thread of light penetrated into the nape of Cashin's neck. Cashin showed a mysterious smile. His hand was about to touch that thread. One hand squeezed and evaporated it. Making Orisha have a headache and gnash her teeth in anger. That guy. Rowan worriedly asked, are you okay? Orisha gently replied, it is nothing. After a while of the two people thinking, but going through the main gate is a little difficult. I think so too. Orisha came up with an idea, or. This is not a bad idea, let us try to go around to the side. The two people stood in front of a 3-meter-high wall. The two looked up, and had the same thought. It seems that climbing up there is not very feasible, I told you. Orisha cast magic. There is no one here, so using magic should be okay. Now it is probably time to bring him back. At this time, someone called out, Your Highness. Orisha looked up and recognized, Beth. The voice inside continued to ring out, Your Highness, is that you? Orisha confirmed, Yeah, what are you doing here, Beth? Isabel honestly replied, Lord Cashin told me to go and see. Hearing this, she immediately froze. That Cashin, so he was following me. She felt very worried. Do you need help? I brought a rope. Let me see. Isabel had not finished speaking. Can you pass through this place with a rope? Then a voice full of murderous aura rang out. Hey, who is that? Arisha exclaimed and said from the outside, Beth, just go, it is okay. She listened obediently. Yes, but your highness. From when, Rowan had held her hand. In that moment, he became unusually agitated. His hand suddenly had a strange feeling. Still that seat from this morning. The wooden chair was still waiting for those two to return. The two people placed their bodies down to sit. They looked really tired. In the end this matter, it was almost a big deal. Arisha looked a little more unusual. Rowan softly said that, wasn't your highness able to use teleportation magic from the beginning? Why did you have to be so tired? She gently touched Rowan's head. The two people again faced each other. The sound of the clock rang out. Time felt like it had stopped. Her hand gently dropped the foliage onto the chair. This made Rowan blush indescribably. Today was very fun, see you again. And Arisha sweetly called his name, Rowan. At this time, Arisha was sitting in a large room. The sound of people lively surrounded her, but she chose a hidden corner behind everyone to sit with her chin in her hand. Boredly observing everything. She seemed to be immersed in her own world in that moment, her eyes blankly looking into the void. Until startled, Arisha realized that there was another person next to her. The other party's hand gently placed a book on the table. The seemingly very light action accidentally attracted all of her attention. Just looking up, what hit her eyes was Cashin's flower-like smile. He pulled out a chair and sat down, at the same time raising his voice to ask with a very natural look, did you have fun? The faces of the two people were gloomy, the simmering tension quietly spread throughout the atmosphere, but on the lips of everyone were harmless smiles. It is all thanks to you. Then that is great. Then Cashin smirked, showing a smile that was there and not there, then continued the story, because I wanted to help you feel more interesting, so I deliberately sent the gate guard somewhere else. As soon as she heard that, Arisha's eyebrows immediately furrowed tightly. She stared at him with a clearly uncomfortable look, her eyes turned cold, not bothering to hide her dissatisfaction. You told the gate guard to leave. Cashin, as if not seeing that angry expression of her, continued to smile and speak with a face that made her want to hit. That is right. Do you like the feeling of suspense very much? You must be very touched, right? Immediately after those provocative words, Arisha was like blackened in a flash. The fire of anger burst out violently in her eyes. It seemed that she could strangle Cashin in that moment. Do you want to die? He weakly defended, but I told Isabeth to come. At the same time, a pair of feet pushed the door and entered, breaking the atmosphere that was tense between the two people. Appearing before their eyes was an elegant man, wearing glasses, introduced as Patrick Dean, a professor from the nobility, in charge of the subject of magic. As soon as he entered he raised his voice sternly, everyone, take your seats. Thanks to this, the two Arisha and Cashin stopped quarreling, but the aftermath left was still a heavy atmosphere, the anger lingering on Arisha's face, and the silent gloomy state of that guy. Lucky for you. Above the podium, Patrick Dean had begun to spread the book on the table, slowly turning each page, speaking with a calm tone. Now, we will begin the lesson about the understanding and application of magic. Looking down at the people sitting below, everyone returned to a serious state in turn, sitting quietly in their chairs, their eyes intently directed to the front. First we will understand the concept of magic. Cashin sitting below was no exception. He looked up at Patrick. His appearance was very serious. As if he had just thought of something, the corner of his mouth suddenly curled up, his hand unconsciously stroked his chin, his eyes also brightened, carrying an unpredictable calculation. Most of the people sitting in the class were very attentive to Patrick's lecture. Everyone was bowing their heads and diligently taking notes. A serious atmosphere covered the room. Magic is the process of transforming mana into a certain form, from a void entity to existing. While speaking, Patrick turned his back. Each line of text was written on the board neatly and clearly. His voice still echoed evenly in the quiet space of the classroom. And if the scope of creation exceeds nature? Arisha listened and thought back to each word he said, her mind kept in a state of absolute concentration. It seemed that all thoughts revolved around the knowledge that had just been conveyed. Secretly thinking, the results of this research are quite accurate, let me focus on listening. Then suddenly, a small hand appeared from somewhere, gently touching her. The movement was so light that it was like a very slight movement. Arisha was pulled out of her state of concentration by that action. She jumped and turned around and saw a doll with eyes that were temporarily attached by two buttons. It stood there looking at her, the corner of its mouth curved into a somewhat strange smile. Seeing that it had successfully attracted her attention, it boldly took another step, reaching out its hand as if wanting to replace a greeting. After witnessing that scene, Arisha immediately recognized the culprit. What is he doing again? Just turning around, she saw Cashin leisurely stroking the head of that doll. His appearance was very calm. Look closely. According to his introduction, the doll began to perform under the halo. Each movement was stiff but carried a strange aura, to the extent that people could still feel the confidence hidden behind those ignorant eyes. I will show you this, it is very interesting. Its small eyes suddenly flashed brightly, then unexpectedly shot out two laser beams straight down to the wooden table, causing the table to immediately rise with a thin smoke. At the same time, Arisha's hand quickly reached out to catch the doll before it could cause more trouble. Her hands seemed to be covered with invisible sparks, carrying both the simmering rage that was surging. This madman. Without any restraint, she immediately threw that doll high up, conveniently giving it another fire, forming an explosion ringing out in the air, ending its short and miserable life. Cashin stood next to her regretting like crazy, reaching out his hand to call after it in vain. My clone, I only did what I was told. The doll just fell into a state of unconsciousness in that moment. On its lips it still retained its distorted and soulless smile, as if it had not had time to understand what had just happened to itself, and then slowly fell down. Without deviating by even 1 li, the doll actually fell precisely to the side of Patrick's feet, the person who at this time was still talking about the lecture. And when it is combined in this way, that commotion appeared in the quiet classroom, accidentally pulling him out of his concentration, and then glancing down at his feet. Looking at the doll lying motionless on the ground, Cashin and Arisha soon had faces like attending a funeral. Their expressions darkened, in their hearts there rose a bad premonition at the same time, as if the end of both of them had really approached. Two classmates sitting not far away also looked at each other and smiled wryly. A confused atmosphere quietly covered the whole class. Patrick was not angry at all, only slowly picked up the doll. His hand slowly raised his shiny glasses. On his face it was completely impossible to see what expression was currently appearing. Today's lesson ends here. Mr. Cashin. Hearing his name being called, Cashin immediately stood up almost reflexively. His complexion was green and no different from a banana leaf. His appearance revealed a tension that could not be hidden. Yes, Professor. As soon as he finished speaking, he had turned his back and left the classroom, completely not giving him any chance to refuse. Follow me to the laboratory, Cashin tensely replied. His appearance as if the sky had fallen. Yes. Arisha of course felt happy beyond words. She used her hand to cover the satisfied smile on her lips. The words of pity were spoken, but it was completely impossible to hear any sympathy. On the contrary, it was all mockery, too pitiful. As the nagging was still ongoing, Arisha suddenly noticed the faint smile on Cashin's face, which immediately made her stop. Who told him to suddenly act like that? Her eyes widened in surprise, completely unable to understand his mood at that moment. What is this? Watching Cashin's back as he happily walked away, she wondered, was he smiling? Inside the room at that moment, the gentle sunlight shone in, making the atmosphere sparkling and unusually light. Inside, a person was standing with their back to the window, their tall figure silhouetted against the faint light, their hair gently swaying in the light breeze. Their posture straight but exuding a sense of distance and unpredictability. It was none other than Rowan, who seemed a bit flustered at the moment, his eyes intently watching something in front of him, as if trying to grasp every little detail. Arisha did not know when she had quietly appeared behind him like a ghost, scaring Rowan so much that he almost had a heart attack right there. What is he doing here? Rowan reacted very quickly, immediately retreating and leaning against the wall, one hand clutching his heart, his eyes wide with fright. A look of horror flashed across his face for a brief moment. What was that? But very quickly after that, he quickly regained his composure and stepped forward to ask, Princess, what are you doing here? Arisha did not answer but instead asked Rowan, well, why are you here? Rowan spoke, but his eyes quickly looked in another direction, absolutely not daring to face Arisha. His bewildered look was obvious and impossible to hide. I have something I want to ask Professor Patrick. Arisha saw through Rowan's little thought. She leaned closer, directly scrutinizing the expression on his face. The political science department is coming to find a professor in the magic department. This made Rowan, who was already bewildered, even more flustered, unconsciously avoiding her gaze. I have a few questions about the book I read last time. Arisha folded her arms, a meaningful smile on her face. Is that so? In the sun-drenched hallway, the back and forth sounds of the two people echoed, blending into the peaceful and bright space. So, what are you wondering about? Let me answer it for you. No, it is not necessary. Hearing this, Arisha frowned slightly, revealing a dissatisfied look. Why not? Thinking to herself, my answer will be more accurate. Rowan was so flustered that he stammered. He sighed softly and replied, it is nothing special. At that very moment, a hand suddenly appeared and lightly touched his cheek, causing Rowan's eyes to widen, as if even his breath stopped in that instant. Arisha was annoyed by Rowan's timid appearance. She immediately shouted, her voice echoing in the hallway, carrying both irritability and helplessness, why do you keep avoiding my eyes? She reached out and lifted Rowan's face, pulling his eyes to face hers directly, making him blush with confusion, and a hint of horror flashed in his eyes, not knowing how to react to such enthusiasm. Yes. Then, she pulled his head even lower, her serious face close. You have not looked at me once since just now. It is like you are avoiding my eyes. Rowan was so frightened by the suddenness that he trembled. His eyes tightly closed, as if afraid to look directly into the determined eyes facing him. No, that is not it. She was furiously indignant, pinching his cheek hard. Let go of me first, princess. Countless accusations poured out at the same time. I do not like it. You are avoiding my eyes right now. Completely unaware that a third person had appeared in the hallway at that moment. A voice rang out, suddenly breaking the tense atmosphere, immediately pulling the two out of their quarrel, causing them to stop for a moment, turning their heads to look in the direction of the sound. Their eyes wide with surprise. Princess. What caught their eyes was Adrian, who was walking slowly towards them, his expression as cold as ice. Crown Prince. Seeing someone approaching, Arisha finally released her hand from Rowan's face, but by this time, his face was already flushed, revealing his embarrassment. What are you doing here? As he approached, Adrian spoke to her. I have some things to take care of here, I see. Without knowing when, Adrian's footsteps had gotten closer to them, almost only a few steps away, his aura completely overwhelming, but... Looking at Rowan on the opposite side, he continued, the person next to you. The two faced each other, eye to eye, Arisha standing in the middle, making the atmosphere thick with the smell of gunpowder. Who is it? But the atmosphere did not last long. As soon as Arisha spoke, the expression on Adrian's face immediately softened. Don't you two know each other? You are in the same department. He looked over in surprise. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Rowan on the other side immediately placed his hand on his chest and bowed in a standard manner, his movements neat and serious, his expression extremely respectful. Greetings, Student Council President. I am Rowan Orful, a freshman in the Political Science Department. Adrian was slightly flustered, scratching the back of his head, the coldness from before instantly softening, revealing a rare hint of embarrassment on his face. I am really sorry for not recognizing you. The number of students is quite large, so... Rowan also responded to him with a gentle smile, as if wanting to soothe the tense atmosphere. It is nothing, it is okay. But after those stiff greetings, the three stood like statues in the hallway, an awkward atmosphere silently enveloping them. Even the sound of the wind passing by became strangely clear. What is this atmosphere? Rowan realized that the situation was not good, and quickly tried to retreat. Then, I will take my leave first, princess. Hearing this, Arisha was surprised and quickly turned to him to stop him. Wait. But that weak resistance was completely useless against Rowan. He turned and ran without hesitation, his haste so great that he disappeared down the long hallway in the blink of an eye. He still has not answered me. Arisha stood frozen in place, her hands still hovering in the air, not knowing what to do, her eyes dazed, her face blank as if she had not reacted to the situation that had just happened. She softly spoke in reproach. Why is he walking so fast? Seeing Arisha's regretful attitude, Adrian looked at her, his expression carrying a hint of disappointment. His eyes visibly colder, his mood not very pleasant at the moment. Adrian was visibly absent-minded, his eyes darkened, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, sadness mixed with disappointment appearing silently but clearly. Just as Arisha turned her head, she accidentally met his gaze, her movement stopped for a moment. Why are you looking at me like that? Adrian did not bother to hide it anymore, directly speaking with a look of grievance, his voice low and carrying a hint of dissatisfaction and hurt. Because I am jealous. Arisha widened her eyes, her pupils slightly dilated, her attitude a bit stunned. She completely did not understand what that attitude meant, and directly stepped forward to question, why, causing Adrian to be so embarrassed that he almost burst into flames. His eyes awkwardly avoiding hers, his whole body stiff in place. That attitude made Arisha restless, just a glance was enough to recognize the obvious anxiety on her face. What is he suddenly saying? I did not do anything to be jealous of. Just then, the door suddenly burst open, breaking the tense atmosphere and the jumble of emotions between the two. The person who came in was Cashin, who did not understand what was going on as soon as he stepped in, his face blank for a moment, his eyes aimlessly looking back and forth between the two. What is going on? As soon as she saw him, Arisha immediately switched targets. She reached out towards Cashin with a dark expression as if she wanted to eat him alive. You went out. Causing him, who had not had time to understand what was going on, to feel a chill down his spine and tremble, while Adrian was still immersed in the awkward atmosphere from before. Unable to regain his composure for the time being. Without hesitation, Arisha immediately grabbed Cashin by the collar and dragged him away roughly down the hallway. Let us go. Why? In front of Adrian without leaving him any explanation. Adrian completely did not understand what was going on, standing frozen in place, his ears only echoing with the noisy arguing of the two, echoing in the empty hallway. Be quiet and follow me, walk slowly. The entire palace was bathed in the gentle twilight, the sunset reddening the sky, streaks of the last rays of the day stretching across the high domes, giving the space a strangely peaceful beauty. Arisha and Cashin were sitting on the roof at that moment. He was holding a stack of documents, reading attentively, completely isolated from the noise below. She spoke with a voice full of suspicion. What, stealing research documents? He replied concisely without any expression. Yeah. Looking at the stack of papers and the dense black text on them, Cashin began to analyze. It is said that a few years ago, someone survived and returned from the Black Forest. So the Western Empire began to research that forest. The more he spoke, the more his expression became gloomy, his appearance as eerie as if he wanted to eat people alive. Why did you have such vain hopes in the first place? You arrogant lot dared to covet my Black Forest. This made Arisha shudder for the first time, a feeling of unease rising in her heart that was hard to name. You are cruel. But she quickly regained her composure to discuss serious matters. So, you caused trouble with Professor Patrick, because he is the one responsible for the research. While answering Arisha, Cashin conjured a bright red flame, burning fiercely in his palm. That is not it. The hot light reflected on his face, highlighting the gloom and danger that was gradually becoming apparent, and then Cashin continued, I heard that he is the one responsible for the research. So I wanted to see if he could recognize my dark magic. As he spoke, he unconsciously remembered the scene of Patrick scolding him. He was holding a doll in his hand, constantly scolding, but his face was blank, his eyes indifferent. As if he did not hear any of the words that fell into his ears, but of course, he did not recognize anything, nothing special. Arisha immediately asked after hearing this, so, why did you burn the research documents? I feel sorry for Patrick. Cashin replied, saying in a matter-of-fact tone. That is the price he has to pay for making me work in vain. Arisha spoke, covering her mouth to hide the sarcastic smile that was present on her lips. You should have guarded the forest carefully. Which guy did you let escape? Cashin was angry, trying to squeeze out a distorted smile in response, the corners of his lips trembling slightly, his expression both reluctant and containing dissatisfaction. It was your father. Arisha also responded with a mischievous smile, her attitude as if avoiding his topic. Oops, I forgot. Cashin sighed softly, his eyebrows furrowing uncomfortably, weariness and helplessness silently revealing on his face. But why were you standing there, Arisha? Who was normally eloquent, seemed to falter at this point, unable to utter a complete word. Then, as if remembering something, Arisha's pupils dilated slightly. That is right. Cashin also widened his eyes, watching the complex expression on her face. Looking towards the window in the distance, they both caught the scene of Patrick sorting out the papers on his desk. I still have not heard the reason. Patrick frantically searched for things in the cabinet, but when he pulled it out, it was completely empty. It is not here either. He angrily shouted, slamming his hand on the table with a dry sound, causing the surrounding atmosphere to suddenly sink. Where did it go? This is crazy. From anger, Patrick gradually turned to panic, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes dazed, his whole body as if falling into a state of loss of control. All the documents I have researched for the past 2 years have disappeared. Noticing a sound, he quickly glanced to the side, his face pale, his eyes startled and full of fear, as if he had just seen something very scary. Only after recognizing that the person who came in was Rowan did he regain his composure and speak. Come in, closing the door with a face full of bewilderment. I am sorry. As soon as Patrick sat down in his chair, he seemed to transform into a different person, smiling so much that his whole body sparkled as if there was a halo around him. But even so, that expression did not make Rowan feel comfortable. The more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. Why is the professor's face so sparkly? Rowan stood up straight and bowed to Patrick with a respectful attitude before introducing himself. Hello, Professor, I am Rowan Orful from the Political Science Department. After hearing this, he sighed softly before standing up, unintentionally revealing a tired expression. Political science, thinking to himself, so, not a magic department student. Rowan looked at Patrick with a worried gaze, opening his mouth with difficulty. I want to ask something, so I came here. Yeah, go ahead. Rowan hesitated, saying each word with difficulty in a tense state, so much so that sweat had silently poured out without him noticing. Is it? As he spoke, he unconsciously remembered Arisha's cold smile, the use of magic, without using a magic circle. Next was the scene of the two of them strolling down the street together. Rowan seemed to be startled by Arisha. How did you do that? There is no magic circle here. But she folded her arms, saying as if it was obvious and not at all bothered by the fearful attitude on Rowan's face. I am pretty good at using magic. I am naturally talented. Ending the memory, Rowan continued to ask, is that possible? As soon as the words left his mouth, Patrick immediately startled, turning his head back immediately, revealing eyes full of horror. What did you say? He approached Rowan, once again becoming agitated, both asking and coercing, completely not daring to believe what he had just heard. Are you kidding me? There is no way that could happen. Rowan calmly explained, I thought so at first, but The words had just been spoken when Patrick immediately interrupted, causing him to immediately become flustered. Okay. Then he reached out and pushed Rowan straight to the door. If you were just asking about that, go back, the suddenness making him unable to understand the situation. Stammering to stop him in vain. Wait, Professor. Both of their footsteps stopped at the same time after Rowan's words. I still have something I am wondering about. But after that brief moment of hesitation, Patrick, as if provoked, flew into a rage and slammed the door shut, leaving Rowan with only one sentence. I am very busy right now. Patrick slammed the door shut, leaving Rowan alone outside, the sound of the door ringing loudly and gratingly, causing him to unconsciously close his eyes tightly. His whole body contracting in a defensive posture, all the words he wanted to say had to be swallowed into his heart. He slowly approached the window frame, his face carrying a look of grievance and dissatisfaction, his eyes darkening, fighting his own jumble of emotions in his heart. The professor is angry. The more he thought, the more frustrated he became, the emotions in his heart rising in waves, making his mood heavy. But I did not lie. In that moment of carelessness, Rowan was completely unaware that a spot of light was quietly flying closer to him, until he startled and realized that it had touched the tip of his nose, causing his whole body to stiffen for a moment. The spot of light, which was only as small as a marble, split into two orbs of light as soon as it touched him, slowly revolving around Rowan, a thin layer of light covering his shoulders and hair, reflecting the faint colors in the air, causing him to stand frozen in place. The light gradually turned into a thin strip of light, winding its way along the hallway, moving gently and slowly, like a thin mist floating in space. Then it continued to stretch straight out into the sky outside the castle, the thin strip of light sweeping across the wide sky, slowly dissipating and fading into the distance. Its final destination took Rowan to the roof of the castle, leaving him standing there in a daze. He anxiously turned his head to look around, his bewildered eyes slowly examining the surrounding situation, every detail in front of him carefully taken into view. This place. Realizing where he was, Rowan was immediately terrified, screaming out loud, his voice echoing across the space on the roof of the castle, his small figure completely standing out against the vast space of the roof of the castle. At the same time, Arisha suddenly appeared from behind, looking at him with a blank expression. That calm presence somewhat soothed the chaotic emotions that remained after the shock from before. Don't worry, you won't fall. Just as he turned and met Arisha's familiar indifferent gaze, he became flustered again, his face unconsciously turning red. Princess. Looking behind him, he saw Kashin also standing there. As soon as he met his gaze, the top student behind him, he immediately raised his hand to greet him naturally. Hello. When he came to his senses, Rowan finally began to ask Arisha, did the princess bring me here? She did not hesitate and quickly answered his question. Yeah, I brought you here. Why do you need to ask that idiot about how to use magic without a magic circle? Hearing this, Rowan was startled again. How can that be? Wait, idiot, Arisha retorted, is that important? He put his hand on his heart, saying with an urgent voice. Then what is important? Are you kidding me? Throughout the process, Kashin just stood on the side quietly observing everything, his face not revealing any emotion. The more she spoke to Rowan, the more obvious Arisha's dissatisfaction became. She gradually raised her voice, almost turning into a shout. What is important is that you were treated very unpleasantly by that guy. Hearing those words, Rowan froze in place, completely stopping his argument, his eyes wavering slightly, his pupils slowly dilating, clearly revealing a hint of surprise mixed with astonishment. In the clear sunset sky at that moment, only Arisha's voice echoed, clear and decisive. Listen carefully to what I am saying. Tomorrow Professor Patrick will come to find you. So just pretend you do not know anything about what you asked today. Hearing this, Rowan asked, yes, why? She did not rush to answer, but unconsciously repeated his words, a mischievous smile gradually appearing on her lips. Why? Arisha folded her arms in front of her chest, one corner of her mouth twitching up, her attitude exuding confidence and a hint of arrogance. Because that is the only way that guy will come to me. Although she still had a smile on her lips, the aura emanating from her carried a hint of gloom, making Rowan and Kashin both anxious and scared. They could only stand there helplessly watching Arisha smile to herself. How dare you touch my kitten? I won't let you get away with it. Are they kidding me? In another development, Patrick was also frantically anxious. He was striding down the hallway, his footsteps hurried and decisive, his appearance as hurried as if he was racing against time. As he walked, a jumble of thoughts simultaneously rushed into Patrick's head, making his footsteps become more and more hurried. I do not have time to hesitate anymore. I have to quickly report this to the dean. Reaching the end of the hallway, his eyes suddenly caught the sight of someone's back standing noisily in a hidden corner. His footsteps immediately stopped, truly not using a magic circle. Patrick leaned against a corner of the wall, quietly standing out of sight, secretly listening to every word of the two people's discussion, not missing a single word. Say something reasonable. How could that happen? I am telling you, she just opened her palm and controlled water magic. Even though I witnessed it, I was no less surprised. Hearing this, he immediately became worried, his throat moving slightly as he swallowed, his face becoming even more tense. Thinking to himself, not using a magic circle. His memory suddenly brought him back to Rowan and his worried face when he had spoken, that image immediately rushing back clearly into his head. Can we use magic without using a magic circle? Wondering, could it be, if something like that really happened? Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly widened, his gaze flickering slightly, as if a thought had flashed in his head. Then this is an opportunity for me to conduct a new study. The next day finally arrived, Patrick and Rowan once again reunited in the large room. Rowan, I am sorry for suddenly coming to you. Patrick continued to smile brightly, then slowly began to speak, but I want to ask you something. A worried expression quickly returned to Rowan's face, his eyes wavering, his eyebrows furrowing slightly, revealing his unease, just as the princess said. Then he spoke, yes, please ask. As soon as the words rang in his ears, Rowan immediately felt his throat dry. He unconsciously swallowed hard, his head slightly lowered as if trying to hide the feeling of guilt that had just sprouted in his heart. That, yesterday I asked you about using magic without using a magic circle. I do not know if you can tell me more details. Hearing his words, I am sorry, Professor, but that was just because I was curious. Patrick could not hide his anxiety, his worry clearly on his face, his eyes wavering constantly. But there must be a reason why you were curious. Finally, he regained his composure, raising his head to face Patrick with a cold face, his eyes completely flat, no longer revealing any wavering. There is not. Patrick's expression at that moment showed that he knew Rowan was lying, but he could not provide any evidence. He was silent for a few seconds, his eyes gradually darkening, his teeth clenching slightly, as if trying to maintain a fragile composure in front of the other person. As if he had been waiting for it, Rowan immediately stood up to leave. Then, I will take my leave, but Patrick's hand quickly reached out to hold him tightly. Wait. As soon as he turned his head, he caught a glimpse of a slightly panicked expression flashing across Patrick's face, the corners of his lips twitching into a smile that was half self-deprecating, half helpless, then slowly releasing the whole truth. Actually, I also know someone who can use magic without using a magic circle. Patrick had just been about to continue, so, I wanted to hear more information from you, when he was immediately interrupted by Rowan. While answering, he forcefully pushed Patrick away from him. Taking half a step back, I am sorry, Professor. Then Rowan quickly left, leaving Patrick with only one simple sentence, perhaps I can't help you. Returning to the lecture hall, a dry sound suddenly rang out in the quiet space at that moment. The people inside immediately turned their heads in reflex, their eyes simultaneously turning to the direction of the sound, their faces still showing a hint of surprise. The sound came from the back of the class, where Arisha was sitting, completely immersed in her own world, resting her chin on her hand, the corners of her lips curving into a satisfied smile. Rowan was too unexpected, so I unconsciously laughed. I have been watching with magic. Thinking of the scene of Rowan escaping from Patrick's room, his body trembling, his breath rapid and broken, Arisha felt even more satisfied, the smile on her lips deepening a few notches. Her eyes slightly curved. After doing that, he will probably stomp his feet and sigh. Right, am I being too rude? Suddenly, someone appeared next to her, gently placing a book on the table, the movement so light that it barely made a sound. Hello, Princess. As she glanced over, she immediately saw Francis's radiant smile, who introduced herself to Arisha in a long stream of words. It has been a long time since we have met. After your greeting, Princess, I am Francie Sten. Arisha quickly responded with a smile as a bare minimum of courtesy. Is that so? Nice to meet you. Thinking to herself, I do not remember. At the same time, Patrick entered the class, returning to his serious demeanor, completely unaffected by external matters. Everyone, sit down. Hearing Patrick's voice in her ear, Arisha's expression quickly turned cold. She lowered her head, her eyes seemingly losing their usual sparkle. I apologize for being late. Let us begin the lesson now. Up above, Patrick opened the book he had brought, writing down notes as he spoke. Today, we will practice fire magic. After speaking, he quickly conjured a bright red flame, blazing in his palm. Try it. Below, the students quickly imitated him. Those who succeeded were overjoyed, while those who failed only managed to produce a spark that quickly died out. Some, because they were not used to controlling it, caused the fire to flare up violently, the heat radiating intensely, causing the student sitting next to them to jump back. While her friends were frantically practicing, Arisha sitting at the back of the class softly sighed, not even bothering to move her hands or feet, her indifference so noticeable that even Francis, sitting next to her, could not help but notice. What is the point of trying? How annoying. But she actually chose to needle her, covering her mouth and speaking with a regrettable expression as if she was completely provoking her. It seems the princess does not know how to use fire magic. Francis coughed once and waved the pen in her hand. Let me help you. First draw the magic circle. Fire magic is not something you can use just by gathering mana in your hand. Arisha did not answer, only glancing at her with a bored expression. Originally full of self-satisfaction, of course the princess did not know that, suddenly a flickering light appeared beside her, immediately pulling her out of her own illusion. Frances looked at her in horror, her throat immediately constricted. How? Not only the fire in her hand, but Arisha's whole body was also covered in a soft light, the light as thin as mist wrapping around her figure, her eyes calm but exuding an imposing aura. I have not even drawn the magic circle yet. As if such a display was not enough, Arisha waved her other hand straight at the flame, the hot air immediately rising, then concentrating into streams of power. Magic is not something you can learn with just a few words of theory, we must understand. While raising the blazing flame high, Arisha revealed a cold smile and continued, and feel the flow of mana. The light finally flew high, exploding in the air, splitting into many small rays of light like fireworks, the light spreading throughout the classroom. That light not only illuminated the entire classroom, but also shone directly on Frances's stunned face. The classmates who saw the scene, their eyes immediately widened, clearly revealing their great interest, some unconsciously reaching out to catch the sparkling rays. After performing, Arisha did not forget to glance at Frances with a provocative look. How is it? Very easy, right? She was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she could not utter a word of arrogance, only knowing to purse her lips tightly, swallowing the anger stuck in her throat. Miss Sten. At the same time, a footstep unexpectedly stepped next to her, carrying praise. Excellent. As she looked up, she immediately saw Patrick smile and encouraging applause. You have even surpassed the power of controlling magic. Arisha, of course, was not happy about this. She only replied in a cold voice, you are overpraising me. Meanwhile, Patrick's eyes at that moment had changed slightly. That expression, clearly wanting to strangle the person in front of him, found it. But he still calmly spoke in a natural manner. Arisha, if you do not mind, could we go to the research room? As she stood up, Arisha smiled and spoke with a natural attitude that soon made Patrick's expression confused. I am sorry, Professor. That mischievous smile appeared again at the corners of Arisha's lips, her attitude confident without any loopholes, but I have a prior engagement. After that day, another day passed, the sun rising again above the castle, the soft light covering the domes and stone walls. Isabel walked through the castle with a timid and fearful appearance, her eyes constantly darting around, cautiously scanning everything. Isabel whispered, it seems like someone is watching us. At that moment, facing her was Arisha, standing straight and tall, head held high with confidence, her aura completely opposite. Completely ignoring the person peeking at her from behind the table, you are misunderstanding. That gloomy figure quietly followed her all the way to the library, but Arisha completely did not care, her eyes only focused on the bookshelf opposite her. The student who passed by that mysterious figure was so scared that his face turned pale, and he blurted out a sentence as a reflex, a ghost. Arisha was followed closely by Patrick, even when strolling in the garden with Cashin, he would not let her go, his eyes always following her without leaving. To the point that even someone as oblivious as Cashin began to notice the cold murderous aura radiating from behind, he casually commented, it is awfully hot behind us. Arisha was even more nonchalant, I feel cool. Cashin was so anxious at that moment that he leaned down and asked her with an attitude as if he was questioning her, are you just going to let it be like this? It is really stressful, but she was as if she did not take it to heart at all, just looking straight ahead and saying calmly, just leave it, that guy has to taste the pain that my kitten has experienced. Looking at Arisha's cold back, she was still in the mood to hum in the face of such a dangerous situation, even Cashin could not help but shudder, how evil. On the other side, Patrick hid behind a tree watching her, his eyes full of resentment and grievance, his appearance no different from someone who had just been bullied. What should I do so that Arisha does not avoid me? Patrick's eyes suddenly darkened as he thought of this, his spirits visibly dropping, thoughts rushing into his mind. Clearly, she can feel my gaze, but she is pretending not to know. So I can't continue the conversation. Originally immersed in a jumble of thoughts, suddenly someone appeared behind Patrick's dejected back. This is not good. The mysterious girl slowly raised the thick book in her hand, aiming straight at Patrick's head while he was still immersed in his thoughts. I have to talk to her directly about asking for help with the research. Hearing a strange noise from behind, Cashin and Arisha immediately turned their heads. What was that sound? Hit on the head, Patrick trembled all over, holding tightly to the spot that had just been hit, looking very pitiful. The other person finally spoke, you. The righteous person who had just taken action was Daisy. She spoke with an angry expression while still holding the weapon in her hand. How dare you look at the princess with such a dangerous gaze? Arisha on this side also immediately recognized her, and called out, Daisy. She also responded to Arisha, Princess. Daisy was completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem. Hearing the princess call her, she even waved back, eagerly boasting about her achievement with a very proud expression. I caught this pervert, but what responded to her was a startled shout, not a pervert. At the same time, Patrick also overcame his dizziness, struggling to stand up with a resentful expression and explain, "I am a professor." Daisy also quickly recognized him. Her expression soon turning pale, "Professor Patrick." But she still threw a contemptuous look at Patrick, mixed with a hint of disgust. But why is the professor acting like a pervert towards the princess, seeing his innocence lost right before his eyes? Patrick immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "I told you, I am not a pervert." Arisha saw the two of them arguing from afar, her mind immediately becoming confused. She helplessly put her hand on her head. Cashin next to her saw this and asked, "What do we do now?" Looking up at the clear blue sky, Arisha sighed tiredly and exclaimed, "Everything is messed up." As time passed, the harsh midday sun gradually softened, leaving only faint rays of light stretching across the ground, signaling that the afternoon was slowly approaching. Arisha was forced to face Patrick at this time. She sat in the office, holding a teacup in her hand, her expression blank. Slowly raising the teacup in her hand, she simultaneously heard his voice in her ear, "Thank you for taking some time to talk to me." Patrick on the other side spoke, also raising the teacup in his hand, gathering enough courage to speak, "I came here because I have something to ask of your highness." As soon as she opened her eyes, Arisha immediately met Patrick's pleading gaze, causing the water she had just drunk to be spat out before she could swallow it. "But I am not a pervert or anything, I am wronged." Then, Patrick continued, he sighed heavily, his eyes tightly closed with fatigue after all that had happened. "After the class the other day, I became certain of one thing." As he spoke, he recalled the scene of Arisha easily controlling fire in her palm the other day. "Your Highness used fire magic without using a magic circle, right?" Facing Patrick's words, Arisha looked completely calm. There was nothing called worry on her face, a standard smile always hanging on her lips, completely without any loopholes. Perhaps everyone knows this, in all recorded history, no one has ever been able to do this. Speaking of this, he gently placed the still smoking teacup on the table. "So, I intend to study the principle of using magic without using a magic circle." Pausing for a moment, Patrick seriously looked Arisha straight in the eye and said with an absolutely sincere attitude, "I hope that your highness will help me." The smile hidden on Arisha's lips after those words gradually became clearer. "That is right, I am waiting for these words." Then she raised her head and responded with an unexpectedly bright smile, her attitude also extremely cooperative. "Although I am lacking, if I can help, I am very willing." Patrick was naturally grateful beyond words. "Really, thank you." He was so happy that he immediately stood up. The dark clouds that had covered him for the past few days completely disappeared, moved to tears, countless beautiful words pouring out like a waterfall. "If your highness agrees to help, then this will be a major discovery in history of the Academy, no, in the history of the entire empire and continent. This will be extremely shocking." That attitude was completely to Arisha's liking. She told herself, "That is right, keep smiling." Patrick was so happy that he did not notice that the expression on Arisha's face had turned cold long ago, because it won't be long now. The next day, the hallway of the castle became bustling again, people coming and going without end, the sound of footsteps mixed with murmuring conversations echoing throughout the space. One of the people whispered to the person next to them, "Hey, have you heard that story about Professor Patrick's research room?" The girl was slightly surprised and quickly replied, "I know." As the words rang out, Rowan's footsteps that were walking quickly stopped abruptly in the middle of the hallway. "I heard the Princess of the Eastern Empire will participate, right?" He carefully glanced at the two of them, his eyes showing an expression of worry that could not be hidden. "It seems the professor directly asked her. That is amazing. How much magical talent does one need to have to be like that?" As the words were spoken, Rowan's eyes suddenly widened, with a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. "The princess is participating in the research." He nervously swallowed, his lips pursed tightly, his state extremely tense, thinking to himself, could it be related to what happened before? After eavesdropping on other people's conversation for a while, Rowan finally regained his composure and turned to leave. As he thought, Rowan's footsteps became faster and faster, then gradually turned into a frantic run in the hallway, thinking to himself, what on earth is the princess thinking? Another sunset evening arrived, the pink and purple sky covering the space, creating a space that was both mystical and somewhat unreal. The figures of Arisha and Cashin appeared again on the roof of the castle, their shadows stretching across the roof tiles, sitting next to each other, silent, not a word spoken between them. Arisha closed her eyes tightly to bask in the sun, suddenly hearing a call next to her. "Hey," she replied indifferently, "what?" As the words were spoken, Arisha immediately opened her eyes, turning her head to look at Cashin, her eyes with a hint of doubt. "Can you stop the wind?" By the time she realized it, Cashin's hair had long been blown into a mess by the wind, tangled in front of his forehead. He let the wind blow, his expression full of resignation. Arisha could not help but laugh out loud as soon as she saw that expression. Arisha covered her mouth, laughing with great pleasure, her face completely without a hint of guilt. "You were already ugly, now you are even uglier." That attitude directly provoked Cashin. making him furious, but he could not do anything to her, really. He angrily approached Arisha, scolding her, but she was as if she did not care at all, her expression even a little enjoying. You think I do not know this wind is created by you? What kind of silly emotions are you caught up in again? Then Arisha's eyes suddenly darkened, the smile on her lips gradually fading, her eyelashes slightly drooping, her gaze slowly directing straight down below. As if she had just discovered something. Below, her eyes stopped at Rowan, who was walking back and forth everywhere, his head constantly turning from side to side, his eyes darting around. Clearly he was looking for something. Oh dear. Arisha wondered. Rowan, down here. Rowan had long been frantically anxious, his eyes still searching for Arisha every second, hoping to see her in the crowd. Where is the princess? Arisha did not think much, immediately reaching out and waving a few times, the light around her quickly gathering because of this. Again, Rowan was pulled by that light source to the roof of the castle, right in front of Arisha. He asked in confusion as a reflex, what is it? Finally, he gently replied right in front of Arisha. She also spoke at the same time, asking, are you looking for me? Arisha raised her head, carefully observing the expression on Rowan's face, his facial muscles relaxing, revealing a rare gentleness. What is wrong? That expression directly stunned Rowan. He stood motionless, not knowing what to do. He was embarrassed again, his expression both bewildered and flustered, habitually glancing in another direction, absolutely not daring to face Arisha. That. He reached out and placed his hand on Arisha's outstretched hand. I have something I want to ask. While looking down at the ground, Rowan spoke, his attitude extremely tense. I heard the princess is participating in Professor Patrick's research. What exactly are you planning to do, that is? Arisha did not rush to answer, only looking at him with eyes carrying some complexity, but her lips still held the familiar smile, then gently nodding twice as an answer. After that small movement, Arisha suddenly laughed. What should I do? That sudden change in psychology directly scared Rowan, making him ask back, yes. As she spoke, Arisha reached out, touching Rowan's forehead, facing that embarrassing situation. He did not know how to face it, so he simply closed both eyes tightly. He will know someday. She actually stroked Rowan's head, making him as if someone had taken his soul. Pure and innocent people do not need to know. She raised her head to look at the hand stroking Rowan's hair, her eyes gradually darkening, the smile on her lips also softening because of this, making the atmosphere at that moment even stranger. She did not expect herself to unconsciously treat him like the little cat at home, and even frantically stroke his head to encourage him. The kitten will be very surprised. Rowan was both amused and helpless. Again, a cat. The two were happily exchanging words, leaving Cashin in the back as bright as a light bulb, his expression clearly uncomfortable. It is nothing. I am just teasing you a little. A little much. In another development, the sound of footsteps walking quickly echoed in the carpeted hallway at that moment. The steps hurried and decisive, breaking the originally quiet atmosphere. What could happen in that amount of time? That person was none other than Patrick. He walked on with a torrent of thoughts. The research on the Black Forest has disappeared, so I do not have any time left. Thinking of this, he reached into his pocket, intending to take something out. If I want to publish a new study in a short amount of time, and can create an even bigger sensation in the academic world. Then the Black Forest incident, then. Finally, what was taken out was a tiny glass bottle, inside containing a series of purple liquid, emitting a faint light, so beautiful that it was almost mesmerizing. It has to be this much. In that moment, Patrick also suddenly remembered Arisha's thoughtful face. So, how do you use magic without a magic circle? When I was little, I went to the Dragon Cave in the Eastern Empire. While listening to her speak, he seriously took out paper and pen to carefully write down notes frantically, determined not to miss a single word, after coming into contact with a huge source of mana. I gradually understood more about mana. Speaking of this, Arisha revealed a cold smile. I do not know if that is the reason that helps me not need to use a magic circle. Remembering this, Patrick's footsteps stopped in front of a glittering stone, saying to himself, if I need a huge source of mana, then the academy has something quite suitable. Patrick stood in front of that stone, the faint light radiating from it mesmerizing, glittering and reflecting on his face that was clearly tainted with ambition. Causing his eyes to also light up unusually because of this, the sealed stone. That stone seemed to be mesmerizing Patrick, completely pulling him into that faint light. I have looked through all kinds of records, but I still do not know what is sealed inside it. That stone seemed to be mesmerizing Patrick, the faint light reflecting in his glasses, clearly showing the anxious look in his eyes. It possesses such terrible power that it can absorb the surrounding mana and turn it into its own, so if I add dark magic. Then Patrick slowly reached out to touch that stone cautiously, telling himself, then the amount of mana will probably be huge. The rings of light around the stone seemed to be protecting itself. As soon as it detected someone, it immediately reacted. Patrick also anticipated this and carefully took half a step back. Taking out the glass bottle from his person, he slowly poured the liquid inside, his expression becoming increasingly manic, excited to the point that he could not close his mouth. Here. As the water was poured, the purple-green air also rose at the same time, causing the air to become gloomy. Give me a great mana power. The liquid touched the stone, creating a quiet sound. A portion on the surface immediately reacted, turning a darker color. After that small movement, the stone suddenly reacted violently, its whole body erupting a bizarre purple air, spreading quickly and enveloping the surrounding space. Seeing the creation he had made himself, Patrick's expression became even more manic, his eyes rejoicing almost to the point of madness. Finally. But the air became more and more, almost about to exceed Patrick's control, causing him to stagger slightly, coughing a few times. Realizing the unstable situation in front of him, Patrick's expression soon darkened. He seemed to be dizzy from the influence of that strange air. The last thing left in his memory was his own hands reaching out, trying to stop it in despair and helplessness. No. At the same time, Isabel and Arisha were sitting in the room, the two chatting animatedly, the sound of laughter ringing throughout the corners, making the space more lively. Then Arisha suddenly stopped, her eyes widened looking at the empty space in front of her, her expression becoming stunned for a moment. Then Arisha unexpectedly turned her head and looked around the room. Isabel also quickly noticed her strange expression, and followed with wide eyes. Your Highness. Arisha, as if having a sixth sense, instantly realized the situation was not good, her expression immediately becoming serious. This air. Sure enough, in the next second, countless murky air quickly appeared outside the window, moving as if it had a soul, constantly colliding with the glass, causing the surface to soon crack. Then following those cracks, it poured straight into the room. Arisha frowned, a worried expression appearing on her face for the first time, her eyes widened, her pupils slightly dilated, completely unable to maintain her usual composure. She reacted quickly, rushing over to hold Isabel tightly, risking her life to shield her. At that moment, a deafening explosion rang out, a violent air sweeping through the room. Beth, get down. A shield was quickly conjured by Arisha, completely blocking the disaster caused by the shock. All the stone fragments and air that were flying up were pushed back out. Unable to reach the two people inside, Arisha held Isabel tightly with one hand, and raised a hemisphere-shaped shield with the other, enveloping both of them inside, protecting them from all the aftershocks that were still spreading around. By the time she realized the source of the problem, a look of horror unexpectedly appeared in Arisha's eyes. This is. The two regained their composure. Arisha also lowered the shield. What was in front of them at that time was a scene of devastation. The warm room that had always been there turned into a wasteland. By that thing, fragments scattered everywhere, dark magic. But in the next second, Arisha reached out again, the shield being called at the same time, once again protecting the two of them from that strange air. This must be dark magic. Did Cashin do this? At that time, Isabel in her arms looked into the distance, where something was swirling out of bright red air, dyeing the entire sky into a fierce color, the scene no different from the end of the world. Your Highness, what exactly is that? Arisha gradually calmed down, observing that thing with a wary gaze. With the scale of this explosion, someone may have been caught in it. Saying that, she turned her head to reassure Isabel in front of her. Beth, stay here, it is very dangerous. She also nodded very understandingly. Yes. Arisha snapped her fingers, a faint golden light immediately radiating from her body. That light pulled her flying high, leaving the castle, her vision widening accordingly, the whole scene below gradually becoming clear, while allowing her to see that eerie thing completely. Her eyes gradually turned cold, her hand reaching out and retracting the light source, her vision still fixed on that strange thing, a look of incomprehensible doubt flashing in the depths of her eyes. This. What appeared before her at that time was the scene of the light surrounding her body gradually being swallowed by that red thing, each piece of light slowly disintegrating. Blending into the eerie red color. Is it absorbing mana? Cashin also suddenly appeared next to her at that time, his eyes fixed on that thing, commenting softly, everything is messed up. The two turned to look at each other at the same time, asking the same question. What did you do? What on earth are you up to? Arisha was not surprised, but did not believe it either. She cast a doubtful look at him. You did not do it. On the other side, Cashin's eyes looking at her were of the same kind. I did not. Looking at this reaction, it seems like you did not do it either. Speaking to this point, Arisha finally began to wonder, but is not this dark magic? Cashin replied while putting his hand in his pocket. Don't wrongly accuse innocent people. Just because it is dark magic, it must be me who did it, someone else touched it. Hearing him say that, the doubt in Arisha's heart dissipated by half, mumbling to herself, that is right. Cashin shifted his attention to that thing, dismissing the conversation on the sidelines. We have to deal with that thing first. Below, the students were running around in a group, the sounds of shouting echoing everywhere, everyone vying to escape from the coverage of that red air. It is getting bigger. Finally, get out of the way. Arisha reached out her hand, the familiar flame appearing again. It is easier to destroy it than to seal it, right? The power gathered in her hand was growing larger and larger, the light radiating more and more, almost covering Arisha's entire body, but her face remained cold. Her entire mind only focused on the red air that was swirling up in front of her. That is right, this is too easy. On the other side, Cashin was also ready from some time ago, a purple air covering his entire body, fluctuating strongly, as if waiting for the order to burst out. Let us start. Originally in a ready position, Arisha suddenly rushed over and grabbed Cashin's hand to stop him. All the power that was rising was also forced to be withdrawn by her. Cashin, wait, he looked at her blankly, a look of alarm in the depths of his eyes. What is it? The main reason was that she seemed to have discovered something wrong hidden inside that mess, her expression almost immediately becoming worried. It seems like there is something inside. Deep inside faintly revealed the figure of the respectable professor. He lay passed out like a princess waiting to be rescued, unintentionally turning the situation in front of her into a difficult problem. Professor, why is he there? Pitiful. Arisha sighed, a breath full of fatigue. She was helpless. There is no choice. We have to seal it instead of destroying it. The two looked up together, quietly observing Patrick being surrounded by the swirling air as if wanting to swallow the entire person, his figure blurring in the fierce red color. The atmosphere soon becoming heavy. The longer it dragged on, the more serious the situation became. From that red mass began to fall red-hot spots of fire like lava, without any warning, causing the people below to panic and run away. In disarray, separating. Arisha witnessed that scene and lost her patience, a feeling of annoyance intertwined with helplessness quickly rising in her heart. She gritted her teeth. This is really tiring. The unease also rising at the same time. If this continues, the black magic will spread throughout the continent. In her heart, she thought, I have to quickly seal it, but just as she turned around, she caught Cashin in an unstable state. He put his hand to his face, his whole body staggering as if about to fall, causing Arisha to be shocked and alarmed. Hey, Cashin. He did not answer, only putting his hand to cover one eye, the other eye clearly showing horror, his gaze disordered as if he was sinking into his own chaos. What is wrong with you? Cashin did not turn his head, only glancing at her. It seems the Black Forest has been affected. Arisha did not dare to believe her ears after hearing this. What? Cashin used the last of his weak strength to say to her, the mana of the Black Forest is being eroded, I have to go. Wait, Arisha was immediately alarmed after hearing this. Hurriedly grabbing his hand to stop him, then what about this? Without hesitation, Cashin immediately waved her off of him, the movement extremely decisive amidst the chaotic situation. You know what to do, I have my own things to do. That callous attitude immediately stunned Arisha in place, words as if stuck in her throat. But very quickly after that, Arisha quickly regained her composure, her steadfast eyes returning again. She focused her thoughts. Of course, sealing it is not difficult. The problem here is that the separated pieces have spread everywhere. Looking at the scene in front of her, this castle had long been turned into a mess by it, the scene no different from the apocalypse. If it has affected the Black Forest, then it has spread quite a bit. If only someone could help me find the location of those things. In that moment, her eyes suddenly stopped at one person, Rowan. He was hugging the book in his hand tightly, looking around blankly, his appearance no different from a child lost from his mother in the chaotic scene. Amidst the chaotic sea of people, only that face fell into her sight. Rowan. Once again, she made the familiar finger-snapping gesture, her attitude completely revealing disappointment mixed with helplessness. As always, Rowan came to her side with a blank expression. Princess, Arisha was extremely anxious, immediately shouting, it is too dangerous, why did you come out at this time? That, I was reading a book in the garden, I am sorry, he explained weakly. Receiving the answer, Arisha turned around and grabbed his hand, her eyes carrying a look of concern, quickly checking Rowan's condition at that time. You are not injured. Right, although he was still confused in his heart, he still quickly replied, yes, luckily. After hearing that, Arisha breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. Arisha, after confirming Rowan's situation, immediately returned to a serious state. She spread her arms to signal to him, while I destroy that thing, stand behind me. Rowan looked at her with wide eyes. Do you have a way? I do, but there is a problem. After hearing her, she immediately analyzed. Arisha described the scene of Rowan standing behind and supporting her, and began to analyze. Did you see that thing separating just now? If I want to seal everything at the same time, then during the sealing, I need someone to relay the coordinates to me. Remembering Cashin, who had just left without hesitation, this is a mess, if this continues, I will fail, she continued. The problem is that the only person at the moment who can both remember the location of the separated pieces and calculate the coordinates is Cashin. At that time, Rowan timidly spoke, then. After a short pause, he put his hand on his chest, his eyes gradually regaining their confidence, his breath also becoming more stable. Let me do it. Arisha turned her head to look over. You, Rowan affirmed once again, yes. At this point, his eyes finally became sure, all the timidity from usual disappearing. I can do it. During that time, the air mass had grown at an alarming rate, growing larger every moment, each wave fluctuating around, while the red-hot pieces were also constantly falling, making the atmosphere more and more heavy and chaotic. At that time, a furious hand suddenly appeared behind the window frame, slamming down. Who on earth awakened that thing? The dean clung to the door, looking out sweating with worry. Someone has awakened the Mana Eater. Looking up at the sky that was gradually being swallowed by that thing to the point that it did not leave a trace of blue, he thought to himself, that thing is the result of a faulty study left by our ancestors. It not only eats the mana of the world, but also eats the mana of humans. At the same time, the door behind him suddenly burst open. Dean, I am Adrian Arland, I request permission to enter. Stepping inside was Adrian along with 2 other students. Because this is an emergency situation, I will direct as the Crown Prince, not as a student of the Academy. He strode to the front of the dean. As soon as he saw him, he saluted. Yes, Your Highness. Adrian did not hesitate, immediately discussing the main issue. First, call the professors of the magic department and the best magic students here. The words were still unfinished. We have to find a way to deal with it. The person who came with him suddenly interrupted, cutting off Adrian's thoughts. Your Highness. Following the direction that person pointed, Adrian's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, the horror in the depths of his eyes also surging because of that. Please look there. The red thing in the sky at that time was being wrapped tightly by the strips of golden light, each ring layering upon each other, like invisible chains trying to restrain its wild growth. Someone is doing a sealing ritual. Attracted by that light, Adrian was as if possessed by a demon, approaching the window, his eyes fixed on its every move. Adrian's eyes widened slightly, his lips moving to speak unconsciously. Golden mana. A spot of light somehow fell inside. As soon as he saw it, Adrian reached out to touch it, his whole body also being dyed with a faint halo because of this. Outside, Arisha and Rowan at that time were coordinating with each other, each line being drawn in succession, quickly forming a huge formation covering the entire surrounding area. Is that Princess Arisha? Arisha, on one side, was struggling to support the formation created by herself, and on the other side, she did not forget to worry about Rowan. Rowan, are you okay? Rowan also very naturally grabbed her outstretched hand. Yes, I am okay. Looking up, the marks drawn by the two were also becoming wider and wider. We must search the entire territory of the Western Empire before it spreads further. Arisha quickly drew the diagram of the formation in her head. From this point on, everything is very important. I will spread my mana throughout the empire. As the next words rang out, Rowan was immediately shocked to the point of rolling his eyes. The location of the separated bodies will appear in your head. Arisha straightened her face, saying seriously, so, you have to remember each location clearly and calculate it into coordinates. Can you do it? Arisha's trust in Rowan at this time made him so pressured that he had to swallow hard, gradually gathering courage for himself. Rowan tensed up, his eyes fixed on the ground and replied, yes. Seeing that expression of his, Arisha could not help but smile in the midst of the tension. I did not expect my kitten to have such a serious side. How strange. The two were sitting together, cooperating to draw a huge battlefield. Very good, then let us start. After calculating the coordinates, you just need to think in your head. I will take care of the rest myself. The mark gradually appeared on the top of the castle, emitting a faint light like an invisible protective talisman, covering the entire castle. The red air fell like rain, but before it could touch the ground, it was caught by that strip of light, preventing it from having any further chance to harm anyone. That light was like a patient hand, quietly gathering each small piece one by one, determined not to miss any remnants. The streaks of light also obeyed her orders, slowly bringing all those dangerous things into it, the sky gradually brightening because of this. Seeing that the situation was getting better and better, Arisha's mood finally gradually relaxed. It is okay, right? Looking over to Rowan, at this time he was closing his eyes tightly. He is really identifying the location and calculating it into coordinates. Yet the sky unexpectedly darkened again, the light created by Arisha also becoming weaker and weaker as if being eroded by that thing. If that is the case, then the sealing will be easier. Witnessing that scene, Arisha's mood soon became worse. No wonder things were so smooth. The strips of light were now only flickering like threads strung across the night. Arisha saw this and gave it a word of exclamation. You do not intend to be easily sealed, do you? As Arisha shouted, the rays of light created by her gradually reappeared. Rowan, I am going to speed up. He hesitated. Yes. That light, carrying a hint of red air, slowly coiled into the middle of the mark. It is almost there. By the time the last piece was transported to the destination, Arisha's breath seemed to stop for a moment. The final separated body. Arisha closed her eyes, feeling the light gently soothing her face, causing her breathing to slow down because of this. Opening her eyes, she reached out to mobilize the light to gather in one place, while speaking, very good, now, let us finish it. Suddenly a call rang out from behind, causing Arisha to immediately become alert. Princess. As she turned her head, what caught her eyes was a lightning bolt looming closer, the distance between it and Arisha so close that it felt like the surrounding air was being compressed. Careful. The hands of the two people were also released in the air because of this. Rowan frantically reached out to grab Arisha in helplessness. No. Her body was pulled into it by a strong suction force, her hands still hovering in the air. The appearance of that look was when she touched the figure behind Rowan, the one who had been secretly standing in the dark, daring to take advantage of the fact that I am concentrating on sealing. It seems your will to avenge is very high. She also saw the face of the perpetrator, the gaze only fleeting but enough to engrave deep into her eyes. Francie Sten. Arisha was not angry, on the contrary, she only used an icy gaze to skim across that face full of envy. Is she trying to kill me? How annoying. Anyway, if I am swallowed by that thing, I will only lose a little mana. Rowan kicked hard on the ground, the momentum causing his entire body to move forward. Regardless of all the consequences, Rowan directly risked his life to rush to meet Arisha. Princess. In that moment, his horrified expression was lit up by the blood-red light. Seeing that scene, Arisha's face, which originally had no expression, was truly frightened at that time. She desperately screamed, no. The figures of the two were swallowed into the formation, leaving only the faint words of Arisha. Why did you jump down so dangerously? Adrian did not run out of the door with the group until that time. Looking up at the sky swirling like a roaring waterfall, he shouted in despair, Princess Arisha. The person behind Adrian saw his agitation and stopped him. Your Highness, please stay away, it is very dangerous. Adrian hesitated, but Cashin suddenly appeared between the two with a cold expression, causing Adrian to instinctively startle. Really? Cashin put his hands in his pockets, walking with eyes revealing impatience, uttering cold words of reproach. Still have not finished dealing with it. He ambled past the faces of the two, his appearance indifferent to the point of coldness. Sure enough, you can't do anything without me, so indifferent that even when Adrian hurriedly reached out to stop him, he just ignored him. Wait, it is very dangerous. As he raised his hand, the familiar aura immediately rose, running along his arm and enveloping Cashin's entire body. Spreading his hands, the streaks of purple-green air came one by one. Then finally, all of them headed straight for the mark standing tall in the sky left by Arisha. Thanks to that, the spreading power of that symbol also widened another circle, shaking more powerfully, causing the surrounding space to tremble non-stop because of this. That streak of power was like being strongly sucked down by an invisible force from below, rushing away at a dizzying speed. Its destination accurately stopped right in front of Cashin, as if the entire orbit was controlled by him in advance. All the red air was sucked into it, each strand as if gradually dissolving. Finally, everything suddenly exploded like a flare, lighting up a dazzling halo amidst the gloomy atmosphere. All the shocks were finally gathered into a stone falling into Cashin's hand. He only sighed softly, the movement so light that it did not take any effort at all. He looked at the sphere in front of him, faintly seeing the figure inside, and again spoke to reproach. In the end, I am the one who handles everything. What were you doing while I went to the forest? The person from the inside did not hesitate to tear the thin screen in front of him to step into the light. Don't make me laugh. Arisha and Rowan stepped out of the desolate place, passing through the misty dust, their bodies all covered in dirt. Originally, you only needed to put a little mana into my sealing formation. Cashin heard this and asked, then I also contributed a part, but why were you swallowed by it? Hearing this, Arisha closed her eyes wearily, snapping her fingers once. Of course, there is a reason. A golden light immediately enveloped Rowan. He startled and widened his eyes, observing his body that was glowing. The dirt stuck to Rowan's body was forcibly dragged to the ground by those rays of light. Done, Arisha looked to the side. Behind her was Patrick, who was lying on the ground both clean and intact, sleeping soundly as if dead. Anyway, I have sealed it and found the professor. So it is okay. Then Arisha suddenly turned to Rowan, reaching out to brush away some dust left on his shoulder, causing him to blush with embarrassment. Arisha smiled brightly and spoke to praise. Well done, my kitten. Rowan was too embarrassed to utter a word, his lips pursed tightly, his whole body stiff with tension. Seeing that she was safely unharmed and coming out, Adrian anxiously ran over, temporarily interrupting the romantic scene at that time. Princess. He breathed a sigh of relief, his facial muscles that had been tense with worry were finally lowered. It is good that you are still safe and sound. Are you injured anywhere? Arisha looked to the side, completely indifferent to his enthusiasm, only replying as a courtesy, I am okay. Because in her eyes at that time, there was only the figure of Francis, her whole body trembling in shivers, looking so scared. It seems she did not think I would survive and return. Never mind, there are other problems that are more important now. Thinking of this, Arisha reached out to snatch the stone in Cashin's hand. Give it to me. She approached Adrian, placing the stone in his hand. Crown Prince, this is the sealing stone, please guard it very strictly. Adrian's eyes were fixed on Arisha, smiling and replying, okay. At that time, a voice suddenly rang in Arisha's ear, her pupils unconsciously widening. It is all because of the princess. As soon as she turned her head, Arisha immediately caught Francis's finger pointing straight at her. She actually dared to blame her recklessly. It was the princess who broke the sealing stone. So this happened. Arisha did not react in time, her whole body stiffened, her eyes widening. Adrian's emotions were stirred by those words, stepping forward to ask anxiously, Miss Sten, what do you mean? That attitude was the signal for Francis to advance. After breaking the sealing stone, she pretended to resolve it. This has greatly affected the academy. And it also meant that she was also involved in Professor Patrick's research. Those arrogant words falling into Rowan's ears immediately caused him to become agitated. Hey, you. She approached Francis. As soon as she saw her, she felt a pang of guilt in her heart, her feet unconsciously retreating. Could she? Arisha's face at that time was indeed a little scary, her whole body becoming gloomy, the coldness spreading even in the air. Can you guarantee your words? She continued, and I suspect you, Miss Sten. As soon as the words left her mouth, Francis's expression darkened, her mind fluctuating violently. Yes. The aura emanating from her was indeed not to be trifled with. Each sentence that was spoken immediately choked the other party. Wasn't it the princess who used magic to attack when I and the lady from the family were sealing the separated bodies? That is right, I saw it too. Rowan behind her saw this and added a few words. We were almost sucked into that black sphere. The accusations constantly falling on Francis's head like a hailstorm caused her to become dizzy. I did not do anything. A lively discussion immediately rang out behind Francis, each person contributing a sentence immediately making the atmosphere lively. What is going on? Miss Sten is deliberately targeting the princess. Hey, is she making it all up herself? Adrian, who had been silent since just now, finally spoke. Is that true? Falling into a dead end, Francis could only recklessly lay the blame in an attempt to escape responsibility. This is also the princess's trick. The hands raised into the air gesturing wildly were suddenly grabbed and pulled strongly by another hand. She fell forward weakly, her face facing Arisha's deadly gaze making it difficult to breathe. She lowered herself, close enough that her breath touched Francis's scared and distorted face. If you can't withstand something as small as this, then just shut your mouth obediently. In the blink of an eye, Arisha suddenly stood up straight, looking at her accusingly. You still do not want to die, do you? The sweat on Francis's face after those words was as if there was a switch, flowing down one after another, her eyes showing a look of horror. Her legs were completely drained of strength, her whole body collapsed. Above her was Arisha looking down with a contemptuous smile. Adrian waited for Arisha to finish scolding her before stepping forward to speak. Miss Sten, if this is true, then your behavior is considered a crime aimed at the princess. The next words just released immediately caused Francis to tremble uncontrollably like a dog caught in the rain. So I will detain you for investigation. The entire clean figure of Patrick without a trace of dust was also taken into his sight, and also Professor Patrick. After handling the tangled mess, Arisha also turned around to walk towards Rowan, sighing softly in her heart. Finally, it is over. Standing in front of you, I immediately return to my carefree self, give a smile, and say, you have worked hard, kitty. Rowan gapes, staring blankly at her. It is the princess who has worked hard. As he approaches her, he awkwardly scratches his head, the two of them looking at each other as if in their own world. Princess, I actually have a request. In the royal investigation led by Adrian, they clarified everything, and Patrick became the defendant, forced to stand trial. He was completely remorseful, and his attitude was very cooperative. Professor Patrick used Cachembour to cause trouble. After all that happened, everything finally returned to its original order and peace, so the professor was punished, but because of the damage caused by the Mana Eater. The academy announced a temporary closure. Outside, at that moment, a person appeared leading a white horse. As soon as the car door opened, someone was already waiting, silently reaching out to greet them, and a person in the car slowly reciprocated. Stepping out of the car was a woman with long blonde hair past her waist, Laurentia Arland, the Grand Princess of the Western Empire. As soon as she got out of the car, she skillfully unfurled her fan, gently covering her face, her movements graceful and discreet, thinking to herself, I could have just called the butler to pick me up, but I guess this is to show the Empire's citizens a harmonious sisterhood. The fan covered half of her face, revealing only a cold gaze sweeping around. It seems that in the coming days, I will be seeing that hateful face every day. Seeing the man running towards her from afar in a flustered manner, Laurentia folded her fan and asked, where is the crown prince, princess? Hearing the hurried, fragmented reply of the other person resounding in her ears, Crown Prince Adrian has already departed for the royal palace. Only when she came to her senses and understood the true meaning, Laurentia whipped her head around and asked in astonishment, what? The person, even though tired and breathless, still bowed deeply with utmost formality. Please forgive me. Her motionless figure soon trembled with anger. He dares, a lowly born person like him dares to humiliate me. A noise from behind temporarily snapped Laurentia out of her daze, and she immediately turned her head. What is it? It turned out that the gate was now bustling with people, and the sound of laughter and chatter rose endlessly. What is going on? She took a deep breath to regain her composure, raising her hand to adjust her hair to hide her embarrassment. Calm down, maintain your image. Only then did she remember the person standing cowering before her, gently placing her hand on their shoulder. It is all right, you can stand up. The person raised their head, and she turned around and stepped back into the car. There is no other way, let us go back. Another person appeared at the same time, their figure immediately falling into Laurentia's sight. Laurentia turned her head to look, and in that moment could not help but reveal a look of surprise. The gate opened, and Arisha also appeared behind the light of the door, her appearance cold but still exuding an unyielding charisma. That person. Noticing that face, she immediately recognized it, and on this side, Arisha seemed to recognize it at the same time, her indifferent eyes widening slightly. The scene before her made her feet unconsciously move closer, a satisfied smile blooming on her lips. That is the emblem of the Western Empire, so that person is a princess. Before long, Laurentia stood in front of Arisha, smiling brightly. This is the first time I have met the star of the Eastern Empire. Seeing this, Arisha also very politely curtsied. I am Arisha de Lepitzer, Princess of the Eastern Empire. Laurentia on the other side responded with an identical gesture, and I am Laurentia Arland, Grand Princess of the Western Empire. With that, she reached out her hand as a greeting, touching the outstretched hand. Meeting like this is fate. As she spoke, she smiled. Would you like to have tea with me? In the blink of an eye, the two appeared in an exquisitely decorated garden, filled with sunlight. On the tea table, various pastries were arranged just so. I heard that the princess is the one who resolved the incident that happened at the academy this time. Laurentia continued, I am sending the emperor's thanks to you, and Arisha politely replied, it is nothing. Raising the teacup in her hand, Arisha asked, not revealing any interest, but for what reason did the princess visit the academy today? Laurentia put on a standard smile and replied, to greet Crown Prince Adrian. Arisha asked, puzzled, but did not the Crown Prince already leave? Hearing this, her elegant demeanor suddenly disappeared, and she could not control her emotions, placing the teacup heavily on the table. That is exactly it. Hearing this, her expression also darkened, and a flash of resentment appeared in the depths of Laurentia's eyes. He dares. That commotion temporarily pulled Arisha from her absent-mindedness. Are their relations not good? Adrian also appeared at that moment. He flung open the door, his face revealing astonishment. Sister. Laurentia tiredly closed her eyes and began to scold. Adrian, can't you see I am having tea with a guest? Hearing this, Adrian immediately hesitated. But sister, this person. She immediately flew into a rage, slamming her hand on the table, her gaze thrown at Adrian as sharp as a knife. Are you looking down on me now? Didn't you hear what I said? Arisha sat to the side, thinking to herself, it really is not good, huh? With that, she propped herself up and stood up. It is all right, princess. Without hesitation, Arisha turned and left, even turning her head to smile. I was planning to go back too, so let us stop here. I had a lot of fun today. But before she could go far, Arisha's hand was held tightly by another hand. Turning her head, she immediately met Adrian's sincere face mixed with worry. Let me see you off. In that situation, Laurentia immediately became the third wheel, her eyes opening wide in surprise. Thus, Laurentia stared blankly at the backs of the two people as Adrian pulled Arisha, gradually disappearing from sight. Walking, Arisha suddenly stopped. She gently bowed her head, her hair falling lightly in front of her forehead with the movement. That is right. The words rang out, the expression on Laurentia's face becoming even more astonished. I was originally planning to return to the Eastern Empire, but I have changed my mind. Speaking to the end, the corners of Arisha's mouth curled up slightly, a smile with a hint of implication. I will temporarily stay in the Western Empire, so we will meet again. In another scene, Arisha wandered around and forgot that someone was waiting in the room, staring intently at the luggage and wondering, why is only the luggage back? Adrian on this side pulled Arisha all the way outside, striding forward. Arisha looked at Adrian's hurried back, her eyes inevitably rising with a hint of suspicion. I have a feeling that something big is about to happen in the Western Empire. Thinking of this, all the vagueness in her eyes completely disappeared, leaving only absolute will, and the center of those things. Then her eyes once again fixed on the figure of the person walking ahead. It is definitely Adrian. At the same time, Adrian's hand also let go. I am really sorry. Arisha asked in surprise, what? He sincerely placed his hand on his chest, a feeling of guilt suddenly rising in his heart, because I took your hand so casually, and thank you for pretending like it was nothing. On the other side, Arisha wearily closed her eyes, as if all the problems before her were no longer important. It is just in time that I have something I want to ask you. As soon as the words fell, Adrian immediately widened his eyes and looked at her, asking with a slight daze, yes, ask me. Arisha, on the contrary, seriously thought before giving an answer, her whole body falling into contemplation. At that time, although the Mana Eater incident was resolved, There was still one thing I was stuck on. Her mind suddenly drifted back to the day Rowan made the proposal. Princess, I actually want to ask you for a favor. As he spoke, he revealed a worried expression, but his eyes were filled with sincerity. Please keep it a secret, the matter of me and the person who sealed it. Hearing those words, she slowly raised her head and looked at him, her eyes flickering. Why? Rowan hurriedly averted his eyes, avoiding Arisha's curious gaze, his expression revealing obvious embarrassment. Returning to reality, Arisha was still preoccupied with the jumbled thoughts in her head. Why does he want to hide his abilities? After sorting out that information herself, she suddenly turned and asked Adrian, do you know anything about the Orful family? Adrian was startled and repeated Arisha's words as a reflex. The Orful family. Adrian raised his hand and rubbed his chin, his eyes looking up as if trying to recall something. The eldest son, Rodden Orful, is receiving a lot of attention because he is a promising candidate for the position of future prime minister. As they spoke, both imagined the vague figure of a mysterious person, the position of prime minister. Adrian replied, yes, his intelligence is extraordinary. Receiving confirmation from him, Arisha suddenly remembered Rowan's familiar, diligent appearance, not Rowan but Rowan's brother. These sentences sound like they are talking about Rowan. Adrian stood waiting for Aridancia to think, anxiously pursing his lips. On the opposite side, Arisha seemed to completely ignore that attitude. Could it be? When she heard someone call, she was startled and raised her head to look up. Princess. Adrian's face, besides the worry at that time, also faintly carried a bit of sadness. Are you concerned about young Master Rowan? That sincerity fell into Arisha's eyes and turned into displeasure. She did not answer, only silently stood with her arms crossed, staring at him. That is right. It seems like he once said he liked me. Without hesitation, she turned and left, completely not giving Adrian any more opportunities to confess. He in the back could only gently raise his hand to stop her in vain. You can think of it that way too. She turned into a streak of bright golden light, and then disappeared right before Adrian's eyes, leaving him alone with a mess of emotions in his heart. Adrian stood frozen in place, as if left in an empty space. In another scene, at the Orful Marquis Manor, Rowan was sitting in the study, quietly reading a book. He was completely absorbed and focused, his eyes so focused that he seemed to forget the time. At the same time, wind from outside blew in, tossing the curtains, and light followed in. Following that light source, Arisha also appeared. Rowan reflexively glanced over, pulled out of his train of thought by her. Hello, Rowan. Seeing that scene, Rowan immediately froze, his eyes glued to her, his mouth unconsciously opening slightly as if someone had sucked away his soul. Before him was the scene of Arisha sitting by the windowsill, tilting her head and looking at him, her eyes sparkling with a bright smile. Princess. Seeing her get closer to him, Rowan blankly spoke. What did you come all the way here for? She did not answer, her eyes only staring intently at the thing on his face. What is this? She stepped forward, gently taking off the glasses on Rowan's face, and he, as a habit, immediately became tense and closed his eyes tightly. You always wear glasses. Arisha bowed her head, revealing a gentle smile only for Rowan. Kitty looks much better without glasses. Those words made his face turn red as if it would bleed, his lips pursed, his eyes full of confusion looking at her. He used all his strength to ask her a question. Why do you keep calling me Kitty? Arisha looked at him, sighing helplessly with an encouraging smile. Because you are cute. Then Arisha placed the glasses on the table, and at the same time called out, Rowan. Without warning, Arisha spoke a torrent, immediately making his whole body stiffen. Rodden Orful, the eldest son, is receiving a lot of attention because he is a promising candidate for the position a future prime minister. Raising his head, his attitude this time was worried mixed with fear, his eyes flickering. How did you? Not waiting for Rowan to ask, she continued to interrupt. Is that why you asked me to keep it a secret? The next words made Rowan jump. Your family does not know you are very intelligent, do they? Rowan was so panicked that he flailed, his eyes darting around. Princess, that. Arisha on the opposite side was extremely calm, she smiled and reassured him, it is all right. Then she put her hands behind her back, tilting her head and looking around. There is no one here. That expression once again made Rowan stunned, a feeling of gentle tranquility quietly spreading. He nervously coughed and stuttered, that. Suddenly a voice spoke in the room, inadvertently interrupting the conversation between the two young people. Rowan. Even Arisha was startled by that sound, and he quickly stood up tensely. This voice, it is my brother. Before Arisha could do anything, a hand suddenly reached out and covered her mouth, causing her eyes to widen. At that moment, the brother also opened the door and called out at the same time, Rowan. This character is introduced as Rodden Orful, the eldest son of the Orful family, is Rowan's brother. But before his eyes was only an empty room with no one and a wide-open window. Clearly mother said he was in the library, though. Finally, Rodden went inside to check the situation. Then Rodden came forward and swept the curtains to both sides to observe the situation outside the window, unaware that Rowan and Arisha were only a few steps away, hiding behind the bookshelf. Because of the tension, Rowan at that moment sighed, and that sound was immediately noticed by Arisha beside him. Her slender hand quickly reached out and covered Rowan's mouth in his shocked eyes. She looked at him with firm eyes instead of a scolding, raising her hand to signal Rowan to be quiet. Then she suddenly retracted her hand, and her feet also retreated a few steps. That sudden movement made Rowan stunned. Arisha suddenly looked at him with annoyed eyes. Rowan, do I look very embarrassing? Rowan was flustered, his hands and feet gradually becoming clumsy. Yes, what do you mean? She continued with a not very pleasant attitude. Why do not you want anyone to know I am here? Rowan frantically waved his hands and feet. How could I? Hearing his clumsy explanation, Arisha suddenly was not angry anymore. On the contrary, she secretly gave a light smile. It is just, for personal reasons, so. Then she reached out her hand, and as a habit, rubbed his head. I know, you do not have to explain, thinking to herself, his face is so easy to turn red. Arisha's hand slid from the top of his head to Rowan's flustered face, patiently listening to him explain. No, that is what I want to say. While he was still stammering without finishing the sentence, my business, Rodden, after searching for a while, also saw him, his eyes flashing with surprise. Rowan. Rowan turned his head to look at him with a blushing face, while Arisha's hands were still placed on his face. Brother. Seeing that embarrassing situation, even Rodden stood frozen for a moment. The two young people on the other side were also motionless, the scene as if frozen in that moment. Oh dear. In order to dispel the awkward atmosphere at that moment, Arisha pushed Rowan straight towards Rodden. Rodden, after regaining his senses, also began to wonder. Rowan, who is this? Hearing him, his hands and feet became a mess, his head constantly turning to look around. Brother, that. During that time, Arisha did not say anything, only silently observed from the side, this person. Looking at the bewildered face standing before the two people, Arisha wondered, is he Rowan's brother? After that eye contact, Arisha also very naturally stepped forward to greet. Very happy to meet you, young Master Orful. He looked down and replied, you know me. The next words rang out. Rowan's eyes immediately stopped on her, of course. On this side, Arisha was still very excited to introduce herself. I am Arisha de Lepitzer. Hearing this, Rodden's mind shook, his face quickly darkening. Yes, Lepitzer, you are the princess of the Eastern Empire. The group was still busy with that awkward incident when before long, it was getting dark. Please forgive me for not recognizing the princess. Seeing Arisha outside, Rodden was still apologetically saluting. I am truly sorry. But Arisha completely did not mind, on the contrary, she said with a carefree smile, it is all right. Speaking to this point, she suddenly remembered Rowan, immediately turning her head, her eyes sweeping around to search for his figure, but I have not seen Rowan this whole time, though. Rodden also reported the situation to Arisha on his behalf. Rowan is preparing dinner with our parents, so that is what it was. The two stood outside the garden for a while. I did not expect Rowan to know the princess of the Eastern Empire, it is just that Rowan's lateness attracted me. The more they talked, the more interested they became, walking between the road planted with flowers on both sides. The princess also knows Rowan is a diligent person. Right, she added, I also know he likes to read books. Hearing this, the expression on Rodden's face flashed with surprise. Reading, has he been into reading a lot lately? Arisha continued to ask him in return. You did not know. Rodden embarrassedly raised his hand to scratch his face. He used to really like books. Hearing his words, Arisha's expression suddenly darkened, but I do not know why, from some point, he has not touched them anymore. Rodden suddenly wearily sighed heavily. Memories also flowed into his mind, the childhood memories returning. Back then, he kept begging me to read fairy tales all the time, demanding to hug me every day and inviting me to play. Speaking to this point, Rodden's mood also turned somber, but maybe now Rowan feels uncomfortable being with me. Arisha raised her head to look at him, her eyes flashing with surprise, the atmosphere also falling into silence in that moment. Then she suddenly spoke, and he reflexively glanced over. It is not that he is uncomfortable. Arisha smiled faintly. Rowan will never be upset with you. Seeing Rodden's surprised face mixed with a bit of disbelief, Arisha was still very sure. I already knew it just by listening. At the same time as Arisha's thoughts were happening, Rowan's hurried footsteps also appeared from afar, all of Rowan's actions. The voice on the opposite side rang out, and Rodden was also startled and raised his head. Brother. Seeing Rowan's worried face running towards him, Arisha continued her affirmation, all stem from his love for his brother. Arriving at the place, he was also tired and breathless, the person bowing, frantically absorbing oxygen. Mother needs you to help with the dinner preparations. Hearing this, Rodden sighed and lamented, maybe Dad made the servants suffer again. Before turning to leave, Rodden politely bowed to Arisha. Princess, please excuse me. She also bowed in response to him. I had a very good time. The two just stood watching Rodden's back slowly fade away. Rowan at that time called out. Arisha, hearing this, glanced over lazily. Princess. This time he looked directly into her eyes, his attitude absolutely sincere. The thing we did not finish talking about just now, let us continue now. Arisha looked at that appearance and lightly curled her lips, as if she had long seen through his inner thoughts. In the quiet space under the starry sky at that time, Arisha's voice rang out, "All right." She stood opposite Rowan, the wind blowing her hair, strands flowing towards him. "I will listen to what you have to say." At this moment, an image of his family suddenly flashed in Rowan's mind, a happy family, the Orful Marquis family with 2 sons. The scene at that time gradually focused on Rawdon as a child, accompanied by narration. The eldest son Rawdon Orful, with his outstanding mind, attracted everyone's attention. Beside Rawdon at that time was Rowan as a child with a tender face and familiar brown hair, and the second son Rowan Orful, the younger brother who always respected and loved his brother. Scenes of the 2 brothers playing happily in childhood also appeared one after another. Rawdon loved his younger brother so much that he was willing to give everything he had to his younger brother. Following that was the image of the 2 sleeping next to each other, synchronized from posture to expression, and Rowan also loved the brother who was noticed for his extraordinary intelligence. The scene changed. Rowan as a child sat at the desk, attentively reading a book, but Rowan, who originally loved books so much, his hands deftly flipped through each page, fascinated by each word, suddenly realizing that Rawdon as a child realized his younger brother's talent, his eyes unable to hide his surprise. Deep inside was a feeling of jealousy. "I am even better than my brother." At that time, Rawdon suddenly ran to his parents, speaking in an excited tone and with eyes shining like stars. "Mom, Dad, I know what I want to do in the future. I will become the Prime Minister of this empire." Hearing this, the 2 were both satisfied and amused, reaching out to pat Rawdon's head, not forgetting to give a few more encouraging words. "Our eldest son will become a great person." "Prime Minister, what a great dream, son." Rowan stood in the distance, silently watching everything, his tender mind absorbing the sweet words of his parents, but in his eyes flashed a feeling that was difficult to name. As soon as he saw that image of Rawdon, looking at the scene of the 3 of them laughing together, a feeling of vagueness rose in his heart. Rowan decided to hide himself as much as possible. He clenched the book in his hand, his head lowered, his lips pursed, all because of the person who yielded and sacrificed for him when he was young. Even more bitter, the content of the book he was holding tightly was the chronicle of the prime ministers of the Arland Empire. Rowan understood Rawdon very well. His brother, the chronicle of the prime ministers of the Arland Empire. Returning to reality, Rowan's voice slowly rang out. "Since I started hiding, I felt much more relieved." The more he spoke, the smile on his lips gradually became relieved, and his eyes also softened. "If it is for my brother." Hearing those words, Arisha only stood there silently, listening. "Then my living in seclusion like this is very correct." At that time, Arisha's lips parted slightly, taking a light breath, as if preparing to speak. And then his name rang out, pulling Rowan out of that memory. "Rowan." Then Arisha unexpectedly expressed her intention, her words very calm. "Do you want to become prime minister?" Hearing this, Rowan jumped in shock. "Yes," as if to be more sure. She continued, "After hearing what I said." Rowan seemed to see the light at the end of the tunnel, a feeling of happiness budding in his heart. He wants to help the empire become better, so that everyone can live in happiness and joy. Saying this, Arisha tilted her head and smiled. "Right." Rowan's hand trembled slightly, but gathering enough courage, he could finally utter the 2 words, "That is right." He put his hand on his heart, speaking with all sincerity. "I hope that everyone will be happier than ever." Hearing this, Arisha also seriously thought. "Then anywhere is fine, huh?" Rowan asked back as if not daring to believe it. "Yes." She continued in a decisive tone. "Come with me, Rowan." That resolute scene directly made him stunned. "What does the princess mean?" Arisha raised her head, her eyes directly meeting Rowan's. With all confidence and decisiveness, she made her declaration. "I will become the emperor of the Eastern Empire." Then she reached out her hand. "So I need someone to support me by my side." Rowan hesitated slightly, his eyes stopping on the hand outstretched in front of him. "Me." In that moment, her hand was still quietly outstretched, patiently waiting. "Will help you realize your dream." On this side, his mind also began to turn, falling into contemplation. "If I am by the princess's side, I will definitely be very happy." The inner turmoil made him hesitate. All determination seemed to be held back in that moment. "But if I become the prime minister of another empire, I will have to leave my family." And she only silently and patiently waited for Rowan to make his own choice. "Of course, this is very difficult to decide, but I will wait for you." Then she slowly reached out her hand, gently taking his trembling hand. "Rowan." She raised her hand, making a firm affirmation. "In the end, you will choose to be by my side." Rowan's eyes widened, all thoughts in that moment so chaotic that he could not sort them out in time. The 2 just stood holding hands in the garden for a long time, the light from the street lamps covering it made the scene before them become strangely gentle. After that day, morning once again visited the magnificent building. The birds that woke up the earliest appeared one after another on the branches. Arisha gently opened her eyes, waking up on her own familiar large and comfortable bed, so comfortable that she could not help but exclaim, "It is great." Stretching, Arisha gave a comfortable smile, her face exuding relaxation. You are awake. It has been a long time since I have had a morning like this. Her eyes quickly revealed a look of disgust, mixed with tiredness, slowly glancing at the owner of that voice. Cashin was silently standing in a corner of the room, leaning against the window frame. Arisha's scolding immediately rang out. What are you doing so early in the morning? Get out. Hearing this, his face did not have the slightest expression, his head only tilting slightly to observe her. Without beating around the bush, Cashin directly went to the main issue. You will interfere with the crown prince's affairs, right? On the other side, Arisha did not bother to hide it, nodding once without changing her expression. Hearing this, Cashin had a headache, his hand reflexively raising to rub his temples. I knew it. Have you forgotten your position? Saying this, he pointed directly at Arisha sitting and said with an accusatory tone, you are the princess of another empire. As soon as she opened her eyes, Arisha's ears were filled with Cashin's constant complaints. With just a small action, it is enough to cause war between the two empires. With just those words, he officially succeeded in destroying her originally good mood. Cashin was glared at until his eyes burned. When did you start caring about the empire? Don't do things you have never done before, go away. Cashin was so dissatisfied that he kept pounding his chest. I am so angry, you are a white witch, there must be some reason why you live like a human. But as soon as the next words rang out, Arisha's nonchalant attitude also disappeared. Isn't there something you need to protect? You do not care even if war breaks out. Arisha's mood also slowly calmed down. After being reborn with the name Arisha, I have regained the feelings I once forgot. In her memory, familiar faces appeared one after another, carrying smiles and sincere eyes, the value of each life, the miracle in relationships. Those faces and the joy of that time were all kept intact in her heart. Those are the feelings I once forgot. But immediately after, war appeared in her memory. If war breaks out, can I protect the people I am familiar with? Arisha stood in desolation, her small back passing through the cold ruins, but I can't guarantee the safety of other precious lives. The more she thought, the more her eyes quietly covered with a layer of coldness. That is also why I live according to the rules of humans, because I am royalty. So with just a small action like that, I am enough to cause great consequences. Returning to reality, Arisha glanced at where Cashin was standing. Cashin already knows everything, huh? Discovering that gaze, he continued to speak. With your evil nature, you actually accepted to follow all the rules, or do you feel guilty for rejecting the crown prince's feelings? Arisha, after sorting out her thoughts, finally got out of bed. She called out softly, Cashin. Her eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure looking at him. Do I look like a person who is easily swayed by personal feelings? Cashin guiltily crossed his arms in front of his chest, his attitude gradually becoming unnatural, his eyes hurriedly looking aside. Motionless for a moment, Cashin slowly removed his back from the window frame. No, Arisha just turned and left the room, you know that very well. Just turning around to leave, she casually waved her hand a few times, then get out of here quickly. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind her, causing Arisha to startle and turn around reflexively. As soon as she turned her head, her eyes immediately met Cashin's hand manipulating the source of magical power. From within the swirling streams of power, Cashin unexpectedly produced a sealed letter. I picked it up on the way here. Arisha's eyes just glanced over and immediately saw the familiar name written outside the envelope, Beth. After that morning with that awkward encounter, Ari Kai at that time appeared in a coffee shop with exquisite architecture. Inside someone's voice rang out, thank you, Princess, for taking the time to come here. Inside, Daisy, Isabel, and Arisha sat next to each other at the tea table, creating a rare peaceful scene. Is it inconvenient to live in a guest house? Why do not you come to my mansion? Hearing this, Arisha happily smiled. No need, I do not think the academy will take that long to repair. But those words were not enough to soothe Daisy's anxious mood. She looked anxiously at Arisha. But without servants by your side, I am very worried about the princess. Would you like to relax with us today? Arisha politely replied, thank you, Daisy. A feeling of intense gratitude rose in her heart, so touched that her eyes were almost tearing up. Thank you for caring about me. Saying this, Daisy's eyes suddenly lit up. But the hunting competition is coming up soon, right? Isabel beside her also enthusiastically agreed, that is right. The more they spoke, the more radiant their faces became, the smiles on their lips as if bursting with light. Will Miss Rona participate in the hunting competition this time? Yes, my family always participates. But, facing that enthusiasm, Arisha's expression was completely indifferent. Hunting competition, Isabel quickly spoke to explain, I am sorry, maybe the princess does not know yet. As she spoke, she imagined the scene of the hunt that day in her mind. This is an event held annually by the royal family of the Western Empire. Each participant will hunt prey in the forest owned by the royal family. Thinking of winning, Daisy could not hide her joy, smiling, the family that catches the most difficult prey will win. The two of them were so enthusiastic that the conversation gradually turned into a race to speak. I plan to participate this year. Your Highness is the Princess of the Eastern Empire. You must have received a special invitation. They were absolutely like-minded, the sound of laughter and conversation rising. I hope the princess will also come. I am so looking forward to it. Hearing all this, she was also hypnotized and fell into contemplation. Hunting competition, huh? Letting her hand down, the corners of Arisha's lips slightly curved into a faint smile. Her eyes also revealed a bit more interest. This is going to be interesting. The scene at that time gradually switched to an exquisite glass building. The person appearing inside was Alan Arland, the great prince of the Western Empire, declaring with a serious face, I heard you met the princess of the Eastern Empire, Lorraine. Sitting not far away was Laurentina. So what is the reason you called everyone so urgently? She continued when she heard it. It seems that the princess of the Eastern Empire is on Adrian's side. Hearing this, Alan could not help but sigh, but it does not have much impact. Sitting with them were also two people, Lisanna Arland, the second princess of the Western Empire, and Leod Arland, the third prince of the Western Empire. Don't we also have the support of the royal families of other empires? Speaking to this point, Loteria flew into a rage, folding her fan and slamming it heavily on the table in resentment. Have you forgotten, the person who resolved the incident that happened recently at the academy was the princess of the Eastern Empire? Alan, seeing her furious attitude, only knew to sit obediently and observe. We can't know how strong the princess is. Loteria continued, moreover, the problem is that the hunting competition is coming up soon. Hearing this, Alan's eyes flashed with surprise. Why is it a problem? Loteria almost hissed each word through clenched teeth. Father will definitely invite the princess as an honored guest. She continued, if she builds a close relationship with father, what will we do? Alan this time was a bit flustered, the initial decisiveness completely lost. But, we can't cancel an event that happens every year. At the same time, Lisanna, who had been silently listening all this time, finally spoke, I have a way. Looking at that smiling face of Lisanna, everyone could not guess her thoughts at all. Sana. Leod looked over, curiously asking, what exactly is your way? Lisanna also revealed a satisfied smile. What is that way? Tell us quickly. Thus, 6 pairs of eyes seriously listened to Lisanna's analysis. Everyone knows that in the hunting competition, each person will be given scrolls of teleportation. Right, seeing her eyes look over at him, Alan replied, that is right. Receiving that confirmation, Lisanna slightly bowed her head, only revealing a smile full of thoughts. We just need to play a little trick. Loteria's eyes widened looking at her, her eyes filled with anticipation for the answer from Lisanna. Isn't there a very suitable place in the Empire, a suitable place? She stopped answering, pausing for a moment to seriously observe the expressions of the people in front of her, her eyes also becoming cold. As soon as the words rang out, the image of darkness immediately appeared in Lisanna's mind. It is the Black Forest.